Okay, bro. I said, hold on. Wait. What did I say? Hey, Faulty. Hey, Cairo. Wait, what did I say exactly? I said, around 9:30. Hi. Hey, Maury. Bro. Oh my god. I did not say, that's why I always say around. I always say around. I always say around. Hi, Pink. Hi. He said, I guess. I mean, yeah, that's why I never say like, oh, I'm gonna stream at this time, but like that's why I say like around, you know what I mean? Because I'm black. My fire alarm going off. Okay. But hi everyone. This is a random ass song I chose. I didn't even choose a song. It was like I was listening to music when I was in the shower, and then I just kept the music playing up until I had to stream, and then this was like the most recent song that was about to play, and I'm like, you know what? What's the name of it? It's called Casual Affair by Panic at the Disco. It's like one of my top favorite songs by them. It like takes me in a trance and shit. You're welcome. Yeah. Ooh, I should play another Panic at the Disco song next time I stream. But yeah, you're welcome. But I hope everyone had an excellent week, an excellent day. Thank you to everyone who dropped in, because I know it's been a few days. You know, Monday came and I stayed in bed all day, and then what else? Tuesday I did everything that I was going to do Monday, but was too lazy to. And then Wednesday I worked, and then today I worked again. Deontay, hi! Hi. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you. Hi. I hope you had an excellent day. Hi! Yeah, I don't know what's on the agenda tonight, because I know like Duck is playing Marvel Rivals right now, and I have a not so good history with playing Marvel Rivals on stream. If you were ever here when I tried to play Marvel Rivals on stream, then I apologize. Shit was a laggy ass mess. Among Us would be fun. Among Us would be fun. I'm trying to make Duck play Among Us. Bro, he like, I don't know what the fuck is up with him. It's like, I'd like suggest a game, and then he's like, let me talk to my lawyer or my attorney or whatever the fuck he said. And then he'd be like, you know, and I'm just like, no. Like, yes or no, like, damn, like, if you don't want to play it, just say so. I don't play Rivals like that anymore. Oh yeah, me neither. I uninstalled it mainly to install the Batman game, and tell me why, because I still need to do the last chapter of that. I don't know when I'm gonna do the last chapter. I'll probably play it like, I don't know, maybe Sometime next week. Hope surely one of my days off. Surely. But yeah, I don't get like the new fucking seasons and shit. Like I've been bronze 3 every fucking season. Well, one of the seasons I was bronze 2 because I tried to play competitive, and then each time I played, it gave me a fucking headache, and so I was just like, never mind. I'm never playing this again. I love this song so much. He's fried. What TJ is? So it's like I know that. Oh my god. Damn, it's like, bro, I click on one YouTube video about fucking that fucking, like, hold on. Let me share. Like, I heard y'all was gonna play Among Us, so I'm asking who's us. I'm not fried yet. Same. Same. I took mine like, it's been about 35 minutes. TJ and Deontay, damn. We're all being fried tonight type shit. But yeah. like it's like I'm not it's like I'm not a fucking addict. Like it's like Jax kept calling me an addict. It's like calls me an Eddie addict every time he sees me now. I'm just like, bro, I'm not an addict, bro. Like I literally haven't taken one since the last time I stream. Like I only take them when I'm on stream because like I don't know. And it's not even every time I stream either. I won't be till tomorrow. Wings! Hi, Wings! Hi, Wings! Nigga, that's what we're trying to figure out. But hi, Wings! Hi, Wings! Thank you for dropping in! Bro, but before TJ asked that dumb question, so what I was, why you ain't say so? Like, bro, if we're inviting people to play a game, like, who wants to play this game with us? Like, us as in, like, whoever wants to, like... Oh, look at Pink being mad. No question is a dumb question. Good shit, good shit. I do be asking dumb questions, though. I do be asking dumb questions, though. No, that was dumb. I mean, okay. You said, wait, what was the? I heard y'all was gonna play Among Us, so I'm asking who's us. I mean, you could have just been like, well, like I feel like there was a better way to ask that. So I don't know. But before, okay, so before before TJ asked that question and like distracted me, I was going to share how so I clicked on this David whatever video, and then because this was uploaded yesterday, and now there's like more, like I still need to finish this. This shit was 5 hours long, but yeah, I saw this shit posted like 5 hours ago, and then like okay, this I added to the worst kitchen deaths ever. I added this to my playlist, so I want to watch this at some point. And then also this shit that was posted 12 hours ago. Damn, these views and shit, the David situation. Like, look at this shit. Like the David and 2 hours ago. Damn. David is fucked beyond belief. Like, come on, bro. Like everyone is making a video about this. It's actually kind of funny. I mean, okay, it's not funny. Like, okay, so I'm laughing. Okay, let me clear it up. I'm not laughing because of the situation. I'm laughing because of how many like videos are in my fucking shit. It's like catch me off guard. Videos. Oh god, this David shit is crazy. Yeah, and like okay, so I was going to watch this one, but then like these were like a couple of these were like uploaded today, and so I'm like, okay, so updated shit. Because honestly, I didn't know anything about it until I was in Nova's stream the other day, and she was talking about it. Like she was talking about it for like a good hour or so, and like I came in like during like in the middle of her talking about it, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I'm alert though. And so I came back like 30 minutes later, and luckily, and like okay, I hate when I join streams and like the streamer is in the middle of a discussion with the chat, and like I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and I want to like know what they're talking about, but I'm too afraid to ask, because then it's like, have you heard about this? And I'm like, no. So yeah, luckily the second time I went into Nova's stream, Someone asked about what they were talking about, and then Nova was like, okay, let me just give us a short summary. And I'm like, okay, thank God. Lovely! Hi, Lovely! Hi, Lovely! Hi, hi, hi! Thank you for dropping in. But yeah, I don't know if this is a like a good subject to start the stream off with. It was either gonna be this or this video right here, the worst kitchen deaths, or whatever, or like one of these old. Will she choose a Lamborghini? Oh wait, I could add that. But yes, hi, Lovely, hi, hi. Let me add that. Oh wait, it's already in there. I don't know which one to watch. I just want to watch one video about the David thing. Not all these shits that are in my shit right now. Okay, which one is the most recent? Let's start there. Fuck. The kitchen deaths one is intriguing me. Okay, we can start off with this first. I do want to watch one of these David videos, like about the situation. Cause like I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, I definitely added the kitchen deaths to the playlist. But we can start off with that and not get straight into the wait, did I just scroll past it? Am I blind? Okay, here we go.
The Deep Fryer Incident. On June 11th, 2016, in the city of Enid, Oklahoma, a 26-year-old woman was working the late shift at a small restaurant. It was a normal Saturday night. The dinner rush was over, and most customers had gone home. In the kitchen, the workers began their usual cleanup. One of the machines still running was the deep fryer. It had been used all day to cook fries, chicken, and other food. Even after hours of cooking, the oil inside was still over 350 degrees Fahrenheit. The surface of the oil shimmered in the light, giving off waves of heat. Everyone in the kitchen knew to be careful around it. The worker had been mopping the floor and moving between stations. The floor was slick from grease and water, and in the rush to finish, safety was not the first thought on anyone's mind.
I just want
As
to
she
go
walked
home.
past the fryer,
Me.
her shoes lost their grip. In a single second, she slipped forward. There was no time to catch herself. She fell chest first into the fryer. The hot oil splashed over her arms, chest, and face. The pain was instant and overwhelming. Her scream filled the kitchen. Other workers dropped what they were doing and ran toward her. Two men grabbed her by the arm.
Okay, I wanna see a picture of like how do you slip and like immediately. I don't wanna judge her. I mean, I'm not judging her. Like I'm not like fuck. Like how close was she to the dryer? Okay, okay, wait, maybe she was standing in front of it and then wait, no. Okay, yeah, I don't know the
arms and pulled her back out, but the damage had already been done. Her skin was badly burned.
She's
Clothes
not alive,
stuck
it's
to
not
her
like
body.
she'll know. I'm just wondering like how okay, so if like she's mopping and then like I don't know, the fryer is on her left, how does she slip and like fall? Wait, he said she slipped forward?
Herself. She felt lost their grip. In a single second, she slipped forward. There was no time to catch herself. She fell chest first into the fryer. The hot oil splashed over her arms, chest, and face.
She got it.
The pain was
I mean,
instant
she didn't
and
get
overwhelming.
She lost
her scream filled the kitchen. Other workers dropped what they were doing and ran toward her. Two men grabbed her by the arms and pulled her back out, but the damage had already been done. Her skin was badly burned, clothes stuck to her body, and parts of her face had turned dark from the heat. Every movement caused more pain. An ambulance arrived within minutes. Paramedics wrapped her in wet cloths and rushed her to the hospital. Doctors tried to stabilize her, but the burns were too severe. More than half of her body had been destroyed by the oil. Her organs also began to fail from the trauma. Despite everything the doctors tried, she was pronounced dead shortly after arriving. Later, investigators found that the kitchen floor had no anti-slip mats and the fryer had no guardrails. The gas stove incident. On March 12, 2014, people in East Harlem, New York, woke up to an ordinary morning. Families were cooking breakfast in their apartments. Children were
I didn't know that floors needed like some slip resistant shit. I thought we just had to just come in with like slip resistant shoes. So the slip resistant shoes plus the slip resistant floor, whatever the fuck they said. I don't fucking know. Okay, yeah, that was another thing I was wondering, because like don't like fast, like when you work at fast food and like in kitchens and shit, you gotta have slip resistant shoes. So how the fuck did she slip? But they said something about the floor. Slip resistant shoes work for slip resistant floors. I didn't even know slip resistant floors were a thing. I'm being dead ass. I thought like it was just normal kitchen floors, and then you just gotta wear slip resistant shoes so you don't slip. I didn't know that. Or especially slippery. Oh yeah, that is, well, yeah, that is true. Because they said there was grease and water. Damn. And they were rushing to get home. So yeah, when you rush mop, you like, okay, good shit. Good shit.
getting ready for school. In one of the kitchens, a gas stove had been leaking for hours. Nobody noticed the smell at first. Gas is dangerous because it fills a room quietly. If it builds up and a flame is lit, the whole space can explode in an instant. At 9:31 a.m., a spark from a stove set off the gas. The kitchen exploded like a bomb. Walls shook, windows shattered, and fire rushed through the building. Neighbors heard a roar and felt the ground move. Inside the apartment, there was no time to escape. The people closest to the kitchen died instantly from the blast. Others were trapped as the fire spread. The explosion was so strong it collapsed part of the 5-story building. Rescue workers rushed to the scene. Firefighters pulled survivors out of the rubble, but it was already too late for many. In total, 8 people were killed and more than 70 were injured. Many of them were ordinary families who had just been cooking breakfast. Investigators later confirmed that the blast came from a broken gas pipe that fed into the stove. The pipe had cracks and leaks that had not been fixed. Residents had complained of smelling gas days before, but the danger was ignored. The disaster shocked New York City. Gas leaks had caused small fires before, but this was one of the deadliest kitchen explosions in the city's history. Newspapers showed pictures of the destroyed building, with only smoke and broken bricks where families had once lived. The terrifying part about gas is that you can't see it, and that's exactly what makes it so deadly. And just like that, there are invisible dangers online that we often ignore. I realized this myself when I searched my own name on the internet. Page after page of data broker sites had my private information, old addresses, phone numbers, even details about my family, all sitting there for anyone to buy. It feels violating. Data brokers collect.
One time I looked up my Donald Grump. But bro, I remember one time I looked up my full name, and like I googled my full name, and I saw like my old address and my phone number and like who I lived with in the house, and I'm just like, what? Like it had like my age, like my old address, like my siblings, like who lived in the house, like who I was related to, and I'm just like, who, like, what? I was so shocked. Insane time to transition into an ad. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go.
This video. The pressure cooker incident. In 2017, a family in Florida was preparing dinner at home. Like many households, they used a pressure cooker. It was a common kitchen tool, designed to cook food faster by sealing steam inside a heavy pot. But when something goes wrong, the pressure inside can turn it into a deadly weapon. On this evening, the family's pressure cooker was filled with beans. As it heated up, the valve on the lid should have released extra steam. Instead, it failed. Pressure built inside the pot, higher and higher, until the lid could no longer hold it. Suddenly, the lid blasted off with the force of a bomb. It shot across the small...
Thank you so much for the 2... oh my gosh. You stay sub to me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Riri. Thank you. You did not have to do that. Thank you so much. W2 months, though. Thank you. You know, Bro, I was about to promote my shit like, you know, it's September, but I'm pretty sure everyone in here is sub. So, you know, W sub. Thank you so much, Riri. Thank you. But you said that's why it was so easy for me to find that one woman who threatened. Are you dead ass? Wait, hold on. Actually, while I read that, let me open Discord to like and make myself like present and shit. Who threatened me? Oh, that's crazy! And sent it. I found all her info and sent it to the police and found out where she. Are you dead ass? Wait, you sent it to the police? I didn't know that. Or maybe I heard you say it, but I was still absorbing like previous shit you said. That's crazy. I didn't. Damn. She should have never told me I had 2 weeks. Yeah, I will say, cause like, isn't she like 29 or some shit? And like 28, 29 or something, and then like I don't know, threatening a 19-year-old is crazy. But yeah, that whole like VC thing was crazy. She's 30. Like, is she dead ass 30? Hi Zoe. Hi Zoe. Hi. Thank you so much for dropping in. Hi. I hope you're having an excellent night. I sent it to Chef, actually, I think. Oh, wait. Hi, Chef. Hi, Chef. He said, where's the naked hose? There's no naked hose in here. I found out she lives in Cape Coral, Florida with her family still. Damn. She turned 30 in March. You got her phone? Oh, shit. Are we talking about Coco? Yes, we are. Yeah, threatening a 19-year-old is crazy work. Like it's like, I know I'm like, I still have a you know, a few more years until I hit, you know, 30, but like I can't imagine like threatening someone like, I don't really threaten people unless I'm like very, very provoked. So, but I feel like even then, if like, I don't know, someone in their teens like was like, you know, annoying me or whatever the fuck, I don't know. The most I would do would just be to tell their parents, honestly. I wouldn't threaten them. I'd be like, all right, who are your parents, man? I'm a snitch on you. Booty butt cheeks. Booty butt, booty butt, booty butt cheeks. But welcome back, TJ. Like, people don't have to like me, but once you start threatening me, I feel obligated to do something about it. Man. She played herself by doing all of that on stream. She really did, because, like, bro, I forgot she still followed me. I think I still follow her, but I don't know. But, like, it was like during the VC shit, she just started randomly chatting in my stream. Like, no, hey, what's up, whatever. And, like, I'm surprised, like, she came in my stream and just started talking because, like, at DreamCon, like, she was, like, she wasn't weird with me, but, like, she was kind of weird with me. So it was weird to see her, like, just, and I don't know how she found out about the whole VC shit. I mean, wait, actually, she was supposed to be in there anyway. I don't know. But, yeah, I don't know how she found out, but, like, she just started chatting, and then she's like, add me to the server and shit, and I'm like, oh. Because she was being messy? It's because she inserted herself? Yeah, she kept appearing, but I don't know how, like, I don't know how she... It was supposed to be me, Earl, and Sam. Maybe Earl told her or something. I don't know. Because she appeared out of nowhere. I'm like... That was crazy though. She joined Ducks VC with all of them and told Duck that if I didn't talk to her, it would be, huh? Now she's unemployed. She can't work. Wait, I didn't know all that. Oh, damn. Okay, I didn't know all that. Oh, so after you contacted the police and the police contacted her job. Oh. I think I have someone who wants to play Among Us with us? Ooh, yay. When we were getting our badges and she was like, you don't recognize me? Oh yeah, cause like I've never seen her before. Like I've never seen her face before. So I'm like, who? Like like yeah, like back when we were all cool, we'd like talk in VC and shit, but like girl, you never like even when we were like close and shit in the beginning, like she never showed a picture of herself ever. So it was like even then. So when she came up and she was like, you don't recognize me? I'm like, I mean, I don't catfish. I don't think I don't know. And then like even when she would like post pictures, like when she posted a picture of her at PG like from the ball was it last year? Like last year some shit, she like put something an emoji or something over her face and I'm like, bruh. And then like I saw Phantasm, like he posted pictures on Instagram from the ball, and when he posted his picture with Coco, like her face was covered, and I know damn well that she asked him to cover her face before he posted it. I know he did. I mean, I know she did. She used to be stalking Chef's IG stories. Dead ass. He said she worked with minors, which is why I thought it was weird she was talking to me after trying to little girl me so damn. She ate my butt once. No, she did not. She don't even know you, TJ. Then said I was stalking her. Yeah, I really didn't know how deep it was. Like, pause. Like I didn't know I really didn't know the lore like that, honestly, because literally all I knew at the time was that like was the situation that went on in her server and then you guys leaving the server and that was like literally it. And then like with her being like a Discord mod for PG shit, like that was like the next thing. But that's all I was aware of. And that was when, and I know for sure that was when she just started like antagonizing me. And it was like I didn't do anything. Like why do people bro, I don't be doing nothing. Like honestly, like in situations like that, I just stay quiet. But like it was like when like all the Discord mods were like getting on her about what she was doing, like all the weird shit she's done. I didn't say anything except like I don't know. I was kind of like giving comments like from the bench like, "Oh shit." Or like oh not like oh shit, but it was like I don't know. Someone would say a funny joke and then I'd be like, "Ha, that was funny." But like I didn't say anything like specifically towards her like as to make it seem like I was like joining everyone ganging up on her. I really didn't do shit. Once I became mod in PG server, she had a damn vendetta against me. Really? Yeah, she was only mod for a few hours. Yeah, I remember Calypso. He cuz we were messaging cuz like he first started messaging me like asking like cuz he was saying like I would be a good Discord mod and shit. And so and then like after he like announced the mods, he was asking me on the side, he was like, how come everyone is against like Coco being mod, and I was like, you don't know. And then I explained to him, and then he was like, oh, okay. Because like he said that she made a whole PowerPoint on why she should be a Discord mod, and I'm like, she made a full ass PowerPoint? Are you dead ass? For a Discord mod? And yeah, when Calypso told me that, I'm just like, bro, that, like, I was like, bro, low key, that should have been like the first red flag you should have seen. Like, cause literally all we had to do was fill out a form on why we should be a Discord mod, like a pre-made form. She made a whole PowerPoint. I'm like, huh? And chronically online type shit. Yeah, literally a Google form. Yeah, it was crazy. And then, wait, do you remember when we was in VC during that and we weren't talking and she was like, why the fuck is Beth and Peak in here at their VC? I'm just, bro, I didn't hear that part. Bro, honestly, that whole time, like half the time you guys were like yelling at each other, like on my stream, I was just playing Tom and Jerry. It was like I was playing Tom and Jerry muted on my stream while in the background it's just everyone arguing in the VC. And I can't even post that VOD to, I think I posted that VOD to my YouTube, but I had to cut a portion out of it because, like, you know, copyright shit with the Tom and Jerry shit. So my fire alarm just went off again. Oh hell. Yeah, Cal asked me about Coco and I told her we have personal issues, but I don't like her and I won't talk to her. And then later that day, that's when Goose brought up the weird shit she does. Yeah. Yeah, that shit was, it was a very interesting time. It was a very interesting time. Cause it was actually really funny cause like it was like when he made and another thing that she did, like when Calypso, like, you know, announced all the Discord mods, like she screenshot the announcement and posted it in her own server, and then she's like, guys, I'm a Discord mod for PG server, look at that. And then like eventually after, like when they took the mod from her, she deleted it. Because honestly, low key, I stayed in the server. I mean, I'm still in the server, but I low key stayed in the server just to, like, you know, just to be nosy and see what else she'd be doing. She's parasocial to the max. Do you remember the Confessions channel? Wait, what Confessions channel? Actually, hold on. Let's take a look at the server, actually. Look at me being nosy and shit. Damn. I really am Dante. Fuck. Look at all these servers I'm in. Don't judge me. Oh. Yeah, I had the shit muted like shit. Wait, were we talking about this, Coco? Oh!
Coco! Coco! Coco!
You know? Low key. Low key. Low key. PG server had so much lore when Cal was running it. Oh yeah. I can't believe this is still like a server, honestly. Look, lives of PG counting, PG edits, TikToks, reels, share, personal edits for PG, PG clips, PG memes, PG events, PG's live noti, PG stream updates, Toxic Gang Update, PG Social Media, PG Fan Art and Photoshop, PG VODs, Why We Thirst for PG. Yeah, are we not gonna talk about... Yeah, this is her server. This is her server. I'm still in it. Cause I'm nosy and shit. She's fried. Bro, what did she post? Oh wait, this is the Why We Thirst for. My man. W Spy, you know? Like I literally oh wait, this isn't even her. Who is this? I don't even know. That smile, the thigh. Oh wait, this isn't her either. This man is so... Yeah, this... Okay, yeah, I feel uncomfortable. Yeah, let me let me get the fuck up. Damn. This is so parasocial. Oh yeah, Wings, you don't even know. Oh shit, man. Oh my god. Bro, and like this all happened in like within the first year of me like being active on Twitch and like finding friends on Twitch. Cause like when I first started using Discord, like a few months into using Discord for the first time, like one of the first few servers I was in some drama and shit that I again, you know, was just there. And so it was like, I don't know, I thought after all that shit with that server, I'm like, okay, cool, I'm good. But then like the shit that happened in Coco server, like, yeah. It's just crazy. It's just crazy, like, to be like, shit just happens. Her own server, there's a whole section about PG. Yeah, bro, but yeah, basically the whole fucking server is about PG. The server's called PG's Little Homies, even though she spelled homies wrong. Yep, literally all PG. All PG. All PG. Yeah, she was obsessed, man. I mean, well, yeah, she was, because I'm pretty sure wasn't she banned from PG's Twitch? Or some shit? She's the reason that I even started using Discord, because she kept whispering me to join. If it hadn't been for Earl's server, I would have never used Discord again, and y'all would have never seen me off of stream. Really? When she would be weird and diss PG's partners and even his child's mother. Oh yeah, when oh yeah, when PG would talk about, yeah, like Sophia's mom and shit, and then like Coco would like try to antagonize her with like from like what he was saying. I do remember that. It's so crazy. And it's crazy because like in the beginning, like she seemed nice and shit, and like, you know what's crazy now that I think about it? I don't know when, but this is so random. I just randomly thought about it. I was telling her about, because it was back when I was like heavily watching JoJo streams, and I was telling her about one of the times, I forget, like JoJo was like talking about a video, and then Brandon was in the VC, like was in VC with him, and then like I was telling her about that, and something like JoJo said to me, or like about me or something, to Brandon, and then I thought it was funny, so I mentioned it to her, and then she was like, oh, B-Mace? Oh yeah, I don't like B-Mace. And I'm like, why? And she told me something, but then I was like, but it was like before I started watching Brandon, so I didn't really like know shit about him, except that he was JoJo's friend and I thought he was gay. So that's literally all I fucking knew at the time. So I'm like, huh. Well, all right. Well, the fact that I thought he was gay for months is crazy. So he's not gay. Females chill as fuck. Honestly, hold on. Let me see if she said it in DMs. It was either she either said it in DMs or she like or we were in VC. Let me see. Oh nope, it was not. Yep, nope. Damn, we really used to chat. Damn. Yeah, I don't see shit. Yeah, she probably just told me in VC and then I just fucking forgot. She just said that like Brent like she was chatting in JoJo's chat or something and then like she said something that and then I don't fucking remember. Something about Brendan just having an attitude towards her and I'm like, huh, well all right. That seems random, but okay. But now that I know who Brendan is, I now know that she was tripping about that too. Pretty sure the first time I became aware of B-Base's existence is when he... Are you dead? Oh. Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. He doesn't stream anymore? Kraken? No, he doesn't. Bro, the first time I saw hold on. Let me do. Wait, does it say it doesn't why doesn't it say fuck? Damn! Recent highlights uploads. Bro, how come it doesn't say last time he streamed? That's some bullshit. What if I click schedule? It'll say like, oh, Kraken last streamed 2 years ago. Damn. It's been 2 years? Oh, he said it says last live a year ago. Okay, probably rounded up. Can I look at the calendar? 2 years ago. Fuck. Okay, yeah, I was about to go back in time and shit. Wait. Oh, nope. Only till July. Never mind. I was about to investigate and shit. Wait, let me see. Let me see on mobile. Let me see on mobile. I butchered his name. Who's Draken? Damn, it's been so long it doesn't even have a... Okay, never mind. Because sometimes when you click schedule and go to the bottom, it says they last streamed on this day. But I guess after a certain amount of time. That's crazy. I've never catched a Kraken stream. The first time I heard, I knew who Kraken was when he would play Among Us with like Berlin and like Dante and shit. And that was the first time I heard of Kraken. I didn't even know he fucking streamed. I thought he just made videos. But yeah, you know, like I said, I didn't start using Twitch until like late 2023 of like it was like August or September of 2023. That was like the first time. You said, oh, hi Third. I first knew of B-Mace when he was a mod for a streamer named Kraken. Chill guy. I like how you used a streamer named Kraken. I miss Crack too. Damn. It's like I wanted to catch one of his streams, but I think the first time I looked at his, I'm surprised it says 2 years ago, man. Are you dead ass? Cause I could have sworn the first time. Wait. When did I follow him? Wait, does he? Wait, hold on. A year, 9 months. Okay, yeah. So the last time I looked at his page, it said last live 9 months ago or some. Wait, no. I don't fucking remember. The first time I saw his page, he actually had a VOD there, and I'm like, I need to watch that VOD. And then the VOD expired, and I was like, fuck. Bro, the last game he played was Parasocial. That came out in 2023. That was actually the first game I ever streamed. Damn. Look at me looking at his shit. Few tweets. Oh, he's on Twitter? Type shit. And then he hasn't posted since last year. Good shit. Oh yeah, oh yeah. He's living life. He's living life. He is living life. Parasocial came out 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure it did. Because Parasocial, like when I just randomly decided, like, you know what? I'm a download Twitch and I'm actually gonna watch someone. So then I downloaded Twitch, and then the first stream I joined was of Dante's, and he was playing Parasocial. Parasocial game. Oh yep, August 26, 2023. Damn, it's been 2 years. Holy shit. Welcome back, Will. We doing Batman tonight? Most likely not. Am I late? I mean. Wait, you said, am I back? Wait, huh? You said, okay. But hey, Will, let's go back into the video. Bro, I forgot about the fucking video, man. Damn, I'm so sorry. But yeah, bro, yeah, when was it yesterday or the day before? No, it was the day before yesterday. Brandon kept pausing that video, and I'm just like, damn, this is how you guys feel about me. Cause it was like, Brandon, if you don't play the damn video, but then like I was like, oh shit, he's me. And then Will said, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me do something different. Let me do something different today. I'm gonna play an instrumental of something, and then I'm just gonna sing along with the instrumental and just sing some bullshit. I'm cheating this time. We got 2 videos to watch. Yeah, it says, God damn it, Will. Yeah, it's like, well, why would you do that? W karaoke, you know? All right. I don't even know why I'm doing this song specifically. And my voice is shit. So hold on. Okay. Okay. Hold on, I need to make sure that the fucking, oh my gosh. We were just about to go back to it. I just realized, wait, hold on. I need to save what everyone said for when I start singing. 5 minutes? All right, bro. All right, bro. I just got 9 ads. That's what you fucking get. Oh, wait, he can't even hear me. It's about to be loud as shit. Or at least I'm gonna attempt for it to be. And this is just the first song that popped in my head. Let's see. Fuck. We'll just got 9 ads. Pink said let's go back to the video. Will said greetings, Pink. He said salutations. Miss Beth. Chef said funny how times 5 when we're having fun. And Love said we got 2 videos to watch. Pink said god damn it well. Wink said W karaoke. And Beth said no, that's what you get. I can't do it. To watch. We doing Batman tonight. No, we are not. We're not doing Batman tonight. I apologize. No Batman tonight. Bro, I want to sing the actual song so badly. Ariana, what are you doing here? I need more people to say something so I can sing it. I'm just scrolling back up to the top of the chat, and I'll start from there. Chef said my feet are crusty. Pink said nigga. Will said how about? I don't know what he's about to fucking say. I think he's about to say some bullshit. Oh. I don't know. Here, nigga. Oh, hi, Key. Hi. Oh, fuck. Oh my gosh. This is the first time I've seen Key in so long, and he joins when I'm singing. Oh my gosh. And then Pink fucking clip that. I already know that clip is gonna bite me in the ass. And I don't know what else to say. Nigga. I'ma just keep saying nigga for the rest of the song. Nigga. I don't know what else to say. Slur. I'ma just keep saying nigga for the rest of the song. Not even some. Oh shit! I started singing the song. Nigga. Nah. Yeah, that's how we're doing. The song wasn't 5 minutes, but that's all we're doing. Type shit though. I already know that. Hopefully that part of the VOD is fucking muted. But Key, fuck. Bro, that was the first time I've seen Key in my chat for I don't know how long. Cause the first time he joined one of my streams, I was about to fucking end. He's like, hey, Beth. And then I was like, damn, I'm sorry, Key. I'm actually about to end. And he was like, damn. That's the first time I've seen him since then. And he had to join while I was doing this bullshit. And fuck. Key, are you still here? Fuck. Will, look what you did. Fuck. Fuck. Back to the video. Yeah, let's okay. But yeah, that was karma. Will like fucking redeemed that and then got put in 9 ads. Huh?
Small kitchen like a piece of flying metal. In the path of the explosion was a young child. The lid struck the child in the head.
Wait. Let's what?
This video. The pressure cooker incident. In 2017, a family in Florida was preparing dinner at home. Like many households, they used a pressure cooker. It was a common kitchen tool, designed to cook food faster by sealing steam inside a heavy pot. But when something goes wrong, the pressure inside can turn it into a deadly weapon. On this evening, the family's pressure cooker was filled with beans. As it heated up, the valve on the lid should have released extra steam. Instead, it failed. Pressure built inside the pot, higher and higher.
And then I missed it.
The pressure cooker was filled with beans. As it heated up, the valve on the lid should have released extra steam. Instead, it failed. Pressure built inside the pot, higher and higher, until the lid could no longer hold it. Suddenly, the lid blasted off with the force of a bomb. It shot across the small kitchen like a piece of flying metal. In the path of the explosion was a young child. The lid struck the child in the head. The noise of the blast was so loud that neighbors thought it was a gunshot. Inside the kitchen, chaos followed. Food and boiling water sprayed across the room. The family rushed to the child, who was already badly injured. They called 911 and tried to stop the bleeding while waiting for paramedics. An ambulance arrived quickly. The child was rushed to the nearest hospital. Doctors worked through the night, but the head injury was too severe. The next day, the child was pronounced dead. The accident shocked the city. Local news reported it as a tragic reminder of the hidden danger in every home. Pressure cookers were supposed to be safe, but defective valves and worn-out seals had already been blamed in dozens of injuries and deaths across the United States. In the following months, lawsuits were filed against pressure cooker manufacturers. Consumer safety groups warned about models that had faulty lids or failed safety features. The grease fire incident. On November 28, 2014, the day after Thanksgiving, a family in Cedar Hill, Texas, was finishing their holiday meals. In the kitchen, a large pot of oil sat on the stove. It was being heated for frying food, a common holiday tradition. Grease and cooking oil are among the most dangerous things in a kitchen. When oil becomes too hot, it doesn't just boil, it catches fire. That's exactly what happened in Cedar Hill. At some point during the cooking, the oil began to smoke. Seconds later, flames shot up from the pot. The fire spread fast.
Damn.
Flames reached the wooden cabinets above the stove. The kitchen filled with thick smoke. A woman in the house, trying to stop the fire before it consumed the home, made a fatal mistake. She grabbed the pot of burning oil with the intention of carrying it outside. The moment she lifted it, the oil splashed over the edge. Burning liquid poured down her arms and chest. Her clothes caught fire instantly. She screamed as the flames spread across her body. Neighbors heard the cries and rushed over. They saw smoke pouring from the kitchen.
Off topic. What the fuck was... Fuck. Okay, yeah. Let me start over. I had to look at the art again because it caught me off guard. I'm sorry.
Flames spread across her body. Neighbors heard the cries and rushed over. They saw smoke pouring from the kitchen window. By the time they pulled her out of the house, she had already suffered burns across most of her body. Firefighters arrived within minutes and extinguished the fire, but the damage to her was done. Paramedics rushed her to Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas, a facility known for its burn unit. Doctors tried to stabilize her. She was placed in intensive care, but the burns were too severe. Within hours, she died from her injuries. The case appeared in local news across Texas as a tragic holiday accident. Fire officials explained that grease fires happen quickly, often within seconds. Once the oil ignites, the flames can double in size almost immediately. They used it to warn the public. Never move a pot of burning oil, never throw water on a grease fire. The only safe way is to smother it with a lid or a fire extinguisher. The electrocution incident. In July 2019, at a restaurant kitchen in Allentown, Pennsylvania, a normal day of work ended in tragedy. The victim was a 32-year-old kitchen employee. His job that afternoon was to clean and maintain a commercial deep fryer. The fryer had an electric heating system. It used strong power cables to keep the oil at cooking temperature. Over time, grease and water had leaked into the wiring. The protective covers were damaged, but the machine was still in use. As the worker leaned in to clean the area, he touched one of the metal parts connected to the power line. In that instant, thousands of volts passed through his body. Witnesses later said that he cried out and collapsed immediately. His co-workers at first thought he had slipped, but when they tried to pull him back, they felt the shock themselves. They had to use a wooden broom handle to move him away from the fryer. Emergency services were called at once. Paramedics arrived within minutes, but the man was already in cardiac arrest. They tried CPR and used a defibrillator. For nearly half an hour, they attempted to restart his heart. Finally, at the hospital, he was pronounced dead. Investigators from the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, reviewed the scene. They found that the fryer had exposed wires and no proper ground connection. It was a clear safety violation. The restaurant was fined thousands of dollars for failing to maintain safe equipment. Electrocution in kitchens is less common than burns, but it is just as deadly. Water, steam, and metal surfaces make kitchens perfect places for electricity to spread. In this case, a single contact point was enough to kill instantly. The freezer incident. On September 23, 2019, a 61-year-old woman started her morning shift at a restaurant in Boston, Massachusetts.
Oops.
Like many kitchen workers, she began the day by checking supplies. The restaurant had a large walk-in freezer, a cold room where meat, vegetables, and other food were stored. At around 8 a.m., she stepped into the freezer. The heavy metal door closed behind her. Normally, this was no problem. Walk-in freezers are built with safety handles on the inside, so workers can always push their way out. But on this day, the handle was broken. The freezer sealed shut. The woman was trapped. Inside, the temperature was set to below -10 degrees Fahrenheit. In such cold, the human body loses heat very quickly. Within minutes, fingers go numb. After half an hour, muscles weaken and thinking becomes slow. Hypothermia sets in, and the body begins to shut down. For hours, nobody noticed that she was missing. The kitchen was busy preparing for the day, and other staff members assumed she was working in another part of the restaurant. The freezer was in a back area, away from the noise and movement of the main kitchen. As time passed, the woman grew weaker. At some point, she collapsed near the door. With no way to call for help, there was nothing she could do. It was only later in the day, when co-workers went to look for her, that they discovered the truth. They opened the freezer and found her body on the floor, close to the door, as if she had been trying to escape. Paramedics were called immediately, but there was nothing they could do. She had died hours earlier from extreme cold. The mixer incident. On October 21st, 2001, in a small pizza shop in New Jersey, a normal evening shift turned into a tragedy. The restaurant was family-run, like thousands of others across America. In the back of the shop stood a large dough mixer. It looked like a household kitchen mixer, only much bigger, with a wide bowl and a heavy metal fork that spun inside. That night, a 15-year-old boy was working in the kitchen. He had only recently arrived in the United States from Guatemala and had been on the job for a few weeks. His job was to help prepare dough and clean the machines. The dough mixer was powerful. It was designed to mix large amounts of flour and water at once. Everyone in the shop knew it was dangerous if not used carefully. The rules were clear. Never clean it while it was running. But the safety cover on this machine was broken, and training was poor. At some point during his shift, the boy opened the cover and reached inside to scrape out leftover dough. The mixer was still switched on. The rotating fork caught his arm and pulled him into the machine. His co-workers heard him scream and ran to help. They tried to switch the mixer off, but by the time it stopped, it was too late. The boy had suffered catastrophic injuries. Firefighters and paramedics were called. When they arrived, they had to partially dismantle the machine with tools before they could free his body. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Investigators from OSHA later reviewed the accident. They found multiple safety failures. The safety guard on the mixer had not been working. The young worker had never received proper training, and he should not have been operating such dangerous equipment in the first place. He was only 15 years old. The restaurant was fined, and the case was widely reported in New Jersey newspapers. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comments.
Oh, wait. Dumbest ways. Oh, man. It didn't even let me. Oh, wait. I can click it.
The Encyclopedia Test. In June 2017, Pedro Ruiz and Mona Lisa Perez decided their YouTube channel needed more views. Their wholesome family videos weren't working, so they switched to pranks. The numbers went up. Pedro figured if pranks worked, extreme pranks would work even better. So he came up with a simple test. See if a
Oh,
book could
wait,
stop a
I
bullet.
heard about
He would
this
hold a
one. Everyone has.
1.5-inch encyclopedia to his chest.
Oh, yeah,
Mona
this
Lisa would
was...
shoot it from 1 foot away. Simple. They set up cameras and invited over 30 friends to
Okay,
watch.
but 1
The
foot
gun they
is a...
chose was a Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful handguns in the world. She pulled the trigger. The bullet went straight through the book and killed Pedro instantly.
I
Mona
didn't know it
Lisa
was
called
1
the
foot
police and
away.
claimed
What
she'd accidentally
dumbasses. I
shot her
can cuss.
boyfriend. The footage said otherwise. She pleaded guilty to manslaughter and got 180 days in prison. The video went viral worldwide, just not how they planned. Who wants some of this? It was 2004 in Wales when a young man invited friends back to his apartment after a night of heavy drinking. The party continued at his place, and that's when he got a brilliant idea. He pulled down his trousers and stuck himself out the window, yelling, "Who wants some of this?" to the street below. His friends grabbed him before he could fall out of the 3-story window. The next morning, he admitted it had been pretty stupid. He promised he'd never do anything like that again. That very evening, he was drunk again. And once again, he pulled down his trousers and started yelling, "Who wants some of this?" out the window. This time, his friends weren't close enough to grab him. He tumbled out of the 3-story window and died on impact.
Man.
The patriotic hat. On July 4th, 2024, in Somerville, South Carolina, Alan Ray McGrew decided to take his patriotic costume to the next level. The 41-year-old HVAC technician was hosting a neighborhood block party, dressed in a red, white, and blue Uncle Sam outfit with a top hat. The drinking had started around 6 p.m. Fireworks were planned for the evening. Alan loved his country and looked forward to celebrating each year.
It was like
At around 10:20 p.m., Alan placed a large firework right on top of his Uncle Sam hat. His wife Paige thought he was just messing around. Surely he wouldn't light something on his head. He had already lit it. The firework exploded and caused what paramedics called massive head trauma. Alan was dead instantly.
He
had become his
JFK
own fireworks display. The DIY bungee jump. On July 12, 1997, Eric Barsha decided to go bungee jumping on his day off. The 22-year-old fast food worker couldn't find any bungee jumping places in the area, so he figured he'd do it himself. He picked a railroad bridge in Lake Accotink Park, Virginia. It was 70 feet high, perfect for a homemade bungee jump. Eric tied together several bungee cords and reinforced them with duct tape. He was really thinking about safety. He tied one end around his leg and the other to the bridge. Then he jumped. There was just one problem with his plan. Eric never considered that bungee cords stretch when you fall. The cords he'd tied together were already a few feet shorter than the bridge height. When they stretched, they became even longer than the distance to the ground. Eric hit the pavement 70 feet below with such force that he died instantly. A local man found his body the next morning with the bungee cord still attached to his leg. His grandmother told reporters he was always so smart in school.
I'm sorry.
The fish that fought back. In 1998, a man from Ohio was hanging out with his friend when he got dared to do something stupid. His friend was cleaning out a fish tank and said that one of the fish, about 5 inches long, had been eating all the other fish. The man decided to give this fish payback. He would swallow it whole. He had done this trick before. He picked up the fish and held it over his mouth. Then he gulped it down. The fish fought back. It got stuck in his throat and was too slippery.
Wait, what'd he do?
He would swallow it whole. He had done this trick before. He picked up that one of the fish, about 5 inches long, had been eating all the other fish. The man decided to give this fish payback. He would swallow it whole. He had done this trick before. He picked up the fish and held it over his mouth. Then he gulped it down.
Why would he do that?
It got stuck in his throat and was too slippery to pull out. He couldn't breathe and struggled for several minutes while his friend called 911. When paramedics got there, the man was dead, but the fish was still alive with its tail sticking out of his mouth. Both the man and the fish died. The fake robbery.
I'd assume.
On January 18th, 1977, Italian footballer Luciano Ciccone had a brilliant idea.
Why would he do that?
The 28-year-old Lazio player, known as the Blonde Angel, was famous for his pranks. Ciccone and his teammate Pietro Gaddini decided to stage a fake robbery at their friend Bruno Tabacini's jewelry store in Rome. They thought it would be funny to scare Bruno and then laugh about it later. They covered their faces and walked into the store with guns out, yelling, "Hands in the air! This is a stick-up!" There was one problem with their plan. The jewelry store had been robbed just a few weeks earlier. Bruno was scared it would happen again, so he had gotten a shotgun to protect himself. When Bruno saw the robbers, he pulled out his shotgun. Pietro immediately put his hands up, but Ciccone kept going with the prank. He wouldn't put his gun down. Bruno was scared and shot Ciccone in the chest from close range. Ciccone's last words were, "It's a joke! It's just a joke!" But it was too late. He died 30 minutes later at 28 years old, leaving behind his wife and 2 kids. Bruno Tabacini was arrested and held for 18 days before being released without charge. It was declared that the death was the result of self-defense and a terrible accident. The sleeping bear. In 1906, a young hunter in Pennsylvania was out hunting when he found a huge black bear lying on the ground. The bear looked dead, and the hunter thought he got lucky. He found a free bear without having to shoot it. So he got out his knife and started cutting up the animal right away. There was just one problem. The hunter never checked if the bear was really dead. He just started cutting. The bear wasn't dead. It was sleeping. When the hunter started cutting it, the bear woke up angry. It attacked and tore the hunter to pieces. The hunter died right there. The scooter duel. In 2004, two Taiwanese college students met up one evening and had a few drinks. After talking, they both found out they liked the same girl on campus. This got them upset, and they decided to have a contest to see who would get the right to ask her out. How did they settle this? Rock, paper, scissors? A coin flip? Nope. They decided to joust like knights, but instead of horses, they would use their scooters. The rules were simple. They would ride straight at each other at full speed, and whoever turned away first would lose. So without helmets or any safety gear, the two rode their scooters directly at each other, hitting 50 miles per hour. Neither one wanted to be the first to chicken out. They crashed head-on. Both of them died. Later, someone asked the girl about it. She said she wasn't interested in either of them anyway. They both died for nothing. The water thief. On April 19th, 2022, Easter Monday in Italy, a 46-year-old man was thirsty. All the stores were closed for the holiday, so he broke into a grocery store to get some water. He found a huge tower of water bottle boxes stacked up by the workers. Instead of taking a bottle from the shelf, he decided to pull one from the middle of the stack. Anyone who's played Jenga knows this is a bad idea. He grabbed a bottle from a box right in the middle of the tower. The whole thing came down on top of him. The man got crushed under all that water and died right away. Store workers found the mess the next day when they came to work. They started cleaning up the fallen boxes and lifting them one by one. When they lifted the first box, an arm stuck out. The police watched security camera footage to see what happened. The man had broken in just to get a drink and got killed by the water he was trying to steal. The unbreakable window. Gary Hoy was a lawyer in Toronto. He worked on the 24th floor and had a weird habit. Whenever law students visited his firm, Gary liked to show them how strong the windows were by running across his office and slamming his whole body into the window. Gary had done this dozens of times. The windows never broke. On July 9, 1993, Gary was giving law students a tour. "These windows can't break," he said. He ran backward and threw himself at the window. It worked perfectly. He bounced right off. Feeling good, Gary decided to do it again. This time, the glass didn't break, but the whole window popped out of its frame. Gary went flying 24 stories down, riding the window all the way to the street. The law students and his co-workers watched in horror. Gary had hit that window so many times over the years that he'd loosened the frame. He died instantly. Hold your wee for a wee. In 2007, Jennifer Strange heard about a radio contest in Sacramento. The 28-year-old mother of 3 wanted to win a Nintendo Wii for her kids. The contest was called Hold Your Wii for a Wii. You had to drink water and hold it in without using the bathroom. Jennifer showed up with about 20 other contestants. They started drinking bottle after bottle of water. As hours went by, contestants dropped out to use the bathroom. Jennifer held on. After several hours, Jennifer started throwing up, but she didn't quit. Jennifer won the contest and got her Nintendo Wii. She went home feeling terrible. The next day, she called in sick with a massive headache. A few hours later, Jennifer was dead. She had died from water intoxication. Too much water made her brain swell up. Her 3 children lost their mother over a video game. Her family sued the radio station and won $16.5 million. Road Rage Showdown. In 2021, 2 drivers crashed on Interstate 80 in Berkeley. Nobody got hurt, but both drivers got out to argue about it. They didn't pull over. They started yelling at each other right in the middle of the highway. Cars were flying by. The 2 men kept shouting and making threats. Then a Mini Cooper came down the road. The driver swerved to avoid the damaged cars, but couldn't miss the 2 idiots fighting in traffic. The Mini Cooper hit both of them. They both died instantly. The Mini Cooper driver was traumatized. The umbrella trick. Back in 1999, a bizarre story out of Bonn, Germany made headlines. It was said that a local street performer had built his career on extreme tricks. He was normally just a sword swallower. He could apparently fit long balloons, metal rods, and even umbrellas down his throat. Crowds loved it. One day, during a performance, he decided to push the act further. He grabbed a folded umbrella and began swallowing it to show off his skills. While sliding the umbrella down, he accidentally pressed the automatic release button on the handle. The umbrella snapped open, while still in his throat. The crowd watched in shock. The performer collapsed instantly. It sounds like the perfect Darwin Award, but there's one problem. Nobody has ever confirmed it actually happened. Sword swallowers themselves later came forward to call the story impossible. A folded umbrella is far too wide to even fit down a throat. That leaves the umbrella trick as one of the most popular Darwin Award legends, but almost certainly nothing more than an urban legend. The falling dog. In 1988 in Buenos Aires, Argentina, a little poodle named Kachi was playing on a balcony.
Aww.
The dog was having fun when it suddenly fell off the railing.
Oh.
Kachi plunged 13 floors down to the street. The poodle landed directly on the head of 75-year-old Marta Espina, who was walking along the sidewalk. The falling dog killed her instantly. But that wasn't the end of it. A crowd rushed over to see what happened. A woman named Edith Solo came over to look at the scene. While Edith was distracted by the carnage, she walked into the street and got hit by a bus. She died too, but the chaos wasn't over yet. An older man saw all this happening and got so stressed out that he had a fatal heart attack on the spot. One falling poodle killed 3 people in 5 minutes. Kachi the poodle probably has the highest kill count of any dog in history. The bridge jump. On May 24, 2019, 2 friends from Texas were driving south through Lake Charles,
3
Louisiana
people
at 2
died
in the
because
morning.
of a
Alejandro
fucking...
Cazares was behind the wheel. Roberto Moreno was riding shotgun. They came to a drawbridge that was up to let boats pass. A safety gate blocked the road. Most people would wait for the bridge to come back down. Not these guys. Roberto got out of the car and pushed the safety gate up out of the way. He jumped back in the car. Cazares drove under the gate and headed straight for the bridge ramp. They stopped for a second at the bottom. Then Cazares put the car in reverse, backed up, and floored it. They were going to jump the gap like in an action movie. The car went airborne for a brief moment. Then it crashed into the water below. The car sank to the bottom. Cazares was trapped inside and drowned. Moreno was found outside the submerged car, but he drowned too. The plastic bag beekeeper. In 2002, a Brazilian farmer found a beehive on his property, so he decided to get rid of them by using fire. The farmer put on gloves, long pants, and a long-sleeved shirt. He sealed everything with tape so bees couldn't crawl into his clothes. Then he put a plastic bag over his head and sealed it tightly around his neck. This would protect his face from bee stings. Finally,
is he dead ass? Bro. I had to pause, like, sorry, I keep pausing, but what? He basically, so you mean to tell me he suffocated himself, bro? Is this where this story is going? Bro, people do that when they're trying to tie someone up and put them in the back of their trunk and like kill them and shit. One of the things they do is they tie them up, then they fucking put plastic bags over their heads and fucking, like, why are they? People are interesting. What the fuck?
He grabbed a torch and went off to burn the hive. A few hours later, he hadn't come back. His worried wife went looking for him. She found him dead under the beehive, but the bees hadn't killed him. In fact, the hive was completely untouched. The plastic bag had worked perfectly. It kept out the bees, the smoke, and the oxygen he needed to breathe. The farmer had forgotten to poke air holes in the bag. With his gloves taped down, he couldn't rip the bag off his head. He suffocated trying to protect himself from bee stings. The lava lamp. In 2004, 24-year-old Phillips wanted to use his lava
get the shit
lamp.
off
He plugged
me.
it in and waited for it to start working. After a few minutes, nothing was happening. The lamp was still cold. Philip was impatient, so he came up with a brilliant plan to speed things up. He took the lava lamp and put it on his hot stove. There was just one problem Philip didn't know about. Lava lamps are only designed to handle temperatures up to 40 degrees. A hot stove gets way hotter than that. The lava lamp quickly overheated and exploded. Glass shards flew everywhere. One piece of glass went straight into Philip's heart. He died instantly. The chimney grenade. On January 13, 2005, 55-year-old Marco decided to clean the chimney in his workshop. He tried using a simple broom, but it was too small for the job. He needed to improvise. Marco figured he needed a chain to pull the broom through the chimney and a heavy object to weigh it down. Looking around his workshop, he found what he thought was perfect: a grenade. His plan was simple. He would weld the grenade to the broom and chain. Then he could pull the whole thing through the chimney. Marco got out his welding equipment and started working. He failed to think about what might happen when he put a flame near a grenade. As soon as the welding torch touched the grenade, it exploded. Marco was killed instantly. The chimney was left completely untouched by the blast. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones and feel free to drop suggestions.
Oh, I did not mean to click that. Oh, but, oh my gosh. Wait, every personality disorder explained in 10 minutes. Yeah, he just randomly had a grenade. I still got a grenade for ya. Except he didn't have time to fucking... Wait, who is this? Oh, Simple Visuals? Every psychological trick scammers use to manipulate. I don't even know how he had it. That's crazy. I am curious about this though, low-key.
Cluster A, the strange ones. People with these disorders often appear odd, eccentric, or socially detached. Paranoia. Imagine walking through life constantly looking over your shoulder, convinced that everyone around you is hiding something, plotting something, whispering behind your back. That's the world of someone with paranoid personality disorder. These individuals don't just mistrust others, they expect betrayal. A simple joke becomes an insult. A delayed text becomes evidence of a secret. They interpret harmless events as deliberate
This shit
attacks.
is me.
Even loved ones are suspects. Apologies mean nothing. Forgiveness is rare.
Okay,
They might
maybe
interrogate
maybe
their
not.
partner
Okay,
over
I do
minor
forgive.
delays,
Never mind.
assume friends are mocking them in secret, or
Okay,
believe
never
coworkers are
mind.
plotting to get
Never
them
mind, you
fired,
lost me.
all without evidence. And any suggestion that they might be overreacting only deepens their suspicion. Trust isn't just hard for them, it's almost impossible. They may cut ties abruptly, end friendships over imagined insults, or carry grudges for years. And when they isolate themselves, it only confirms their worldview, that the world is hostile, dangerous, and out to get them. Schizoid personality disorder. These individuals are not shy. They don't long for connection and hide in fear. No, they simply don't want it. They feel no pull toward human closeness, no desire for intimacy, even with family. They don't care for praise or
This is
criticism.
probably
Their
serial
emotional
killers
world is
beef.
flat, almost alien. Imagine someone who could go months without speaking to another human and feel no loneliness, no discomfort,
Oh
no craving
hell!
for
Oh no,
warmth.
this
They
is.
often work alone,
I
live
need
alone,
something or
and remain
someone.
emotionally untouched by the world around them. Holidays, birthdays, family gatherings, none of these stir anything in them. To others, they might seem cold, detached, or robotic. But for them, it's peace, an uninterrupted solitude where no expectations, obligations, or emotional demands can reach them. If forced into group activities or social roles, they may comply quietly, but emotionally check out. They often drift through life like ghosts, unnoticed, untouched, and perfectly fine with that. Schizotypal personality disorder. Think of a person who seems like they stepped out of another dimension. Schizotypal individuals often have bizarre beliefs, like sensing other people's thoughts, believing
Yeah,
in
I don't know
telepathy,
how.
or assigning deep cosmic
Couldn't be
meaning to
me.
ordinary
I don't know
coincidences.
how.
They may dress in unusual ways, use strange phrases, or speak in patterns that don't quite make sense. Their body language might be off, too stiff or oddly timed. Social situations are terrifying for them, not because they fear rejection like avoidant types, but because they feel the world is inherently threatening or charged with strange energies. Many believe they are special or chosen for some mysterious purpose. They often keep journals full of secret symbols, rituals, or numerology.
Oh
And though they
no.
may long for closeness, their behavior, eccentric, suspicious, and deeply anxious, often pushes others away. Their reality is a web of patterns and meanings others can't see, and trying to explain it only makes them feel more alienated. Cluster B, the most explosive group. These personalities are intense,
Yeah,
emotional, and
months. I
often
can't do months.
unpredictable. Antisocial personality disorder, the clinical term for what many
Wait, I missed what he
most
said.
explosive group. These personalities are intense,
Oh,
emotional,
bro,
and
I thought he was
often
explaining one
unpredictable.
just now.
Antisocial
Let me
personality
lock in.
disorder, the clinical term for what many casually label a sociopath. These individuals lack a conscience. They break laws, manipulate others, lie without flinching, and feel no remorse. But here's the twist. They can be incredibly charming. Some are CEOs, politicians, even surgeons. Others are repeat offenders or serial criminals. What they all
Hi,
share is a
Kiki.
disregard for the rights
Hi,
of others.
Kiki.
They see people as tools or obstacles, nothing more. Relationships are shallow and short-lived, unless there's something to gain. If you confront them, they might smile. If you suffer, they might feel satisfaction. Many have a history of conduct disorder by age 15, animal cruelty, theft, violence. They don't learn from punishment. They might con a stranger out of money and sleep soundly that night. They might fake affection to secure power, then abandon you when you're no longer useful. And in extreme cases, they're capable of things most of us couldn't even imagine. Cold, calculated, and completely without remorse. The scariest part? Many know exactly how to blend in. Borderline personality disorder. This is emotional turbulence at its most extreme. People with BPD are often described as walking raw nerves. Their emotions are intense, sudden, and overwhelming. Relationships are unstable, wildly loving one moment and full of rage the next. They have an extreme fear of abandonment, and they will go to desperate lengths to avoid being left, real or imagined. A friend not answering a message can spiral into self-harm. They often experience
Oh,
identity disturbance, not knowing who they are, what they want, or where they're going. They feel empty, like something inside them is missing. They may impulsively
as
spend
somebody trying to
money,
major in
engage
psychology
in
and
risky
sociology
sex,
right now, this
binge
channel
eat,
is oddly
or even attempt
satisfying.
suicide, not
Yeah,
for attention, but to stop the
this is
pain.
actually
Many have
interesting.
histories of trauma, especially in childhood. And while they can love deeply, their love is often fused with fear, rage, and pain. They don't want to push people away. They just don't know how to stop. Even when they recognize the chaos, they often feel powerless to change it. The emotional storms are all-consuming. Histrionic personality disorder. The spotlight isn't just wanted, it's needed. These individuals crave attention like oxygen. They are theatrical, flamboyant, and emotionally intense. But beneath the drama is often insecurity. They may dress provocatively, exaggerate stories, or stir up emotional chaos just to be noticed. Their emotions can seem shallow or rapidly shifting, crying one moment, laughing the next. They are suggestible, easily influenced by others, and often perceive relationships as closer than they really are. They may flirt constantly, even in inappropriate settings, job interviews, funerals, doctor's offices. Conflict and chaos may follow them, but without attention, they feel invisible. Their lives are a constant performance, a show crafted to ensure the world doesn't look away. But behind the performance, they may feel lost, unsure who they are without an audience. The silence between acts is unbearable. Narcissism, not to
Damn,
be
I
confused
felt
with
that. I
confidence.
low key, that like that kind of felt that kind of feels like me, but like not completely, like not like wanting to put on a show. I just like I think mine is the putting on a show shit. Like I'm just like, damn, like I do some of that shit. Like, damn, I be having like, oh shit, man. I kind of felt that one, low key. Like having like relationships close through what they are, and then like, and then what was the shit? It was like, um, oh my gosh, I had it, then I forgot. It was something else he said. I was like, damn, like selective hearing, like they just go with what the crowd goes with. I mean, sometimes I do that, and I hate to admit it, but you know, I don't know. But that's crazy.
Narcissistic personality disorder is about a fragile ego wrapped in armor. These individuals believe they're superior, more talented, more important, more deserving. But their self-worth is hollow and dependent on others' admiration. Criticism, even mild, can provoke rage or deep shame. They often exploit others to get ahead and show little empathy for those they hurt. They require constant praise and may become jealous or dismissive if others receive attention. Their relationships are transactional. Charm is a tool.
I
Flattery is
can feel some
currency.
of
And
these.
behind their grandiosity lies a deep fear of being exposed as ordinary. They may surround themselves
Okay,
with people
that
who
I don't give
reflect
a
their
fuck.
desired image, cutting off anyone who challenges them. They don't fall in love. They select admirers.
Oh
And
yeah,
when
this
the
isn't me. Never
admiration
mind.
fades, so do they. They often rewrite reality to protect their ego, convincing themselves they're always the hero or the victim. Cluster
Mm-mm.
C, the anxious and fearful. These disorders are rooted in insecurity,
That's my mom. I
control,
love her
and an
though.
overwhelming need for
She's not extremely
reassurance.
bad.
Avoidance. Imagine being desperate for friendship, for love, but being too terrified to risk rejection. That's the core of avoidant personality disorder. These individuals often view themselves as socially inadequate or unappealing. They fear criticism, ridicule, or disapproval so deeply that they avoid social interaction altogether. Unlike the
Fuck.
schizoid person,
That's
they
me.
want connection. They just believe they'll be humiliated if they try. Even in close relationships, they may struggle to open up. Every interaction feels like a test they're destined to fail. Praise is questioned. Compliments are dismissed. They overanalyze everything they say or do, and loneliness becomes a painful constant, not because they choose it, but because they feel unworthy of anything else. They dream of connection, then retreat the moment it's offered. They
Oh,
live in a
this is
cage built not of
me.
bars, but of self-doubt. Dependency. Think of someone who cannot make the smallest decision without help. What to wear,
Right? Like, goddamn, like I feel like I'm being like called out and like examined. Like Damn. This is why I wanted to watch this. Like I wanted to like hear like the personality disorder shit, because like I have something. I know I have something, because like it's like some of these qualities like combined is just like, damn, that's me. Like I can't like like bro, that avoidance one was like spot on me. That's crazy. Like every social interaction is a test, because like I'm awkward as shit and like I don't want to say the wrong shit. And then it's like, oh my gosh, bro. I try not to reach out or like whatever, because I don't want like rejection or like whatever. So I just isolate myself to ignore the shit or whatever. And like, I don't know. I'm like, damn, that's me. He should have added ism at the end. Bro. Bro, that whole thing is wild, spot on. Damn. Is it bad that I want to rewind and hear what he says again? But hey, what's good? What's good, Marky McFly? What's good? You know, I said, and I saw you were in Monty's stream last night, and then I said hi to you, and then you didn't say hi. Wait, did you say? Wait, yeah, you did. Fuck, never mind. I'm thinking of someone else then. Someone between today and yesterday, I said hi to in someone's chat, and they did not acknowledge me. Then they left, and I'm like, all right. But yeah, you did say hi to me. Good shit. Good shit. Damn. I almost pressed you for no reason. Someone needs to be. Oh, I almost said someone needs to be pressed. I mean, that doesn't sound crazy. I don't fucking know. Now I can't remember who. I definitely did. You know you're important to me. Pause. Yeah, yeah, low key, let me rewind this. Wtism. Dependency. Oh wait, no, hold on. It was avoidantism. I gotta hear this again, cause I'm just like, damn, this shit calling me out. How you feeling? What's good, Sinister? What do you mean how I'm feeling? I'm feeling all right. And I'm feeling good. It says crack Cobain. Why can't I? Oh, I was about to be like, there is no. Okay.
Charlie said, that there was no such thing as hate speech. He obviously, no one anticipated what happened to Charlie,
Yeah,
but you have always been. Charlie said,
What?
That there was no such thing as hate speech. He obviously, no one anticipated what happened to Charlie,
Yeah,
but you have always been.
Don't. I have nothing to say. I hate him, but he's hilarious. Charlie Squirt. That's a very interesting. Yeah, I'm not saying anything. Let me refresh these pages though. Bro, what Brandon said about bring me fries, I'm like, damn. Like she started talking shit about Charlie Kirk, and then she got banned, and I'm like, damn, for like, bro, I feel like I just saw her in a chat the other day. I'm just like, damn, Twitch kind of, I don't know. Twitch be selective with their bannings. Banned on Twitch, yeah. Who? Bring me fries? That's her Twitch name. Don't even bring up that salty. But yeah, that was because he said that she was streaming and then she just like she said something and then got banned. That was that crazy. Yeah, I was shocked. I was shocked. I'm like, really? Like, okay, I haven't seen any other streams, but she looks like a nice person. I'm like, really? Like she just said that one thing and then she got like booted? That nigga got mega protection, right? Right. You can say things about certain groups, but people can say anything about black women. Yep. Yep, basically. You know, that was probably another reason because she's black. I don't know. Like who's watching? Like is there like one employee like per stream or whatever, like they just be watching everyone's streams like in the fucking headquarters or some shit, each person just watching, I don't know, watching, waiting for someone to slip up with one thing so they can ban. Or it could just be a viewer who snitched for no reason. Meanwhile, people be saying all sorts of racist shit on here and it goes unchecked. Exactly. That's why I was so shocked. I'm like that was another thing I was thinking, like, bro, like I don't really watch like a lot of streamers or a lot of big streamers. I mean I watch mainly like smaller streamers, but like I feel like I've heard shit about like, you know, a slur being accidentally said or whatever and like a big streamer's, you know, stream, yet they like, I don't know, tiny slap on the wrist, but then like I don't know. But yeah, like Twitch, like I said, like Twitch is very, seems very like selective on who they want to ban. My Twitch got banned real quick for saying a a, a bomb joke. Wait, hold on. Y'all see how they did Jimmy Kimmel? Joke on. Yeah, yeah, I heard about that. That's like, and it wasn't, and what he said wasn't even that bad. Like he was just pointing. He was just, okay. Well, let me chill. Please don't ban me. But like, I mean, I feel like it's. I mean, it's what he said, but like, it's just Donald Trump not like pointing out like, you know, the question that was being asked, like, so about Charlie Kirk, like, oh well, we, you know, we just built this shit, like, damn. Yeah, yeah. How's the weather? The weather is ass. It rained today, just like my eyes. Um, maybe someone at Twitch, yeah, at Kirkstam. Bro, it was like what I don't like. Okay, this is going to be really bad because I am 26, but I really do not be paying attention to, like, I know like to some extent I should, but just like not be heavily into it, but like I just don't really pay fucking attention. And like literally all I heard about Charlie Kirk was that he was a fucking Republican. That's literally all I knew about him. And I'm just like, and for a second I'm like, who? And then like, and I'm like, oh, all right. But yeah, I just don't be paying attention to anything in politics. So that's why like I don't know if there's a discussion about politics, I just don't be engaging. I just sit back and I just like listen. And like I know to some extent I should be because like I need to like see and hear what's happening in the world, you know, stay up with current events and shit, but it's just like I don't know. Yeah, time to, yeah. And but yeah, I just be forgetting because it's like here, literally all I do is I work, I stream, and I sleep. And when I'm on my phone or laptop, and like I don't watch TV, like I don't. Okay, maybe that's a big reason why I don't know what the fuck. I have a TV, but I don't watch TV, and I don't even like. I just have fucking apps and shit. I have that I don't know what that TV is called. Yeah, it's overwhelming trying to keep up with it all, but it is really important. Yeah. Yeah, that's my thing. Like I really do. I just need to figure out like how. Like I mean, I know there are lots of ways how, but I feel like the easiest way is just watching the news because that's what my parents do all the time, and I feel like I don't know. And like this sounds lazy as shit, but I don't like reading shit. Like just fucking tell me. Verbally say it so I don't have to read it. But that's I think that's just another another thing. Uh I want to stay more ignorant. This is making me depressed. Wow. Twitter should be better. Okay. Yeah, Twitter, yeah. I just need to keep up with at least something cuz I don't follow like any news shit. I don't think. You know, hmm. If anything, just scroll through my retweets. They're your news for today. All right, I'm gonna turn on your Actually, let me do it right now. I'm gonna turn on your post notification or your tweet notifications. My fault. Fuck, and then it refreshes. Bullshit. There we go. All right, there we go. I just did it. Okay, but yeah, that I need to yeah, really need to pay more attention to for sure. But all the other shit, like all the social media shit, I feel like I'm good with the amount of knowledge I have, even though like it's none. Like hearing about like Twitch streamers or whoever the fuck had sex with a minor, like I'm just like I don't know who the fuck that is. Like they're like, oh, part of phase. Oh, okay. I don't know who. I can't name one person from that group. Like I don't even know how many people are in it. Like that's how like so unassociated I am with shit like that. So and it's funny because like when I ask about it in like Brandon's chat and shit, and then everyone's like, how do you not know who this person is? Like, bro, I don't pay attention to like I don't know. It's just that small group of social media people that I actually pay attention to. I don't I don't be doing that. Like that's why like yeah, I don't be paying attention to anything. And then when YouTubers are talked about, like old YouTubers, I have no knowledge of old YouTubers because I didn't have real internet access. Like I didn't start watching YouTube until I was in high school. And even then, I was literally only watching one YouTuber because my childhood friend like watched a video of his with me. And I'm like, huh. Yeah, I literally only watched one YouTuber. And then I didn't really start expanding my YouTube watches until 2017. So I already missed like a lot of shit. uh, it's crazy. I'm only tapped in when it's talked about on stream. Outside of that, no idea. Yep, same. Same. That's another good thing about watching streams. Like, people just be bringing up shit that I don't know about, and then it's like, oh, I'm learning. My throat is fucked. That's why I like your stream. Oh, wait, about the politics shit. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Like, even as I start to like tap into it more, it's still not something I'm never going to talk about on stream, because it's just one of those topics where it's just like, I don't know. If you talk about politics like by a certain group of people, it's just gonna be, you know. Yes, I paused the video every time. Yeah, that's one of the things I will definitely not talk about. Like, I can talk about literally anything. Well, I don't know about anything, but I think right now politics is the only thing on that list. Like, one of like a list of things that I just don't talk about on here. Number one is definitely gonna be politics. I can't. I can't. It's just like, bro, imagine talking about politics on a first date. GG's. Hope you guys' day is better than mine's. It could have been better. It could have been better. Today was a day filled with a lot of mixed feelings and crying. So I'm good now. Had to go to the back of my job three different times to fucking cry. I haven't cried that much since I don't fucking remember. Oh wait, I last time I cried like that was when my stepdad yelled at me. I remember. New chat rule unlocked. You know what I mean? Do not talk about politics in here, please. I mean, I'll look at shit like how I just did with that tweet. Like, I'll look at shit politics related, but I just won't give any feedback. I just be like, okay, well, that's interesting, you know? But that's about it. But okay. And yeah, the video. Damn. Okay. So yeah. Oh yeah, we're watching Every Personality Disorder to explain. Yeah. Bro, this avoidance shit, I had to rewind this shit because like it was like almost every point was fucking me, man. Like I'm just like, damn, I feel that's me. I mean, I'm not gonna like diagnose myself having this disorder, but like I'm like, damn, I want to cry today, Beth, but you helped me with my day. I appreciate that. I'm really glad I streamed. I'm really glad I streamed. Definitely needed something positive today, and work was not it. So, but yes, I'm happy. I'm happy I streamed, and I'm happy you guys are here. Yeah, let me chill. I'm craving my cookies.
They avoid social interaction altogether. Unlike the schizoid person, they want connection. They just believe they'll be humiliated if they try. Even in close relationships, they may struggle to open up. Every interaction feels like a test they're destined to fail. Praise is questioned. Compliments are dismissed. They overanalyze everything they say or do, and loneliness becomes a painful constant, not because they choose it, but because they feel unworthy of anything else. They dream of connection, then retreat the moment it's offered. They live in a cage built not of bars, but of self-doubt, dependency. Think of someone who cannot make the smallest decision without.
That's literally why I say, like, the past few years, I think like the past like 5 years, whenever my mom would ask me like what I wanted for Christmas or my birthday, I would just say nothing. And then she's like, "Well, I gotta get you something." And I'm just like, I don't want anything because I feel like I don't deserve anything. And like I literally say that. I literally say that. Like I don't want any gifts because I don't deserve shit. That is definitely me. Yeah. And sometimes it is hard to open up to people because some people I've opened up to and then they like, I don't know. I'd ask them not to tell anyone and then they tell multiple people or at least one other person. And then it's like just goes around, and then now I just gotta like, I'm just more like, this is perfectly me. Wait, this is me perfectly describe my entire life, maybe since elementary. Oh yeah, me for sure, elementary school as well. Like I feel like, damn, like I can't trust like anyone, and then like then that's the one of the things that like, you know, cause like learning shit and experiencing shit at a young age really like builds up like the character like you're gonna be and like what you think. And so shit like that growing up makes you think like, uh damn, like who can I trust? But yeah, that was definitely me when, like, I know I shared before like the shit that my stepdad said to me when I was a kid, and then it actually like stuck with me growing up, and now I just feel like I'm a burden to everyone and everything. And yeah, still wish he didn't say that to 8-year-old me, but you know, life goes on. Can we watch Magic Mike? No. I already don't remember the rest of the video before this. I'm sorry. You were talking, it was like you said something like this this video is oddly satisfying because you're like taking psychology and shit. My
Help.
fault.
What to wear, what to eat, where to go. They constantly seek reassurance, approval, and direction from others. They avoid responsibility and defer major life choices to partners, parents, or friends. Their greatest fear is being alone, not just physically, but emotionally. They may
Isn't
tolerate
that with
abuse or
Channing Tatum?
mistreatment just to avoid abandonment. Their sense of self is often fused with whoever they're dependent on. They may jump from relationship to avoid being alone for even a moment. The idea of independence is terrifying. They'd rather be mistreated than left. Their lives become shaped by the needs and wants of others. Their opinions shift to match their companions. And when those companions disappear, it's like their identity vanishes with them. Even when they suffer, they can't imagine walking away, because being alone is worse than being unhappy. Obsessive
Damn.
compulsive personality disorder, OCPD. Unlike OCD, which involves intrusive thoughts and repetitive behaviors, OCPD is about personality, rigid, perfectionistic, and obsessed with control. These individuals often live by
Oh,
strict rules and moral
Bree!
code.
Bree, hi, Bree, hi, Bree, hi, Bree, hi. Hi, thank you for dropping in. Hi, Bree. I hope you're having an excellent night. It's good to see you again. Hi. Yes. But yeah, that I just forgot what I was talking about.
They hate delegating tasks because they believe only they can do it correctly. They may spend hours on minor details, rewriting a sentence, organizing papers, or cleaning already clean surfaces. They often struggle with flexibility, spontaneity, or emotional expression. Their work ethic can border on self-punishing. They might sacrifice friendships, family time, and even their own well-being for the sake of order. Emotions feel messy. Uncertainty feels dangerous. And so they cling to routine, even as life crumbles around them. Their need for control is not about dominance. It's about safety. In a world they can't
Okay, there are
predict,
7
they
cookies in
create
here.
one
Let me
they
see how
can,
many I'm gonna
even
eat.
if it isolates them. If you enjoyed this video,
Mm.
subscribe for similar ones and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the comment.
Bro, that. Wait, what's this? Every mental. Ooh, wait. Isn't that what this is? Actually, now I wanna hold on.
Messiah complex. It's a
Wait, every mental complex explained in 8 minutes. Damn! Fuck! Bro, I don't know if it's because I'm high or what, but like, damn, these like mental shits are really interesting tonight. What the fuck?
behavior pattern in which a person sees themselves as a savior, leader, or messianic figure. They often feel an intense need to be worshipped, followed, or revered by others, and they may believe they have a special destiny or a unique mission to save or transform others. This term can also be used to represent a mental state in which a person believes they are an actual messiah or prophet and will save or redeem people in a religious endeavor. The messiah complex can manifest in various contexts, from political and religious leaders to individuals in positions of authority or influence. Oedipus complex. It's a psychological theory developed by Sigmund Freud that suggests that during early childhood, around ages 3 to 6, a child feels a subconscious sexual attraction to the opposite sex parent and jealousy towards the same sex parent, seeing him or her as a rival. Freud believed this complex is a normal stage of development that most children eventually outgrow, resolving these feelings as they identify more with the same sex parent. This complex is named after the Greek myth of Oedipus, who unknowingly killed his father and married his mother. Peter Pan complex. This term is used to describe an older person whose emotional life has remained at an adolescent level, avoiding responsibilities and commitments, and preferring a more irresponsible and childish attitude. It takes its name from Peter Pan, who is known for his refusal to grow up and his desire to remain eternally young. People with this complex usually leave important decisions to others, exhibit dependent behaviors, both emotionally and economically, and have a low tolerance for frustration.
He said married
it's actually not recognized by the World Health Organization.
His mom.
It's not listed in the DSM-5, and it has a significant overlap with narcissistic personality disorder. Adonis complex. Also called muscle dysmorphia or vigorexia, it's a disorder in which the person is obsessed with their physical condition to unhealthy levels. People with this complex have a distorted view of themselves, seeing themselves as weak. It usually directly impacts their eating behavior and their physical activity levels, usually making them pretty extreme. It affects mostly men, particularly those involved in sports where body size or weight are competitive factors, becoming rationales to gain muscle or become leaner. In more severe cases, social relationships are abandoned, and every other aspect of life is neglected to focus on training. It's also possible that some of them start getting an exaggerated protein intake and start using anabolic steroids to increase their muscle mass. People with this complex may not seek help, thinking they're leading a healthy lifestyle. Jonah complex. It's the fear of success, and it obviously prevents self-actualization, keeping those who suffer from it tied to behavior patterns that limit them. Some causes of this complex can be the fear of leaving the comfort zone and breaking the routine, or even shyness, since developing our talents usually goes hand in hand with attracting the attention of others. They can also have feelings of guilt because they feel they do not deserve it, as well as the fear that their relationships will be strained if they achieve success because their friends and—
I'm so glad you asked, and I'm sorry I'm pausing. I got the I'm eating these, and when I went to the store on Tuesday, I got 2 of them because I be eating these in like one sitting when I'm high. When I'm not high, I eat like 1 at a time. Yes, the vanilla frosting, because I went to I was at Publix to pick up my prescription, so I'm like, let me just get some food. I didn't even get food. I just got food for when I'm high. Like I got more chips, and then I got more of these cookies. I got more Oreos and ice cream. Cairo, hi. Welcome back. Yes, and so when I was at Publix, they had only the white icing ones. I'm like, oh, they don't have the Halloween ones like Walmart, but good shit. You make me want those cookies, bro. They're so good, and I'm so glad. Like, bro, I remember when I was a kid. Like, it's funny how like I would eat certain things as a kid. These cookies being one of them. And I'm just like, man, I can't wait till I'm an adult and I can just go to the store and buy so many of these and I can eat them all when I'm home. And now look at me. I made it. I might get the pumpkin ones tomorrow. Really? Yes, the pumpkin ones are so cute. The pumpkin ones are so cute. And then I saw other ones like these, but like I think it was like orange, like just Halloween like colors. Isn't it just like orange and black? Yeah, welcome back, Cairo. We're just watching like I don't know. This is a very interesting path we're going down. We've just been watching like we started off what's the first video? Oh wait, the first video we watched was the kitchen deaths. The craziest damn kitchen deaths, and then after that we watched bro, I'm trying to think and there's just like a cloud in my brain. I forget the second one. I saw bits and pieces. Oh yeah, now we're just watching oh wait, you've been lurking, so I don't even need to say anything, never mind.
Family will react with jealousy. All of this also stems from the overwhelming sense of responsibility that could come with achieving success. Superiority complex. It's an unconscious mechanism in which a person exhibits attitudes of superiority to hide his or her own insecurities and feelings of inferiority. It usually manifests in an exaggerated belief in being exceptionally better than others, with inflated self-esteem and the conviction that everything they do, say, or believe is correct. This person tends to see others as inferior as a defense mechanism for his own shortcomings, and it can be associated with social withdrawal and daydreaming as ways to avoid facing the fear of failure. Inferiority complex. It consists of feeling inferior to other people without any rational reason, feeling that others are better, have more qualities, and more possibilities in everything. It may cause an individual to overcompensate in a number of ways. For example, a short person who feels inferior for that reason might wear special shoes to make himself appear taller or surround himself with individuals who are even shorter than he is. It may also cause an individual to be prone to flashy attitudes, with behaviors ranging from attention-seeking to excessive competitiveness and aggression in an attempt to compensate for their either real or imagined deficiencies. Superman complex. It's an unhealthy sense of responsibility, or the belief that everyone else lacks the capacity to successfully perform one or more tasks. Such a person may feel a constant need to save others, and in the process, takes on more work on their own. Othello syndrome. Also known as pathological jealousy, it's a delusional disorder in which the person suffering from it is firmly convinced that their partner is unfaithful without any rational reason to believe so. It usually comes with obsessive thoughts, with the affected people constantly thinking that their partner is being unfaithful and having controlling behaviors, such as constantly monitoring their partner's activities, checking their messages or contacts, and limiting their overall freedom. The name Othello syndrome comes from the character in Shakespeare's play Othello, who murders his wife as a result of a false belief that she has been unfaithful. Cinderella complex. It's a psychological term describing a woman's unconscious desire to be taken care of by others, like Cinderella being rescued by a prince. Women with this complex might feel unable to be independent or self-sufficient, often relying on others for support and decision-making, and may fear taking on adult responsibilities. The complex is said to become more apparent as a person grows older, and it might come from an education where a woman is expected to be beautiful, polite, and supportive of others, but fundamentally incapable of either taking care of herself or changing her situation through her own efforts. Instead, she is taught that she needs to be protected and taken care of by someone else, usually a man. Napoleon complex. This one refers to the aggressive attitude taken by some below-average height individuals who develop excessively dominant, ambitious, or aggressive behavior or personality to compensate for their perceived lack of height. This term is inspired by Napoleon Bonaparte, who was known for his relatively short stature but also for his excessive ambition and constant pursuit of power and military conquests. Even though the reality is that he was of average height among all men in France, he was just much shorter than the elite soldiers, aristocrats, and high officials that he met with.
Wait, how tall is the Shea Frost?
It's a psychological phenomenon that causes a person to seek recognition for heroism to unhealthy levels, such as by sneakily creating a harmful situation, which they can then resolve to be seen as a hero. Persecution complex. It's a psychological phenomenon in which a
5'4"?
person experiences the irrational and persistent belief that they are being persecuted, watched, or conspired against by others without any real evidence to support it. Those who suffer.
Fuck! Okay, wait, now. Damn! I stuttered like shit just now. Wow, okay. Give me... Oh. 5'4"? 5'7". 5'4", okay. He really is 5'4"? Damn! He a munchkin. Wait, it said, wait, where did it say 6 foot? Oh, pfft. I can confirm the Shade Frost is 6 foot. Okay, bro. Okay. I didn't even see that. I looked right past that shit. That's crazy. Oh, he fucking lied for the... He
suffer from this
clickbaited
complex
that.
often interpret the actions of others in a distorted way, attributing malicious or persecutory intentions to them. When a malicious intention is attributed to a person, they are treated with hostility, probably causing that same person to be more hostile too, in a self-fulfilling prophecy that reaffirms the beliefs of the person with the persecution complex. Persecution delusions are very diverse in terms of content and vary from the possible, although improbable, to the completely bizarre, and those who suffer from these types of delusions might take drastic measures to feel like they're protected, such as not leaving their houses to avoid being harmed. Guilt complex. It is characterized by intense feelings of responsibility and remorse for past actions perceived as negative, even though they might not have been caused by him or her. It sometimes even includes the persistent belief and fear that the person will do something wrong in the future. The person feels guilt persistently, even when there is no clear or logical reason to do so.
This is
They are
me.
excessively self-critical and think they are responsible for everything bad that happens. God complex.
That is so
A person with a God
me.
complex has extreme arrogance and a sense of superiority, and they may believe they are above their species
then
and other
Kara says,
species
yes,
on
it
Earth.
is. Oh my
They may
God.
refuse to admit the possibility of making a mistake or failing, even when faced with complex problems or difficult or impossible tasks. Additionally, they may consider their personal opinions as unquestionably correct, making them dogmatic and stubborn about their ideas. They believe the world revolves around them, lack empathy, and usually exhibit narcissistic personality disorder. Someone with a God complex may also exhibit no regard for the conventions and demands of society and may request special consideration or privileges. This complex is frequently found among business leaders, societal leaders, and political figures. Virgin complex. People with this complex feel that they cannot have a satisfying sexual relationship with someone they love deeply, as they perceive them as virginal or pure, while they can only feel sexual desire towards people they do not love, whom they perceive as impure. This obviously makes it difficult for them to integrate sexuality and love in a relationship. If you want to discuss this video or
Wait, how is he gonna slide that in the last 30 seconds? Wait a minute.
leaders, societal leaders, and political figures. Virgin complex. People with this complex feel that they cannot have a satisfying sexual relationship with someone they love deeply, as they perceive them as virginal or pure, while they can only feel sexual desire towards people they do not love, whom they perceive as impure.
I heard
This
somewhat
obviously
correctly.
makes it difficult for them to integrate sexuality and love in a relationship. If you want to discuss this video or suggest an idea for the next one, join my
virgin. That is crazy. I never would have guessed. Damn. Fuck. I wanna watch all of these. Oh, this is some bullshit. Wait, which one? Hold on. Every psychological effect explained. Completely wrong facts, everyone still believes. Every manipulation technique and how to combat it explained. Oh, this is bro, these are interesting. Okay, this one is a similar one that we already saw. Yeah. Damn, I don't know which one. This one looks interesting though. Damn. I'll add, okay, let me do this. Reacts for stream. Even though these are by different people, I'm actually curious on what they're
Gaslighting. Everyone's heard of gaslighting, but not every.
You said Virgin Horror Complex. Yeah. Bro, the bleep was like, I was like, what?
Gaslighting. Everyone's heard of gaslighting, but not everyone knows what it is and how they are being affected by it. Let me explain. Gaslighting is when someone messes with your sense of reality. It doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it's quiet, subtle, like someone just gently rewriting the story over and over until you start to wonder if you're the problem. You remember something clearly, and they tell you it never happened.
I know a gaslighter.
You try to explain how something made you feel, and they say you're being too sensitive, doing it not to disagree, but to make you question what's real. And over time, you start to believe them more than you believe yourself. That's what makes gaslighting so powerful. It doesn't come at you all at once. It's slow, one small moment at a time, one conversation, one look, one denial, and eventually you start second-guessing everything. Your memory, your emotions, your gut. It shows up in all kinds of relationships, romantic, family, even work. And it always follows the same pattern. Confusion, doubt, silence. Because if they can make you doubt your version of reality, it gets easier to control you. So what do? You get clear. You start writing things down. You trust how something made you feel, even if someone else tries to spin it. You don't need permission to believe your own experience. The more clearly you see what's happening, the harder it is for anyone to twist it. And once you stop explaining yourself to someone who's pretending not to understand, that's when you take your power back. Love bombing. This technique is less commonly known, but just as commonly used. Love bombing feels amazing, and that's exactly the problem. It starts with intensity. Not affection, not
wait, what
that's
is it?
Exactly the problem. It starts with intensity. Not affection, not care, intensity. You're suddenly the center of someone's world. They're obsessed with you. They say you're perfect. They talk about forever on the second date. There's constant texting, late-night calls, huge compliments, sudden gifts, and it all moves so fast you barely have time to breathe. It doesn't feel like getting to know someone. It feels like getting swept away. And for a moment, it's hard to see anything wrong with it. Because who doesn't want to be adored? But that's the point. Love bombing isn't about you. It's about creating a feeling, one that's hard to walk away from later. Because once you're hooked on the high, they change. They pull back. They go cold. You start wondering what you did to make it stop. You blame yourself for the shift, and you try to win back the version of them that never actually existed. The one who said all the right thing. Who knew exactly what you needed to hear. That version was the bait. This is how emotional control gets disguised as romance. It happens in toxic relationships, narcissistic dynamics, even trauma bonds. Love bombing isn't about love. It's about control, disguised as intensity, wrapped in flattery. So how do you protect yourself? You slow down. You ask questions. You look at their patterns, not their promises. Real connection takes time, space, and honesty. It grows quietly, not in a rush. If someone tries to build something serious before trust even has time to form, it's not love. It's a performance. And you don't owe anyone an encore. Guilt tripping. Guilt tripping is one of the most common and sneakiest ways people try to control you. And the thing is, it doesn't usually look like manipulation. It's not someone yelling or demanding. It's more like a sigh, a pause, a quiet little, well, after everything I've done for you. They don't come right out and say it, but suddenly you feel like you've let them down, like you should have known better, like saying no makes you selfish or cold or ungrateful. That's how guilt tripping works. It's not about what you actually did. It's about making you feel like you've failed in some invisible way. Even if you were just setting a boundary, even if you were doing what's right for you, it turns care into currency, and your kindness becomes a debt you're always trying to repay. The worst part? It works, especially if you're empathetic. You feel the tension, the silence, the disappointment, and before you know it, you're apologizing for something you didn't even do, or agreeing to something you never wanted. It shows up everywhere, in families, relationships, friend groups, and it always has the same goal. If I can't make you say yes, I'll make you feel bad for saying no. So how do you deal with it? You pause. You take a step back from the
I
guilt
keep saying
and ask
fuck,
yourself,
'cause,
did I
like,
actually do
damn, this
something
happened
wrong?
to
Or am I
me.
just being made to feel like I did? Real guilt comes from your own values. Manipulated guilt, that's someone else's control tactic. You're allowed to hold your boundary, even if someone else tries to punish you for it. Triangulation. Triangulation is what happens when someone pulls a third person into a conflict instead of talking to you directly, making a sort of
I'm being a
social
terrible
triangle.
person if
It doesn't
one
feel like an
person's
argument.
fine.
It feels like a side conversation you were never invited to. Suddenly, you're hearing things like, well, Sarah agrees with me, or everyone thinks you're
Fuck.
overthinking of talking to you directly. Mission
I
is to hold your
rewinded half.
boundary,
Fuck.
even if someone else tries to
Okay,
punish
let me
you
lock
for
in.
it. Triangulation. Triangulation
Triangulation.
is what happens when someone pulls a third person into a conflict instead of talking to you directly, making a sort of social triangle. It doesn't feel like an argument. It feels like a side conversation you were never invited to. Suddenly, you're hearing things like, well, Sarah agrees with me, or everyone thinks you're overreacting. That's not communication. That's strategy. Triangulation creates this dynamic where you're not just dealing with one person. You're now up against a whole invisible team. And because you're outnumbered, your voice starts to feel smaller. You start wondering if you're the one who's being difficult or dramatic or wrong. And that's the whole point. When someone triangulates, they're not trying to solve the problem. They're trying to win it by building alliances, by shifting the focus, by making it seem like you're the common denominator. This tactic shows up a lot in toxic family systems, like when a parent complains about one sibling to another instead of having a direct conversation. It also shows up in romantic relationships, especially when one partner tries to involve a friend, an ex, or even a therapist to validate their side. Suddenly, you're not just disagreeing with them, you're defending yourself against this whole narrative. And it's exhausting because you're not just dealing with the actual issue anymore. You're now being dragged into someone else's storyline, with someone else holding the pen. So how do you stop it? You pull the triangle apart. Say this: if you have a problem with me, talk to me, not about me. Keep things direct. Keep them simple. You don't need to defend yourself to a third party you never even spoke to. You get to set the tone for your own conversation. And if someone refuses to meet you there, you're allowed to step out of the triangle completely. White Knight. The White Knight looks like a hero on the surface. They show up with answers, with concern, with solutions you didn't ask for. At first, it feels like they're helping you, like someone finally understands what you're going through. But that's only the setup. Because in toxic dynamics, the White Knight doesn't just help with problems. They create the problem themselves, just so they can be the one to fix it. They stir up conflict behind the scenes. They chip away at your confidence, then comfort you when you start to fall apart. They'll tell you someone's turning on you, and then offer to protect you from the fallout. They build the fire, then show up with the hose. Why? Because being the savior gives them power. And if you didn't need saving, they wouldn't have a role to play. It's subtle. You don't always see it happening because it's wrapped in care and concern. But their support comes with strings. It's not about you getting stronger. It's about you staying broken just long enough to keep them relevant. And if you start growing, if you set boundaries or solve your own problems, they might withdraw or turn cold or flip the script entirely and make you feel like you're ungrateful for everything they've done. So how do you deal with it? Start noticing the pattern. Do they step up when things fall apart, or do they quietly push things toward falling apart just so they can step in? Real support helps you rise. A White Knight needs you on your knees. So take the help if it's genuine, but don't give up your power in the process. You don't need to be rescued. You just need room to stand on your own. The silent treatment. Silence can be peaceful. It can be calming, respectful, needed. But the silent treatment, that's something different. It's not a pause. It's a punishment. It's what happens when someone uses absence to control you. They don't yell. They don't explain. They just go quiet, cold, distant, unreachable. And they stay that way until you give in. The silent treatment isn't about space. It's about power. You'll find yourself replaying everything you said, wondering what you did wrong. You'll feel pressure to fix it, even though you're not sure what it is. And that uncertainty, that's what makes it work. Because when someone refuses to communicate, you're left guessing. And eventually, you stop focusing on your own needs and start focusing entirely on how to get them to engage again. You apologize just to end the silence. You bend, you soften, you tiptoe. Not because it's your fault, but because the quiet is unbearable. And for the person using it, that silence becomes a tool. It says, I control when this relationship feels safe. I control when you feel seen. And if I withdraw, you'll chase me. It can show up in romantic relationships, with friends, even at work, anywhere someone wants to win without having a conversation. So how do you deal with it? You stop chasing the noise. You name what's happening.
When I go quiet,
You
it just
say,
means
if you're
it just
upset,
means that I'm just
I'm open to
frustrated,
talking, but
or
I
I'm
won't be
upset.
punished with silence. And then you hold your ground. Because communication is a
'Cause when
two-way
I'm
street.
upset, I
And if
just don't
someone
feel like talking
refuses to
anymore.
speak unless they're being agreed with, they're not looking for connection. They're looking for control.
Breadcrumbing.
Breadcrumbing is when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you hooked, but never enough to actually move forward. They'll send a "hey" text every few days, react to your story, compliment you randomly, just enough to remind you they exist. But when it comes to making plans, showing up, or committing to anything real, it's always vague, always later, always just out of reach. It's like emotional clickbait. You keep checking in, hoping this time it'll be different, that maybe now they're finally ready to show up, but they're not. They're just dropping another crumb. The goal of breadcrumbing isn't connection, it's control. It keeps you emotionally invested while they stay unaccountable. You get stuck in a loop of anticipation and letdown. And even though you're not being treated well, it's hard to walk away because they never really end it either. They don't reject you, they just stall you. And that uncertainty keeps you hoping, waiting, checking your phone at 2 a.m. because maybe this time they'll actually follow through. Breadcrumbing can happen in dating, friendships, even professional relationships. And it's not always malicious. Sometimes people do it out of fear, insecurity, or just because they like the attention. But the result is the same. You're left in limbo while they keep all the power. So how do you deal with it? You stop chasing the trail. If someone's interest only shows up in flashes, if they always leave you guessing, you don't need to decode it. You just need to decide it's not enough. Consistency speaks louder than charm, and you deserve more than crumbs.
Respond.
The Darvo method. Darvo is one of the most disorienting manipulation tactics out there. And once you know what it is, you'll start seeing it everywhere. The term stands for deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. It's a psychological sleight of hand, a way for someone to flip the entire script the moment you try to hold them accountable. Here's how it plays out. You bring up something that hurt you, calmly, respectfully, just trying to talk. Step 1, they deny it. That never happened. You're making things up, or you're being way too dramatic. Then comes step 2. They attack you. They go after your tone, your timing, your past. Suddenly, it's not about what they did. It's about how you brought it up. And then comes the flip. They make themselves the victim. You're not the one who got hurt. They are. They're being attacked. They can't do anything right. They act like your honesty is cruelty. And now you're the one who has to explain yourself. That's Darvo. It's not just emotional manipulation, it's narrative control. It turns any conversation about harm into a performance where the person being called out gets to play the hero, the martyr, or the victim. And if you're on the receiving end, it can make you feel confused, ashamed, even guilty for speaking up. You start wondering if you were too harsh, if maybe you did come off wrong. You start defending your tone instead of your truth. So, how do you deal with it? First, don't take the bait. If the conversation suddenly becomes all about their pain, their suffering, their offense, pause. Return to your point. Stick to the facts. Say, I'm willing to talk about this, but not if the original issue keeps getting buried. Darvo works when it causes confusion. It fails when you stay clear. Because accountability isn't an attack, and truth isn't cruelty.
Oh my gosh. Fuck. Wait, what's... Fuck. Wait, what did that one video say? I gotta take some accountability.
When you stay clear. Because accountability...
Bro, taking accountability is one of the first... Well, depending on the situation. I mean, like... I do take a lot of accountability. I forgot what I was gonna say before that. Yeah, I feel like, bro, I feel like there's like a cloud in my head. I forgot what I was gonna fucking say. But actually, Yeah, I do have to take accountability, but the, their tone. There was oh wait, it was this one. Damn, these are I like these videos. I like these videos. This is like kind of like a weird break from like all the true crime. Everyday habits that are actually signs of low intelligence. I feel like I'm going to relate to a lot of these. But like at least 4 of them people. Wait, I gotta take some accountability, but like at least 4 people. Uh yeah. That breadcrumbing shit, oh my god, I can literally look at the screenshots and it's there. That's crazy though. I could relate too. Heavily. I'm like, damn, like, these people did this to me? And like, I don't know. Honestly, what the silent treatment thing, uh, like what it, hold on. But what it was saying about like giving the silent treatment, like so they can have control and shit. Bro, low key, I be trying to do that. I mean, I don't think I've done it. I tried doing it recently. But like sometimes like I know and like when I was younger too, I try to give like this silent treatment so that they'd be annoyed and then like be like, okay, what's wrong or like whatever. But it don't be working though. It wouldn't work. If I give the silent treatment to someone, then it's just kind of like normal now because it's like I don't talk to people anyway. So giving the silent treatment doesn't seem any different, honestly. But sometimes I do try to be doing that, not to have control, just like for them to take notice that I'm upset. I'm guilty of all these in high school. Oh, really? The psychological type of content is a great break from true crime. Yes, yes, I'm enjoying this because it's like true crime. It really is interesting, but it's just like I don't know, especially since like we've been watching a lot of it. It's just like really makes the mood depressing, and it's like, and then once you're done with the video, you're just like the mood is just kind of just weird. So it's just like, okay, so what do we do now? Uh, I'm a changed man. Amen. I do it and realize no one cares about me enough to care about all of that. Kiki, that's I feel the exact same way. It's like, well, damn, they really don't give a fuck about me then. Cause I be observing shit, and then like, it's just I don't know. Like I be observing, and then it's like, um, I can tell when someone's like upset or something, and then I try to ask what's wrong. Well, I only ask what's wrong if it seems like they're upset. If I like well, one, if I can actually sense that that they're um that they're upset, but like if I can, it really depends on whether or not like I care enough. But like if I like sense that someone's like someone I care about is upset, then like I kind of pick that up a little bit. Like I remember one time I could tell that someone was upset just like with how they texted. Cause I don't know. It's like sometimes, and I mean, and I don't, and like, I feel like that's the only sense, like the only mood sense of text that I can actually read. And I do get it wrong sometimes. Someone could say something like trying to say it in an exciting tone, and I think they're sad about it. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I used to be really into true crime to the point where I became desensitized. Like, I'm too high for this. I think I know what you mean. I just realized that manipulation don't work on me because I'm used to it, so I just don't care. Damn. I just realized that my timer is still going and I need to take that off. During the video, I realized that my phone died. so I had to charge it. Low intelligence.
Magical thinking. Some people live their lives as if luck is running the show. They wear the same lucky socks to every test, avoid walking under ladders, or believe a certain color brings them money. It feels harmless, even kind of funny, but it's actually a sign of low critical thinking. Instead of looking at real cause and effect, magical thinking relies on superstition. Psychologists say this comes from the brain confusing coincidence with patterns. Maybe once you wore those socks and something good happened, and now your brain links the two forever. Smarter minds pause and ask, what's the actual evidence here? Lower intelligence skips that step and builds habits out of pure belief. Depending on charms and hunches to guide your choices might make life feel easier, but it also means you're not really using logic. In the end, the universe isn't rigged to your sock choices. Chronic sleep neglect. You tell yourself you're fine on 4 hours of sleep. Maybe you brag about it. Maybe you scroll on your phone until 3 a.m. and then crawl out of bed like a zombie.
Damn!
Skipping sleep doesn't make you tough. It makes you slower. Research shows that lack of sleep damages memory, attention, and decision-making. In fact, after a night without rest, your brain works about as well as if you were drunk. Smarter people know their brain is their most important tool, so they guard their sleep like gold. Lower intelligence often shows up in the form of treating rest like it's optional, then wondering why nothing gets done the next day. If you're constantly sacrificing sleep for no good reason, it's not genius, it's self-sabotage. Because at the end of the day, running on an empty tank doesn't make you powerful. Avoiding time alone. Some people just cannot stand silence. If the TV isn't on, the music's not playing, or friends aren't around, they start to panic. Being alone with their own thoughts feels unbearable, so they constantly fill the space with noise and distractions. The problem? That habit can signal low intelligence. Smart people usually use alone time to think, reflect, and solve problems. But if you always need background noise or company, it might mean there's not much happening upstairs when things get quiet. Psychologists say that intelligent minds often prefer solitude because it gives them room to process ideas. Lower intelligence, on the other hand, looks for constant stimulation to avoid boredom. If you can't sit with yourself for even a few minutes without reaching for a screen or calling someone, it's not because you're social. It might just mean your brain struggles when it's finally asked to do the heavy lifting. Although this has been heavily skewed in recent years due to people's ability to fill every silence with their phones. Living on small talk. Some people can talk for hours without saying anything. It's always about the weather, the traffic, or what they had for lunch. Sure, a little small talk is normal, but if that's the only conversation you ever have, it can be a red flag. Intelligent people usually crave deeper discussions, ideas, questions, possibilities. Sticking only to surface-level chatter often signals a lack of curiosity or critical thinking. Psychologists call it low need for cognition, basically, not enjoying effortful thought. And while chatting about the rain is fine as an icebreaker, never moving past it makes you look shallow. If your best line at a party is, "Wow, can you believe it's already Friday?" and you have nothing else to add, you're just filling silence. Smart people see small talk as a door. Confidence without content. You've
Hi,
probably met someone
Sodi.
who talks
Hi,
like they're the smartest
Sodi.
person in the room. But the
Thank
moment
you for
you listen
dropping in. I hope
closely,
we're having a
there's
great
nothing there.
night.
They speak
Oh, it's
loudly,
like midnight.
interrupt others, and explain things they don't actually understand. This is a classic sign of low intelligence. Real smart people ask questions, admit when they don't know something, and try to learn. But lower intelligence often hides behind confidence, using tone and volume instead of substance. Psychologists call this the Dunning-Kruger effect. People who know the least often think they know the most. So, while they're busy lecturing everyone on topics they barely understand, sharper minds are quietly analyzing and actually learning, blindly following instructions.
Someone
Some
that's getting
people will
praised
do
recently.
exactly what the manual says, even when it makes no sense.
Yep.
If the IKEA guide shows a screw going into thin air, they'll still try to force it. If a recipe says, bake for 20 minutes, but the food is clearly raw, they'll eat it anyway. This isn't discipline. It's a lack of critical thinking. Smarter minds test, adapt, and improvise when things don't add up. Lower intelligence sticks to the page, even if it leads off a cliff. Studies point out that low IQ often comes with rigid thinking, an inability to adjust when reality doesn't match the plan. Instructions are supposed to guide you, not replace your brain.
Falling for conspiracies and superstitions. Some people truly believe the Earth is flat, vaccines have microchips, or that their bad day happened because of a planet's position in the sky. This isn't open-mindedness. It's low critical thinking. Conspiracies and superstitions are comforting because they give simple answers to complicated problems. Instead of digging for facts, people accept the first explanation that feels exciting or dramatic. This is called a mental shortcut. The brain is lazy, so it prefers easy stories over messy truths. Smarter minds question and double-check before believing. Lower intelligence tends to say, well, I saw it online, so it must be true. The problem is that superstition and conspiracy thinking stop people from solving real issues. Rigid thinking. Some people treat their routines and beliefs like stone tablets that can never be changed. If something new comes along, whether it's a better way to work, a new piece of technology, or even just a different opinion, they shut it down instantly. This kind of my way or nothing attitude is often a sign of low intelligence. Smart people can adapt. They ask questions, try things out, and adjust when the facts change.
Why is he
But
barefoot?
rigid thinkers cling to the old way just because it's familiar. Psychologists say this comes from mental inflexibility, an inability to handle uncertainty or complexity. Life is full of surprises, and if your brain can't bend, it breaks. If your first response to every change is, "That's not how we do things," you're not proving you're wise, you're proving you're stuck. Always seeking instant gratification. Some people just can't wait. If they want a snack, they grab junk food instead of cooking. If they want something new, they buy it on credit instead of saving. If work feels boring, they drop it for a quick scroll on their phone. This constant need for instant rewards is a classic sign of low intelligence. Smarter minds are better at delaying gratification. They can push through discomfort now to get something better later. But lower intelligence struggles with patience and long-term planning. Psychologists have shown in studies with now to get something better later. But lower intelligence struggles with patience and long-term planning. Psychologists have shown in studies, like the famous marshmallow test, that kids who couldn't wait often grew up to have more problems with school, money, and health. If you're always chasing the quickest fix, it doesn't mean you're living well. It means you're living short-sighted. Real brain power is knowing that the best rewards take time.
Poor listening habits. We've all talked to someone who never really listens. They interrupt,
Oh, wait,
talk
just
over
kidding.
you,
Well,
or nod
sometimes.
while clearly waiting for their turn to speak. This isn't just bad manners. It can be a sign of low intelligence. Listening is more than hearing words. It's about processing ideas and understanding perspectives.
Oh, wait,
Smarter
just kidding. This
people
isn't me. I
know they
do
can learn
that.
something new from almost anyone, so they pay attention. But lower intelligence often shows up as impatience.
I mean, to be fair, when it's like, I feel like I've gotten better at it, but if it's like, I feel like the only time like I wouldn't like really pay attention to what they're saying and focus what I have to say is when like, I don't know, I'm talking to a person and we're both talking excitedly about something and I'm just like, but what about this? Like I want to say it too, but then they want to talk, so I'm just like, let me say what I have to say. I don't think that makes sense. But I do like that's one of the biggest things I do. Like I like to like if there's like two different sides of something, I want to hear both sides so I have like equal understanding and equal perspective before I have an opinion on it. So yeah, that's why like if I hear a story between two people and it's like one person shares their side, I'd like to see the other person share their side. So, you know, yeah, I'm just yapping.
Or the assumption that they already know everything worth saying. There is a link between poor listening and weak comprehension skills. When the brain struggles to follow complex thoughts, it tunes out instead. If you constantly cut people off or forget what they just said, you're not proving you're quick. You're proving your brain isn't keeping up.
Yeah.
Listening is one of the simplest ways to grow, and refusing to do it shows you're not interested in growth at all. Dismissing new ideas instantly. You probably know someone who says, "That's dumb," or "That'll never work," the moment they hear something new. They don't ask questions.
I'm too
They don't think it
high.
over. They just shut it down. This knee-jerk reaction is
I feel
often
like
a
I'm
sign
doing
of
good. I
low
feel like
intelligence.
I'm doing good. I don't
Smarter
think I'm too
people
high.
keep an open mind. They may not accept every idea, but they at least consider the possibilities before deciding. Lower intelligence, on the other hand, avoids the effort of thinking and chooses the easy route, rejection. Excessive TV and doom scrolling. There's nothing wrong with relaxing and watching a show or checking your feed, but when hours slip away every single day, it can be a sign of low intelligence. Smart people usually balance entertainment with learning, creating, or problem-solving.
Hell no.
Lower intelligence often shows up as endless passive consumption, letting the brain rot instead of using it. Science warns that constant scrolling trains your mind to crave short bursts of dopamine, making it harder to focus on deeper tasks. Instead of reading a book, learning a skill, or having a real conversation, you end up trapped in an endless loop of clips, memes, and reruns. The more time you spend zoning out, the less energy your brain
What if I'm
has
using
for
my
growth.
brain
If your
to
main
constantly
daily achievement
scroll?
is finishing a season or finishing your For You page, you're on
That's a
mental
great question,
autopilot,
though.
blindly following trends. Think
Oh,
about that
that-
one friend who changes their whole
Voodoo
personality
doll,
every time a
whatever the
new
fuck
trend
it's-
comes along. One month, they're wearing Nike because TikTok said so. The next, they're suddenly obsessed with Adidas. And last week, they were filming themselves dancing in a grocery store for no reason. They never stop to ask if they actually like these things. They just copy what everyone else is doing. This isn't creativity, it's a lack of critical thinking. Smarter people pause and ask, does this trend even make sense? Do I want it, or am I just copying? But lower intelligence thrives on going with the herd. It's called the herd mentality, following others to feel safe. If your entire identity changes with whatever's trending, try to change it.
Wow.
Bro on the game. We've all got that one friend
Bro
who's
on the
always
game.
on the game, but somehow still terrible at it. He's online every night, headset on, but when the match starts, he misses every shot, forgets the objectives, and blames lag for everything. Spending hours playing doesn't make you skilled. It just shows how little you're actually learning. Smarter players pick up patterns, adapt strategies, and improve over time. But your buddy is stuck at level 1, repeating the same mistakes like it's muscle memory. If the game keeps teaching you lessons and you keep ignoring them, that's not dedication. It's proof
Wait,
you're
hold on, hold
teaching
on.
you
Chris artistry, I'd hope so. It's literally a FPS accuracy. And power when shooting art also influences by things such as how long you aim if you actually do that before firing. Damn! Like, cooked you twice. South Park had an episode on Labubu's. Oh, that's what they were called. I called them voodoo dolls earlier. I don't know what, I couldn't think of it. I didn't even know South Park was still going. I'm shooketh. Ew, why did I say it like that? But I didn't know they were still
lessons
going.
and you keep ignoring them. That's not dedication. It's proof your friend's got a monkey brain.
Wait.
Keep ignoring them. That's not.
I'm not gonna fucking click on the video. I just want to see school. Wait, everything school should have taught you. Mirrors, onions, your voice, face ID, credit score, currency, investing. Yep, value, Bluetooth, caffeine, yawning, tax, banks, interest, inflation, scammer, inventor, pre-gamer. Oh wait, no, pro-gamer. Lawsuit, lottery, breakfast, camels. What, that broke the camel's back or some shit? Only 5 senses. Pee on jellyfish. Politician, drug deals, investors, online. What? Chameleon, night vision, blue blood, sleepwalker. They almost have 30 seasons. School doesn't teach shit. Yeah. Like, we don't. Like, damn. Like, schools did not prepare people on how to live. Now, what did I put? Damn, every gut feeling you shouldn't ignore. Okay. Fuck, I don't know what to click. Wait, what did I put? Wait. Everyday habits that are signs of high intelligence. South Park started in 97. An insane rabbit
Number
hole.
1.
Yes.
Fluent at swearing. Have you ever had a colleague who, while others are struggling to find the right words in a conversation, he is painting masterpieces with
Actually, we don't. We could just see. Let's just skim through. Rapid keyboard shortcut adoption. Oh, like Control-C-V type shit. Emotional intelligence. Okay, hold on. Let's hear this part.
how you manage to read all those books next to your bed every time they come over to see you. You have romance next to sci-fi books, thrillers
Bitch, this
beside
wasn't the
literary
one?
fiction, fantasy wedged between memoirs.
Wait. What? Hold on. Bro, then what the fuck did I read when I was exited out of here? Oh wait. It said, it's in here. Wait, no. What do you say about emotional intelligence? What?
Each genre exercises different parts of your brain. Romance novels boost your emotional intelligence and social cognition. Science fiction
August
stretches your
13,
abstract thinking and
1997?
possibility processing. Mystery novels sharpen your logical deduction and pattern recognition.
That means
It's like
I'm
having
smart.
a personal trainer for your
fluent.
mind. But instead of bicep curls,
swearing?
you're doing empathy reps and imagination stretches. And this doesn't apply to books only. People who enjoy weird combinations of music and videos also have these traits. Dr. Keith Oatley's research at the University of Toronto found that people who read diverse fiction score significantly higher on
I was
empathy
watching this
tests and
history
social
version of
understanding.
these, like,
Your
most
brain
evil
becomes a
people
master
and embarrassing
simulator,
ruler deaths.
experiencing thousands of different
was really
perspectives, cultures,
interesting.
and emotional situations.
Yeah, these are
Reading only
interesting.
one genre is like eating only one food group. Reading across genres gives your brain complete cognitive nutrition. When you jump from a historical drama to a space opera, your brain performs incredible mental flexibility. It switches linguistic patterns, adjusts emotional frameworks, and recalibrates its reality processing system. That eclectic bookshelf isn't random taste. It's strategic intelligence gathering. Number 4. Playing with analogies and puns. Do you ever find yourself in a situation where you can't help but see puns everywhere? For example, when you see a broken elevator and think, it used to give uplifting experience, but it has had its ups and downs. Your brain constantly connects completely unrelated concepts and somehow makes them make sense.
Oh my gosh, when random words make me think of
your
songs.
Mind's ability to juggle multiple meanings, contexts, and conceptual frameworks at once. When you make a pun, you're not just being clever. You're demonstrating that your brain can hold two completely different interpretations of the same information simultaneously. That's not normal. That's advanced cognitive architecture. People who naturally created analogies and wordplay show enhanced divergent thinking, the ability to generate creative solutions by connecting distant ideas. When you say, that meeting was like a slow-motion car crash, your brain instantaneously maps the emotional experience of tedious frustration onto the visual concept of inevitable disaster. Dr. John Kunios at Drexel University discovered that people who enjoy wordplay show increased activity in brain regions associated with insight and creative problem-solving. Your pun-making brain is constantly practicing the mental flexibility needed for innovation and breakthrough thinking. This isn't just being silly or showing off. Your brain that finds humor in language patterns is the same brain that finds creative solutions to complex problems. You're essentially doing mental calisthenics every time you make a pun, keeping your cognitive connections flexible and your pattern recognition skills sharp. Number 5. Preference for solitude. Are you that person when others need constant social stimulation? You actually crave alone time. Immediately after class or group discussion, everyone else is out networking, socializing, but you're at home, reading or thinking about the next class. Your friends don't get it. They think you're antisocial, shy, maybe even broken. But you're not avoiding people because you don't like them. You're avoiding them because you understand them. Psychologist Hans Eysenck discovered that highly intelligent people often show more introverted tendencies, not because they dislike people, but because their brains process information differently. Your mind might be like a high-performance computer that works best without too many programs running simultaneously. Social situations, while enjoyable, require significant cognitive resources, monitoring conversations, reading facial expressions, managing social dynamics. Dr. Satoshi Kanazawa's research found that highly intelligent people report lower life satisfaction when they socialize frequently, unlike their less intelligent counterparts. It's not that you're antisocial, it's that your brain has different optimization requirements, like a sports car that performs best on an open highway rather than stop-and-go traffic. Solitude gives your brain space to engage in what psychologists call deliberate practice, deep focused thinking that builds expertise and generates insights. That preference for solo dinners, lone walks, or quiet evenings isn't a personality flaw. It's your intelligent brain knowing what it needs to function at its highest level. Number 6.
Oh yeah, that's definitely
asking
me.
whys more than what.
I just have
Your
a social
brain is always
battery.
asking why when someone tells a fact. Most people ask what happened and they get satisfied, but your brain can't take that. It doesn't just collect facts. It hunts for the story behind the story, the cause behind the effect, the reason behind the reason. This isn't just curiosity. It's a fundamentally different approach to information processing. While others are collecting data, you're building understanding. You don't just want to know that something is true. You want to know why it's true, what makes it true, what happens if it stops being true. This why-seeking behavior is what psychologists call causal reasoning, and it's a hallmark of higher-order thinking. Your brain isn't satisfied with surface information. It wants to understand the machinery underneath. Children ask why constantly because their brains are building causal maps of reality. Your brain kept that childlike curiosity supercharged with adult analytical power. A study at MIT found that people who naturally ask why questions show enhanced metacognitive abilities. They think about thinking itself. Your brain doesn't just process information. It processes how information connects, why connections exist, and what those connections might predict. This isn't about being skeptical. It's your intelligent brain mapping the hidden architecture of reality.
Oh, okay.
Number 7. Tab hoarding. Your browser looks like a digital explosion.
99.9%
Dozens of
of
tabs
the
spread
time.
across multiple windows like a constellation of unfinished thoughts. Your friends joke about your tab addiction. They mistake this for ADHD.
Damn, so I only
they see
drink
scattered attention and
0.01%
inability to focus
of
on
the
one
time?
thing. They don't
Like,
see the sophisticated
rarely?
information management system you've created. They see chaos. But you see a carefully curated collection of intellectual ammunition. Think of your tabs like a master chef's mise en place. Everything within reach. Organized chaos that only makes sense to the person who created it. Each tab represents a thread of thought, a connection waiting to be made,
I
or
hate the taste
information
of
your
alcohol.
brain flagged
Oh,
as
good
potentially valuable. Nobel laureate Herbert Simon described this as satisficing. Your
Oh, yeah,
brain creating quick
0.1%.
access to information rather than
0.01.
wasting cognitive energy
I'm
trying
dumb.
to remember everything. Your 47 open tabs aren't digital hoarding. They're breadcrumbs in your intellectual forest.
Oh,
That
only
article about quantum
celebrations?
computing sits next to a YouTube video about ancient Roman
Hmm.
concrete because your brain spotted a connection between durability and quantum coherence that others might miss. It's like having a personalized library where every book is open to exactly the page you need. Your tab collection might look like digital attention deficit disorder, but it's actually your highly intelligent brain refusing to lose potentially valuable connections. You're not distracted.
I do
You're
that
maintaining access to the
sometimes.
raw materials of innovation.
well, I do
Number
that
8,
a lot.
Rabbit Hole Ranger. One innocent click about why flamingos are pink suddenly transforms into a 6-hour expedition through aquatic biology and the mating rituals of crustaceans. Welcome to the rabbit hole, where your brain's insatiable curiosity takes you on adventures that others call getting distracted,
Bro, like
but scientists call
this.
intellectual exploration. This isn't random
So
wandering.
Beth
It's
and
your brain
sometimes-
following what researchers term semantic networks, the invisible threads that
Damn, this
connect
is
all
exactly
knowledge.
what's
Like
happening.
a master detective following clues, your mind spots connections. The flamingo question led to aquatic life, which connected to climate change, which brought you to sustainable technology, and suddenly you're designing a theoretical water purification system in your head. Leonardo da Vinci was the ultimate rabbit hole ranger. His notebooks jump from human anatomy to bird flight to military engineering to water flow patterns. His contemporaries probably thought he had the medieval equivalent of ADHD, but those seemingly random explorations created one of history's most innovative minds. Neuroscientist Dr. Marcus Rachel discovered that highly intelligent brains show increased activity in the default mode network during rest periods. This network is constantly making unexpected
I learned to
connections,
stop doing this
which
because
explains
I'll be
why
in
your
an
random internet journey
insane
often leads to
rabbit
genuine
hole.
insights.
Wow.
Your rabbit hole expeditions aren't attention
Oh
deficits.
yeah, this
They're intellectual adventures.
is definitely an insane.
Your brain is
rabbit
doing what
hole.
great thinkers have always done, following curiosity wherever it leads, trusting that the journey will yield unexpected treasures. Number 9. Routine resistance. Do you ever have tough times following a schedule? Rigid schedules feel like intellectual straitjackets. You've tried the productivity systems, the time-blocking methods, the perfectly organized calendars, but your brain rebels against the structure like a wild horse refusing a bridle. This isn't poor self-discipline. It's your highly adaptive intelligence recognizing that innovation rarely happens on schedule. The corporate world worships routine, but history's greatest thinkers operated more like jazz musicians than factory workers. They followed inspiration rather than rigid schedules, understanding that breakthrough moments don't clock in at 9 a.m. Einstein took daily walks without any predetermined route, letting his mind wander until insights emerged. His greatest discoveries came during these unstructured wanderings, not during scheduled thinking time. Your routine resistance stems from what psychologists call openness to experience, a personality trait strongly correlated with intelligence and creativity. Your brain craves novelty and spontaneity because it recognizes that new experiences create new neural pathways. Each unexpected moment is an opportunity for your mind to forge innovative connections. When you abandon your carefully planned morning routine because you suddenly became fascinated by an article about mycorrhizal networks, that's not poor self-control. That's your brain recognizing a learning opportunity and prioritizing an intellectual growth over artificial structure. Don't mistake your
I ran
routine
into my
resistance for ADHD. It's your
psychological
intelligent
rabbit
brain
hole right now.
refusing to be constrained by systems designed for less adaptable minds. Number 10. Interest-driven performance. When something captures your interest, you become unstoppable, diving deep, mastering complexities, and achieving remarkable results with seemingly effortless focus. But when forced to engage with boring or routine tasks, your performance plummets and you struggle to maintain even basic attention. This dramatic performance variation isn't inconsistency. It's your intelligent brain operating according to its optimal engagement patterns. Psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi discovered that peak performance occurs when
One
challenge
time,
level
I went
matches skill
into
level
an
and when the
insane
activity provides intrinsic
Wikipedia
motivation.
rabbit
Your brain
hole on
performs
serial
extraordinarily
killers.
well when it encounters genuinely interesting problems because interest signals to your neural systems that this information is
For, like,
valuable and worth
hours.
significant cognitive investment. Your interest-driven performance reflects what researchers call intrinsic motivation, engagement driven by internal satisfaction rather than external rewards. When you encounter something genuinely fascinating, your brain releases dopamine and other neurochemicals that enhance focus,
Oh, hey,
memory
Lone Wolf.
formation,
What's
and
good?
creative
What's
thinking.
good?
You're not trying to focus.
Thank you so
Your
much
brain is
for
naturally
dropping in. I hope
allocating
we're having
maximum
a nice
resources to
night.
the task. The educational system, unfortunately, wasn't designed for brains that operate this way. Traditional schooling assumes that external motivation,
my sleep
grades
schedule
and deadlines, should be sufficient to
several
maintain
times.
attention across all subjects. But highly intelligent individuals often need
Right.
intellectual stimulation and access their full cognitive capacity. Einstein struggled with rote memorization,
Yeah, a lot of
but
thinking
excelled when
just
exploring theoretical physics. Your performance
fucks up the
variations aren't
sleeping.
signs of ADHD. They're evidence of a sophisticated brain that knows the difference between busy work and meaningful intellectual engagement. Number 11. Idea avalanche. Your mind generates ideas faster than you can capture them. Random insights during conversations, solution concepts while showering. You carry notebooks, voice memos, and note-taking apps, but you still lose brilliant thoughts to the relentless flow of new ones. This isn't mental chaos. It's your highly creative brain operating in overdrive. Neuroscientist Dr. Nancy Andreasen studied creative individuals and found that their brains show increased activity in regions associated with idea generation and reduced activity in areas responsible for filtering and inhibition. Essentially, your brain has loosened the gates that normally restrict idea flow, allowing for more innovative but less filtered thinking. Think of your mind like a natural spring that's been tapped into an underground river of creativity. Most people's mental springs produce a steady, manageable trickle of ideas. Yours has access to a much larger creative reservoir, resulting in a flood of possibilities that can be both exhilarating and overwhelming. The challenge isn't generating ideas. You have more than you know what to do with. The challenge is idea management. Sorting, prioritizing, and capturing the truly valuable insights before they're swept away by the next wave
Maybe
of
I
creative
don't have
thoughts.
ADHD.
Your rapid
Maybe
idea
I'm a
generation
genius.
reflects something called divergent
Maybe.
thinking. The ADHD confusion comes from the rapid topic changes and difficulty sticking with single concepts for extended periods. But this isn't an attention deficit. Your brain is so good at making connections and generating possibilities that it can be hard to slow down long enough to develop individual ideas fully. Number 12. Productive procrastination. You've got a major presentation due, but instead of working on it, you're reorganizing your entire digital
I
photo
was thinking of
library,
procrastination.
deep cleaning your keyboard, and researching the optimal brewing temperature for coffee. Everyone calls it procrastination, but your brain might be engaging in something far more sophisticated. Adam Grant's research at Wharton revealed that moderate pygnodoid procrastinators are more creative than both immediate action takers and severe procrastinators. The key lies in what happens during that delay period. Your brain isn't shutting down. It's working on the problem in the background while your conscious
We're all
mind tackles
geniuses.
smaller, manageable tasks. The genius lies in your task
That's still
selection during
procrastination.
procrastination. You're not watching mindless television or scrolling social media aimlessly. You're choosing activities that provide mild satisfaction and completion
I mean,
while keeping your mind engaged but not overwhelmed. It's like giving your creative
I don't know.
processes the perfect environment to flourish.
we're
Your
all
productive
geniuses then,
procrastination
though.
isn't
Like
attention
Wing
deficit.
said type
It's your
shit.
intelligent brain creating optimal conditions for creative problem solving. Those seemingly random tasks aren't distractions. They're the fertile ground where your best ideas grow.
Wait, hold on.
Attention deficit.
Fuck.
It's
I wanted to see the last two.
your intelligent brain creating
say?
optimal conditions for creative problem solving. Those seemingly random tasks aren't
Creepy ways talking to yourself distorts your intelligence. I learned that you keep overthinking because you keep feeding those thoughts, and you stop overthinking by feeding it and let it starve. I need to do that. Fuck. I don't know. Wait, let me go. Let's watch this. Okay. Two.
You hatch from an egg after your mom laid a cluster of them on the side of a leaf a couple of weeks ago. You quickly climb out of the eggshell and begin walking across the leaf surface. Your first task is to get some food, so that you'll have energy in case anything tries to eat you. While walking down the stem, you bump into another hatchling that's climbing the same direction. The two of you shove past each other and continue without fighting. Then, You spot an aphid sucking sap on another stem. You approach and lunge at it with all your strength but miss. The aphid drops off the plant and escapes. You stumble forward with your beak still extended and nearly fall off the stem yourself. Even though you can strike, you don't yet know how to kill properly. Nearby, one of your siblings successfully spears an aphid and begins to feed. The instinct to steal kicks in and you start to approach. You creep closer, waiting for the right angle. The sibling changes its position, lifting the aphid up. You use that moment and crawl behind it, ready to steal. While it is focused on feeding, you lunge and pierce the aphid with your beak. You quickly wrestle it free and back away with the prey. Your sibling jerks around, confused, looking upward as if something flew down and stole it. Then, another sibling notices and moves toward you, curious about what you're holding. You clutch the aphid tighter and sprint up a stem, keeping the distance between you. But before you can fully retreat, you see the first sibling, the one you stole from, crash out on the other one. It lunges at it, punctures its head, and begins to drink. The victim kicks once and goes still while the blood is drained from its body. You don't wait around. You crawl further onto the leaf, clutching your first stolen meal. You pierce it yourself and suck out the fluids until nothing is left. For now, you've learned how to steal. But that won't be enough to survive. You'll need to learn how to hunt. Skip forward a bit, and you're 2 weeks old now. You've left the area where you've been born behind, and you've ventured further to avoid competition with your siblings. Ahead of you, you spot a long column of leafcutter ants marching forward. Each one of them carries a bright green leaf above in its jaws. You walk up closer with your beak lowered and lunge at an ant that wasn't near the group. You pierce its head and it stiffens instantly, so you toss it aside and go for another one. You approach it from behind and stab it, killing it quickly. Then you drag it under a leaf where you feed and suck the body empty. But the ants don't stop coming. More of them keep walking up, hoping to cut leaves from this area. You lunge at a third one and stab it through the abdomen, flipping it onto its back. Then the others notice. They instantly drop their leaves and start running towards you. You stab one through the chest and kick it away, then pierce another through the head. They slam into your legs, each hit knocking you sideways as more close in. You strike again and again, leaving bodies on the ground. The ants are too big to carry whole, so you tear off their heads and hook them onto your back. Each head is light enough to carry, and the hard shell gives you cover if something tries to strike from above. But more ants keep coming out of their nest. One clamps onto your front leg and twists it aside. Another bites into your side, cutting deep. You shake hard, pull it free, and stab it until it stops moving. The ant army keeps rushing forward. You can't fight them all, so you decide to run. You sprint across the forest floor with the ant heads rattling on your back. They chase you over leaves and sticks without slowing down. You scramble up the nearest branch, stabbing the ones that catch up and shaking others loose until they fall. A few hang on longer, so you crush them against the bark and leave only the heads behind. When you reach the thinner branches, the ants stop climbing. They turn back toward the ground while you cling above. You've survived this time, and now the dead heads on your back carry their scent. If you meet another squad of ants again, maybe you can use it to blend in. You're 1 month old now. While exploring, you found a weird entrance into a rock. The crack is wide enough for you to slip inside, so you walk forward, careful of any danger ahead. The air is damp and filled with the faint sound of chewing. You push deeper and find a cluster of termites. Termites are perfect for you because they're soft enough to eat and small enough that you can use the whole body for your armor. You strike the nearest one with your beak and it freezes in place. That's when you use your secret power. A tube inside your beak pumps venom into its body, turning the insides to liquid. You suck everything out until the shell collapses. The others scatter into the tunnels, but they don't fight like ants. They vanish into the walls, leaving you alone with the husk of your kill. You drag it out with you and hook it onto your back, adding another layer to the pile of corpses you've started carrying. But as you climb back into the light, you see something waiting, another assassin bug. It's one of your siblings. It's bigger than you now, with longer legs and more armor stacked across its back. Its eyes lock onto the termite body you're carrying. It rushes forward. You twist and stab, but it's stronger. The two of you clash, locking your legs and stabbing each other with your beaks until it shoves you flat and rips the termite free. Then it keeps going, tearing off the rest of your armor one by one. The ant heads you collected scatter onto the ground below. You kick once more, but it slams you aside. You've got nothing left on your back and no way to defend yourself. So you turn and run, scrambling onto a stem until the sibling disappears from your sight. You stop on a leaf, empty and cut up, knowing you'll need to build your defenses again. For now, you're weak, and it looks like you'll have to do some off-camera mining before you're ready for the next fight. Skip forward again, and you're 2 months old. Over the past few weeks, you've been carefully killing ants and stacking them on top of your body. Now your armor is thicker and filled with the smell of ants, so you decide to go on a spy mission. You find a column of leafcutter ants, marching with leaves held above their heads. You crawl closer and slip into the line hoping that they won't notice. And it works, so you keep walking with them all the way to the nest entrance. A guard steps forward and blocks the group. You freeze, certain he's going to catch you. He leans close with his antenna brushing against your armor. He sniffs once, then presses even closer like he's about to strike. But after a moment, he steps aside and lets the group pass. You walk into the colony with him watching from behind. The tunnels are packed with ants moving in both directions, but none pay attention to you. You walk deeper until you find a chamber filled with eggs.
Guess what's
you start
happening
feeding
now?
fast,
What's
piercing them
happening?
one after
Oh,
another
hi,
and drinking them
Panicky!
dry. Then an ant spots you. It
Hi,
freezes,
Panicky!
then turns back to alert the others.
Thank you for
But you strike
dropping
before it
in.
can even
Hi!
move. You stab once, dropping the body onto the floor, but two more appear from the far
What's-
side of the
what's
chamber.
happening
You
right
don't
now?
attack this time. You run. You sprint through the tunnels, shoving past ants as they start to realize something is wrong. You burst out of the entrance and see the guard still there. He
I
charges,
took a shower,
but you slam
I
into
get
him
up,
head-on,
my
flipping him
firearm
onto his
goes
back.
off
His
again.
legs thrash as he blocks the tunnel, and you disappear into the forest with no one chasing you.
Number
This
6
was the
today?
closest you've come to dying, but soon you'll make a mistake far worse, one that will cost you everything you've gained. You're 3 months old now. You've molted multiple times and you no longer need armor as you grew a pair of wings. Today, you decide to eat something new. A bee. You've noticed them landing on top of flowers and flying away after they collected something. So you decide to attack while they are busy. You find a good patch of flowers and climb onto one with a bee on top of it. When you get to the top, the bee doesn't even notice you. Its head is buried in the flower, trying to collect the good stuff. You poke it once to see what it will do, but it doesn't react, so you decide to lunge forward and stab it under the wing joint. It starts shaking and lifts off the petal with you still hanging on. The wings buzz, and the ground fades away as the bee climbs higher into the air. You rotate your body until your legs catch its underside, clinging tight so you don't slip down and fall. You can't think of another way out, so you do what you know best. You stab. Your mouth drives into its head and you start drinking its insides. The bee twitches, slows down, and then stops moving while you're still high in the air. Then the body drops, so you let go, falling next to it. In that same moment, another bee flies past. You grab on, jabbing into its back.
What's the luck?
It panics, diving downward in loops. You stab again, not deep enough to kill, just enough to make it panic even harder. The ground rushes up fast. At the last second, you release. You drop onto the flower you started from, while the bee crashes into the grass below. It lays for a second, then stumbles back into the air and escapes with a clumsy flight. You leave the flower and crawl down the stem, not wanting to push your luck with more bees circling above. But after all that fighting, something else begins to grow inside you. The urge to breed. Skip forward and you're 4 months old now. Your abdomen is swollen. It's not from food, it's from eggs. They've been developing inside you for days, and now your body is pushing you to
Wow.
breed before you can lay them. Instinct drives you to search for a mate, because without fertilization, those eggs will be useless. You climb
We couldn't
across a
have played
wide
Among
leaf
Us
and
even
wait.
if we tried,
After a
'cause
couple of
this shit
hours,
goes
another
off
assassin
every
bug
30
appears.
minutes.
He doesn't attack. Instead,
Oh
he
my
stands still with
gosh.
his antennas twitching to test the air. Slowly, he lowers his abdomen and presses a white spermatophore onto the leaf. This is the male's offering, the only way he can pass on his genes. You approach carefully in case it's a trap, but he stays motionless, signaling that he isn't here to fight. So you move your body over the packet and lower yourself. Your abdomen presses down, and the transfer begins. You hold steady while the fluid fills you, fertilizing your eggs one by one. When it's finished, the male begins to slowly back away as if to leave. But instinct takes over again. Mating has filled your eggs, but it has also given you the perfect chance to feed. You lunge, stabbing him through the side before he can escape. He kicks hard, hooking one leg around your antenna to twist you
The
off
fuck?
balance. You stab again into his side, pumping venom into him. He shakes, scraping his mouth across your abdomen, but the strike glances off your plates. His legs weaken as the venom spreads, so you push deeper and drink. The fluids drain fast. His body deflates in your grip until finally he hangs limp. So you pull your mouth free and drop him
That's
onto the leaf.
crazy.
Your eggs are fertilized,
Some
but your
Black
work
Widow
isn't done.
shit.
Soon, you'll have to lay them, and that moment will be more dangerous than any hunt you've survived so far. You're 4 months and a few days old now. The eggs inside you are ready, and your body feels drained of strength. Since mating,
How
you've
long
carried
is
them
this?
with you
Oh, we're
everywhere,
almost done.
waiting for the moment to finally release them. Instinct tells you when the time is right. You crawl on a broad leaf and begin laying. One by one, the eggs leave your body until the cluster is complete. As soon as the last one is pressed into place, you walk away. In your kind, once the eggs are out, they're no longer your problem. A few days later, you're far from the nest, moving through a tunnel chewed by termites. You spear one and start to drink when something small steps into the light. A hatchling, one of your own. You pause, watching it creep closer. For a moment, the two of you just stare. Then it lunges. You react faster, stabbing through its side before it can touch you. You drink
Damn.
it dry and leave its husk crumpled on the tunnel floor. The next day, you pass through the same stretch of forest where you laid your eggs. And this time, you see them. 2 of your young are tearing into each other. Their mouths stab again and again until one finally collapses. The survivor stands upright, its abdomen swollen with everything it has stolen. You lunge before it can
Wow.
recover, stabbing it through the side and killing it instantly. You lower your beak to feed, but before you can drink, another drops from a leaf above. Its beak drives into your back. You twist, trying to shake it free, but 2 more rush from the sides. Their mouths pierce your body and the venom floods in. The cycle ends, just as it began, with a stolen meal. Life as an assassin bug might be rough, but there's another animal out there that has it way...
That was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. Why it sucks to be born. That's funny. What did I put in my oh wait, let me refresh these. I don't know if there's wait, is Duck still live? He said he was gonna be live for like 10 hours or some shit. Or some shit type shit. Oh yeah, he's still here. Yeah, this really is a crazy rabbit hole. We couldn't. Oh yeah, I think the people in my dorm building want me to. Nah. No. You want to watch the other? Wait. Oh wait, you sent 2, right?
You hatch from an egg after your mom laid a cluster of them on the side of a leaf a couple of weeks.
Oh wait, this is the one we just watched. Wait. Wait, you sent another one before that?
Embarrassing royal deaths.
Oh my goodness.
At just 6 years old, itty-bitty Jimmy II of Scotland was an
Itty-bitty
excited little
Jimmy.
prince eager to one day inherit the throne from his dear old dad, King James I. And it looks like that day is today.
Dad?
James I was a victim of a coup conducted by his power-hungry uncle who sought to seize the throne. His wife, the Queen, was injured but managed to survive despite being an intended target. Although certainly shaken, she stirred up quite the outcry from her Scottish subjects by putting her now very dead husband's corpse on display, and seeing the sheer brutality that had occurred, an all-out manhunt began for the men responsible. And these men were captured and brutally executed. With the old king gone, it was time to crown a new one. Being only 6 at the time of his dad's dastardly demise, Slimmy Jimmy Jr. was crowned on March 27, 1437. But since he couldn't make any sound decisions as a drooling youth, his still-alive mom took power as regent, acting as ruler on James's behalf. But therein lies the problem. See, the people of Scotland are what we call Scottish.
Oh my.
The Queen, now ruling over Scotland, hailed from England. You see the problem here. She was promptly pushed from power in favor of someone a bit more Scottish. Bursting through the door is Archibald Douglas. He's the king's much older first cousin. He took the job but died a few years later from a fever since there wasn't a cowbell in sight. Power was then passed to these two fine fellows, Lord William Crichton and Sir Alexander Livingston. Their goal was to keep King James safe and in power, but in such a hostile political environment, with all of these seemingly random people trying to do their best to position themselves into more power, sometimes it takes a bit of violence to achieve those goals. The best example of said violence being the infamous Black Dinner. In 1440, Lord Crichton and Sir Livingston held a royal dinner at Edinburgh Castle, where the king resided. At the top of the invite list were 16-year-old William Douglas and his 10-year-old brother, David Douglas. They were the sons of former fever haver Archibald Douglas and a threat to the crown. While downing a hock of ham and a bushel of apples, or whatever they ate in those times, the brothers would soon learn that this dinner would come with a show. In the middle of the meal, a decapitated black bull's head was aggressively slammed onto the table in front of them. Ooh, dessert. Now, apparently having a black bull's bulbous block brutally bashed onto your beautiful buffet was a Scottish nobleman's friendly gesture of impending doom. Despite the young King James's pleas, the two boys were captured and beheaded right in front of him. Hardly appetizing. This historical power move was the direct inspiration for that red wedding scene in the Game of Thrones. Fast forward through a few years of childhood trauma to 1449, and the now 19-year-old James marries a nice lady named Mary, and she shoots out 7 kids. One of them dies. Very sad, but very typical. With his marriage and coming of age, James's kingship switched from free trial to premium access. However, what was left of those dang Douglases are still fighting to retain power. If only there was a way for a king to take care of such an annoyance. Yeah, that works. James eventually wiped the Douglases from power and yoinked their land, and he was now in full control of his kingdom. Despite looking super spooky with his villainous vermilion birthmark covering half of his face like that one Avatar guy, I don't know his name, I never watched it, James was a very successful king. He was super social with commoners and advocated for advances in education, helping found the University of Glasgow in 1451. James was also a huge proponent of modern war technology, which, at the time, happened to be war cannons. These engineering marvels of bronze and iron were critical in besieging forts and castles, as cannonballs would just chew right through them things. While attempting to capture Roxburgh Castle, one of the last Scottish castles still under smelly English control after the Scottish Independence Wars, King James II positioned himself next to one of his prized cannons. And after a few words of encouragement to his bombardment buddy, the king gave the order. Artillery! The mounted metal menace exploded, killing King James II instantly at the age of 29. This rather unfortunate death was cemented in Scottish lore on August 3, 1460, and is officially, well, canon. In the middle of the Capetian dynasty, the Kingdom of France was ruled by this guy, Louis VI, also known as Louis the Fat, which is just mean. He should be called Louis the Body Positive. Anyway, this big fat asshole had 8 kids, and this chapter is all about his eldest son, Philip.
Call me Phil.
As was tradition in the Capetian dynasty to establish a clear lineage to the throne, young Philip was crowned as co-king of the Franks at the tender age of 13, right about the time when teen angst starts kicking in. Although reportedly Louis's favorite child, Philip was a bit of a stinker. He would refuse to listen to his father's authority, fail to pay attention to any of the king's lectures and set standards for being a king, and devolved into being a disobedient little shithead, as kids tend to be. According to Walter Mapp, a historic writer during that time period, the continued arrogance and insubordination of the spry little king made him, quote, a burden to all. You know, like when you see a small child convulsing on the floor of your local Target because a 36-year-old man-child snatched the last Pokemon Prismatic Evolutions booster pack out of their clammy little ham hands while the parent just looked on in a dead stare.
That is very specific.
Hang in there, man. Even though a troublesome youth, the problem would soon fix itself. In October of 1131, at age 15, young King Philip was chilling with the bros, racing through the streets on their 1-horsepower tricked-out Mustangs, when everything was turned on its head. A small sable swine scuttled into the street, right in the path of the oncoming prince and his gang. Philip, who was leading the group, was catapulted off of his horse after it had tripped over the surprise pig. Prince Philip slammed into the ground in a devastating crack and crunch of bone, fracturing all of his limbs and being rendered unconscious. Tragically, the young king had succumbed to his wounds the very next day. King Louis and his family were stricken with immense grief over the loss of their son. The little piggy went to market, but it should have stayed home.
Oh my gosh. How old is this?
George II, King of Great Britain, began life as a tiny little bratwurst in Hanover, Germany in 1683. His father, also George, was the first king of the Hanoverian era and a rather combative parent. Neither George liked the other and would always get into very heated and very public arguments over stuff like politics and other king things. But to be a little more specific, small George despised his dad's advisor, Robert Walpole, the guy considered to be the first British Prime Minister and the one who was really pulling all of the political strings behind the scenes. Think Wizard of Oz, but with a smaller head and worse teeth. But one day, enough was enough. Big George banished Little George from the king's palace after a falling out. The prince was pretty okay with this. He and his wife lived in peace and quiet for quite a few years until, well, the king died. Time to go be a king. Prince George achieved his kingship in 1727 at the age of 43. Views of his reign as king were mixed. Despite squashing political uprisings, expanding the arts, laying the foundations for the Industrial Revolution, and overseeing many successful military conflicts, including leading his troops into battle himself at the age of 60, his English subjects just couldn't get over the fact that he was German, so, you know, they were biased. Growing into his golden years, age started to really take a toll on the king. By 1760, King George II was 76, blind in one eye and hard of hearing. In the wee hours of
Damn.
October 25th, the rather fermented monarch rose from his bed, drank his iconic 6 a.m. hot chocolate, and excused himself to the loo to force out his own hot chocolate. But it was here on his cushy secondary throne that things took a turn for the worse. A servant stationed outside of the royal chambers heard a loud crash and comedically tore the door open to find the root of the commotion. What he found was the king on the floor, seemingly having just finished his business. George was lifted onto his bed and tended to by his physician, but his body crapped out on him. The king was dead. An autopsy of the royal remains indicated that the king had died as a result of a thoracic aortic dissection, the first reported case in history. See that tear right there in the aorta, the big artery leading into his artery? Yeah, that's not supposed to be there. But how it happened is the question. And it is believed that the blood pressure required to cause such a rupture on an old man's already weakened heart came from a rather forceful push of the pelvic floor muscles. So, in an attempt to relieve himself of his intestinal burden, the king relieved himself of this mortal coil. Remember to stay hydrated.
Broke his heart with a shark. I'm high
In a
alerting
time where kings
and
were given
knowledge.
rather displeasing titles such as
Damn.
terrible or the bad or the slobberer, Martin of Aragon was granted the title of Martin the Humane. The gracious nickname was a testament to his kind and caring nature. He basically earned it by being a bit less murdery than any other kings at the time. I mean, all the guy did was reconquer Sardinia, suppress revolts, and led crusades against the Moors in northern Africa. But other than that, he's a perfect little angel, focusing on internal stability within his own kingdom of Aragon. But times of peace make for soft men. With little to no conflict to tend to in his later years, Martin grew older and wider. By 1410, at age 53, the king was rather rotund, wrinkled, and in a risky state of health, both physically and mentally. You see, his wife and his 4 children had died, leaving him all alone on his throne. He had married his distant and much younger cousin as a last-ditch effort to produce an heir, but with no married, the king was rather rotund, wrinkled, and in a risky state of health, both physically and mentally. You see, his wife and his 4 children had died, leaving him all alone on his throne. He had married his distant and much younger cousin as a last-ditch effort to produce an heir, but with no success. The depressed and obese king had a little more to live for, and would instead gorge himself in solitude. On one fateful night, the king had just downed a whole roasted goose by himself. Where does he put it all? If you've ever slammed down a large meal too quickly, you usually get some pretty bad indigestion, or as I like to call it, the ERP. Since this was the land before Tums, the king had to sleep off his discomfort. He lumbered up to his royal chambers and shimmied himself into his rather strong bed. To cheer himself up a bit, Martin clapped his greasy meat hooks together, summoning his court jester for some late-night entertainment so he could hop aboard the train to Sleepytime Junction with a smile, even though he had no idea what a train even was. The jester apparently took his sweet time while being summoned, as he was asked about where he was the moment he entered the king's chambers. And this was when all hell broke loose. What the heck took you so long? Well, now hold on. I can't in good conscience let this play out with at least putting up a disclaimer. What you're about to hear is the joke that supposedly ended a nearly 300-year medieval dynasty. This is not for the faint of heart. You were warned. I was in the next vineyard, where I saw a young deer hanging by his tail from a tree, as if someone had so punished him for stealing figs. The king lost his absolute shit, reportedly slapping his belly in laughter for 3 hours straight, eventually falling out of his bed and collapsing on the ground where he lay dead from an apparent heart attack. With no heirs to assume the throne, the House of Barcelona, after ruling the Crown of Aragon for 273 years, fell after the delivery of a single joke. Now, of course, historians debate if this story is even true, as some accounts have Martin dying of the plague, food poisoning, or complications from his weight, but those aren't nearly as funny.
Of laughter.
Archduke Alexander Leopold of Austria was a big dumb nerd. While the world of royalty focused on politics, land grabbing, and who could kill who more effectively, Alex instead played with his chemistry set in the corner, scribbling notes in a language called mathematics. It's no surprise that young Alex took a liking to the sciences, as his dad, Holy Roman Emperor Guy Leopold II, was a strong advocate for Enlightenment principles and the study of natural sciences. Today's lesson is called gravity. Whoa, gravity. But since he was still an emperor's son, involvement in politics was inevitable. Take, for instance, the Kingdom of Hungary. It wasn't officially part of the Holy Roman Empire, but it was somehow still ruled by it. There were governors in charge, but Emperor Leopold was all, here's my son.
Oh, I heard about that
thus,
too.
little Alex was elected into a lordship position known as a palatine. He had a pretty good time in that position until the Jacobin conspiracy. A group of rebels were trying to have the Kingdom of Hungary break free from all Holy Roman Empire control, instead giving the royal crown to Alex. He very firmly said no, and the rebels were punished severely. With all of this political nonsense, Alex yearned for the simpler times of just mixing chemicals together to see what blows up. So in 1795, at the age of 22, Alex left Hungary for Vienna, Austria, and took up residence in Laxenburg Palace. But one summer, the young Archduke decided to turn up the heat and dabble in homemade pyrotechnics, a hobby that is famous for its safe and non-destructive nature. Expecting a visit from his cousin, Alex decided to rig up an extravagant fireworks display inside the palace. Hey, just because you're educated doesn't mean you're smart. To be fair, he, along with a few servants, set up the show within a fortified armory called a casemate, with the intent of firing the rockets towards the outside. So it's not like he decided to just shove firecrackers into his kitchen cabinet for shits and gigs. He was a man of science after all. Nevertheless, all gunpowder and makeshift explosives were stored inside the fortified walls. When his cousin arrived, he attempted to fire off the first rocket, but since Mother Nature has great comedic timing, a rogue gust of wind blew the rocket over, launching itself into other explosives and gunpowder reserves. Everything exploded, engulfing the Archduke and his servants in a goodness gracious great ball of fire. Talk about going out with a bang, am I right? The title of king kinda just fell into the lap of old Adolf Frederick of Sweden in 1751. During the Age of Liberty, a time in history when the Swedish parliament was all... Adolf's rule as king was essentially worthless. He was no more than a political figurehead while all the real guys in fancy wigs did the ruling. But apparently not very well, because by the end of the Age of Liberty in 1772, Sweden was kind of worse for the wear. Its land ownership had diminished, trade had evaporated, and technological advancements were lagging. So Sweden was forced to sit back and watch its neighbors and rivals proudly wave around their large, throbbing economies. During King Adolf's lavishly lackadaisical leadership, nothing extraordinary happened. The substandard sovereign did attempt to regain power, but failed to do so, because he sucked. In fact, his entire reign is seen as a dull but peaceful lull in Swedish history with not much to show for it. And unfortunately for the king, the only exciting point in his life, at least from a historical perspective, was his death. According to some historical records, the rather indulgent king had overindulged himself on some food. On February 12, 1771, the king's last supper reportedly consisted of lobster, caviar, sauerkraut, smoked herring, and champagne. Oh, and a few of these bad boys. This is a semla, a traditional Swedish sweet roll stuffed with almond paste and whipped cream, and hot damn does it look tasty. And that's exactly what the king thought as he inhaled 14 of them. Not surprisingly, all of that food did not sit well in the king's tummy, and all that internal stress is believed to have caused heart failure. The poor guy straight up ate himself to death.
Bro,
now before the look tasty. Traditional Swedish sweet roll stuffed with almond paste and whipped cream, and hot damn does it look tasty. And that's exactly what the king thought as he inhaled 14 of them. Not surprisingly, all of that food did not sit well in the king's tummy, and all that internal stress is believed to have caused heart failure. The poor guy straight up ate himself to death. Now before the actually crowd starts pounding away on their greasy keyboards, this tale of his death is regarded as propaganda and is highly discredited by modern historians. The official autopsy report for the king has survived all of these years and has concluded, based on all the evidence that they could gather from sleuthing around the king's insides, that his royal majesty had a stroke. Now suffering from a stroke is rough, but for a king that wasn't up to par, it's a fair way to go. That's some golf humor for you. So there you have it. That's part 2 of embarrassing royal deaths. If you want me to make a part 3, let me know in the comments, and if you haven't, you can check out part 1 here. Otherwise, you can watch something else over here. I'll see you over there.
W-vid. I'm in severe pain again. I have to go find medicine, even though I'm sure I don't have any. Good night. Oh, good night, Kiki. I hope you feel better. And thank you for being here. Thank you for. We got Beth in a rabbit hole of death. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh wait, and I just remembered that, like, when I originally started like going through YouTube, I I was gonna try and watch one of those oh, now I can't see it. The fucking David situation shit. Because there was like a recent, like, a lot of people made videos about it today, and I'm just like, let me just watch the most recent one. Wait, what was I about to do? I was about to. Are we watching next? I wish
911, what's the address of the emergency?
But why does it, like, I always click? Hold on. Oh yeah, that one. Let me remove 11 most terrifying zoo accidents. Damn, I'm high. Most hated versus most. I ranked every Spider-Man. Oh wait, okay.
Out of the 15 different Spider-Man movies, there have been many different villains. Some great ones, some bad ones, some weird ones. So I'm going to rank them all on this tier list, starting with Green Goblin. Norman Osborn is one of the all-time best Spidey villains.
I still want to watch
Not only is he incredibly threatening and really strong and good at doing front flips, but he also drives a wedge between Peter and Harry that develops over the entire trilogy. And it goes without saying, Willem Dafoe is phenomenal in this role, especially when he comes back in No Way Home. He's going in S tier. J. Jonah Jameson is another all-timer. J.K. Simmons is one of my favorite actors, and he has so many great moments. I will say though, I love that they brought him back for the MCU, but I hate this version of the character. He went from a respected journalist who reported actual news to a balding whack job Alex Jones wannabe, so I'm gonna put him in A tier. Doc Ock is the best Spider-Man villain, both in Spider-Man 2 as well as in No Way Home. He is one of the most sympathetic and understanding villains in any comic book movie, and Alfred Molina delivers the performance of a lifetime. I still think about this line.
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand.
Unmatched line delivery. Another easy S tier. Now we have Harry Osborn as the new Goblin. As a villain, he's pretty meh. Because Spider-Man 3 had to make room for all the other villains, they gave Harry the amnesia storyline, so you never really had the chance to be a real villain. But it was still pretty cool to see him team up with Peter at the end, and his sacrifice was reasonably sad, so I'm gonna throw him in B tier. Sandman is such a solid character. He has understandable motivations of trying to provide for his daughter. The effects for his powers are really cool. And that scene in the Collider is flat out amazing, but the extra lore around him killing Uncle Ben feels unnecessary, so I'm going to put him in A tier. Oh boy, this is gonna be controversial. I think the Topher Grace Venom is awesome, and I'm not sorry. I think this is the perfect Venom adaptation for a mid-2000s Spider-Man movie. He's the ultimate hater. Going to a church specifically to ask God to kill someone else is next level loathing. And the symbiote Spider-Man stuff is iconic. The costume, the music, the dancing.
Know me as the Rizzler. I'm the Panther dressed in black.
Now this version of Venom isn't particularly deep. He's not a completely fleshed out character, but he's still the epitome of awesome. So he's going in A tier. The Lizard is one of the funniest villains in any comic book movie because as Dr. Curtis Connors, he has a reasonable motivation. He lost an arm and feels incomplete.
Okay, wait,
so
how
he's
long
working
is
on
this?
some lizard juice that will grow
we can
his arm
watch that
back,
one after
but
this one.
as a lizard, he wants to turn all of New York City into lizards so they become members of the lizard master race. It's too goofy to really take seriously, but at least the CGI is well done. So the Lizard is going in C tier. Don't you know, I'm Electro is next up and he's so lame. He hates Spider-Man because the voices in his head make him believe Spidey betrayed him or whatever, and his design is just awful. He looks like a jellyfish. And there's so much about him that is just hilarious. The electricity fixing the gap in his teeth, how Max looks before he gets his powers, and the fact that he's only a villain because he formed a parasocial relationship. He's basically a Twitch viewer. In a different world, he's a villain because of XQC, not Spider-Man.
I haven't heard that bad. I've seen some of these documentaries. I ain't believe none of that. Hey, the game government ain't no getting no.
But I will say, he is much more improved in No Way Home. He has a better design, a better personality, a better everything. So because of that, he can't go in D tier. So he's going in C. Oh boy, the Dane DeHaan Green Goblin truly is something. Let's talk about this design for a minute. Why did they decide to make him look like this? It looks like he has some sort of infectious disease. And his story is so boring. There are too many awkward scenes of him and Peter being dude bros.
That's a question. That's a question.
And the whole plotline of him trying to get Spider-Man's blood to fix his Osborn disease is silly at best. I will give him credit for successfully killing a Spider-Man love interest. He is the only villain able to do it. So good for him, I guess. He's really an awful villain, and he's going in D tier. Oh yeah, the Rhino's in this movie too.
What the
this
fuck?
guy feels like an afterthought. And I love Paul Giamatti in other movies, but he is really bad here. He's also going in D tier. Now we're moving on to the MCU Spider-Man villains with the Shockers. Both of these characters are pretty lame secondary antagonists. But Shocker A died, so he's going in D tier, and Shocker B is going in C tier. But the Vulture is an exceptional villain. Despite him being just a guy with mechanical wings, he remains one of the most intimidating Spider-Man villains to date, solely based on Michael Keaton's performance. Seriously, that scene in the car between him and Peter is next level, and he also has understandable motivations and a sick design. It sucks that he's getting roped into whatever the heck Sony's doing, but still, he's an S-tier villain. But before we move on to Venom and beyond, I just want to say, if you've enjoyed this video so far, why not hit that subscribe button? We're making our way to 100,000 subs, and once we hit that goal, I will drop a ranking of the entire Star Wars franchise. Make sure you're subscribed so that video can happen. Now let's move on to the next Spidey villain. Now Venom in his own movie isn't really a villain, he's the hero of his own story. But still, I feel like he should be included, and I think this Venom is solid. There's a lot of fun to be had between him and Eddie. It's really funny to me how this Eddie Brock is sickly, sweaty, and gross all the time. And despite not having the spider logo, this is still a fantastic design. It's just a real shame that this Venom doesn't have any great movies. The best he got was mid, so he's gotta go in A tier. Riot and Carlton Drake are the main villains from the first Venom movie, and these guys flat out suck. Carlton is a lame billionaire villain, and Riot, blah blah blah, insert 6 months meme here. These guys are going in D tier. Next up, we have the not so official Sinister Six from Into the Spider-Verse. And a few of these villains only exist to be cool and for the lesser spider people to fight. So Green Goblin, Scorpion, and Tombstone are all going in C tier. Olivia Octavius has a little more characterization. I think she definitely has her moments, but still, she's B tier at best. Now the Prowler is pretty awesome. First of all, he has that theme song. But also, Aaron Davis is a really well-developed character in his own right, and he has an incredible role in the story as the one who pushes Miles to become Spider-Man, much like how Uncle Ben did for Peter. And the design is spectacular. S-tier villain all day, every day. The Kingpin isn't quite on the same level as Prowler, but he's still a solid main villain. His motivations are completely understandable. He wants to find a reality where his family is still alive. His design is unbeatable. I mean, look at him. He's thicker than all the Pixar moms combined, and just the memes that come from this guy are wonderful.
Excuse me, do you mind?
He's going in A tier. Now we have what is probably the most hated Spider-Man villain of all time, Mysterio. Everyone goes on and on about how this version of Mysterio sucks because he's just a lame Iron Man villain, and he's only a villain because Tony never gave him the proper credit and called his tech barf. But here I am with the most based and red-pilled opinion ever. Mysterio has always sucked. They could have done anything with this character and he still would have been terrible. It's like trying to fix up a house with a cracked foundation. Jake Gyllenhaal is one of my favorite actors, and even he can't save this abomination of a character, so he's going in D tier. Next up, we have Carnage from Venom Let There Be Carnage. This might be another hot take, but I actually really like this version of the character. I think Woody Harrelson gave a really solid performance. I think the design is awesome. It's really cool how he's actually bigger than Venom, and he has one of the coolest roars ever. He does get knocked some points for Cletus and Carnage being two different people. That really made the character so much worse in my opinion, but still, he's a solid B tier. I don't have much to say about Shriek. I think her storyline with the detective was really unnecessary, but she was the perfect complementary piece to Cletus, and together they make for a pretty solid duo. So I'm going to put her right next to him in B tier. Now, I have yet to actually watch Morbius, so I'm going to make an educated guess and put Morbius in D tier and put Matt Smith Vampire in C tier, only because that dance was pretty funny.
From the screen to the ring to the
Oh my
Next up we have
goodness.
Vulture from Across the Spider-Verse, and I think he's just like the other secondary villains from the first movie, so I'm going to put him in C tier. The Spot is such a cool villain. They took one of Spider-Man's lamest villains and turned him into a multiversal threat who's actually kinda scary.
What am I doing? I'm saying the N-word.
I don't think you can legally say that.
The animation for his powers is phenomenal, and I like how he was used in the film as a means to show different universes in the multiverse, including the Venom multiverse where we get to see a Mrs. Chen cameo. He's going in A tier. Spider-Man 2099 is the best part of Across the Spider-Verse. As an antagonist, his motivations make sense, and you can even argue that he's right. There's a lot of well-told backstory with the family he lost. Oscar Isaac's vocal performance is spot on, and just like Prowler, he has an incredible theme song. He's going in S tier. He was in the Amazon with my mom when she was researching spiders just before she died. Yeah, this guy's going in D tier. I don't even remember what his name was. And finally, from the newest Spider-Man film, we have Null, who pretty much just sits in the chair the whole time. He does present some threat by sending those aliens after Venom and Eddie, but beyond that, he's pretty whatever. C tier. And that's the tier list. How would you rank the Spider-Man villains? Let me know down in the comments.
Well, I
and if you
didn't
want to
see
watch
all of
another
them.
ranking, you can click here to watch my video on the 15 scariest SpongeBob episodes. Or you can click on this video that
Oops.
YouTube picked out just for you.
Okay, so it was okay.
On September 8th, news broke that a badly decomposed body was found in a Tesla that was in an impound lot registered to the singer David. Now, David is a 20-year-old kid, ex-Fortnite pro. He has a grassroots type come up, making music on his iPhone. And on top of that, he was on tour. So because of his personality, everyone just assumed it couldn't have been him, right? Until some more news came out just recently that may change the entire story. Real quick, I want to say I'm making this vid because the story is really confusing. There's a lot of theories and misunderstood things floating around right now. I mean, you have people like XQC who are investigating this on stream, and it's probably not the best source, as well as people who are just straight up making things up or posting misinformation. So I'm going to separate this video into two different sections. The first is going to be stuff that we know for sure, and the second is just going to be like theories and speculation from all the fans online.
Learning.
Also, here's a quick trigger warning because a lot of the stuff in this video is pretty disturbing. So with all that in mind, let's continue.
Oh,
if you don't know who
shit.
David is, like I said,
Can I? Fuck you.
that he used to be a Fortnite pro. He had a cool come-up story saying he wanted non-copyright music for his montages, so he started making his own songs with just his iPhone on BandLab. After uploading a couple songs to SoundCloud,
just his
he
iPhone?
released the song Romantic Homicide. This song went super viral, and I'm sure you've all heard it. It's the "In the Back of My Mind, You Died," that song. And this track absolutely blew up in July of 2022. And shortly after, he signed a record deal with
Under
Interscope.
30?
He continued releasing music and even
It went
opened
off
for
again?
SZA on his tour. He also got to do the track Feel It for Invincible, a song that fans absolutely love. Even recently, David just did a song called Locked and Loaded, which was a collaboration with Fortnite. He had a montage of his own gameplay as the music video. I'm saying all this to say he had a very organic come up, a family-friendly vibe, and a likable personality.
So you just literally only made music so you could make a few more dollars
Exactly.
on your... Okay.
That was it.
How did you make your first song?
And I looked up how to make music on iPhone, and this app called BandLab comes up. I click on it, I put my Apple earbuds in, and I use my sister's closet as the studio.
That's why when the news first broke,
I have
most
a
people
9:30
just
and I
assumed
can't
he
sleep
couldn't have
because it
possibly
keeps
done it.
going
I even
off.
said to a friend when it first came out, I was like, I feel like the Fortnite kid
And
is
I'm
pretty
sorry.
normal. Didn't
Damn,
do
and it's
something like this.
1:38.
Because that was always the impression that I got from him, but that may not be the case. When the news first came out, it was reported that
Wait,
there
what'd
was
it
a
say?
body from him, but
I wasn't a big fan, just knew his story and a few songs.
that may not be the case. When the news first came out, it was reported that there was a body in his car that had been there for an extended period of time before being found. It was too badly decomposed to be identified. Apparently, the car had been at the impound lot for a few days. This was after the car had been abandoned a few days before that, without ever being reported missing. According to NBC, a spokesperson for David said He has been informed about what's happened, and although he is still out on tour, he is fully cooperating with the authorities. But he would have been touring for over a month before the body was decomposed according to his tour dates, which is why, like I said, most people figured it couldn't have possibly been him. On top of that, the LAPD said it is one of several vehicles owned by the musician, with many different people using any of the vehicles at any given time. The police didn't arrest him or anything, and he just went on to perform like normal the same night, handing out Labubus to the crowd. On the flip side though, Crocs and Hollister dropped their ad campaigns with him, which is understandable why brands wouldn't want to be associated with those types of accusations. However, things took a turn for the much worse when just recently the body was identified.
And now some breaking news on a major story that we've been following. We have just learned the identity of a teen found dead inside of the trunk of a Tesla registered to the singer David. Investigators now say that the victim, Celeste, reported as a runaway last year, had not been seen since.
It was the body of a young girl named Celeste, who would have just turned 15 years old. She went missing in April of 2024 when she was 13, so she was missing for over a year. Of course, though, this in and of itself doesn't directly link her to David, but TMZ interviewed the girl's mom, who said that her daughter had a sh tattoo right on her index finger in red ink. Well, David also has a sh tattoo on his right index finger. This tattoo isn't necessarily unique to David. I mean, Rihanna has it, Lindsay Lohan and Lily Allen do too, but what makes things miles worse is that the mom claimed her daughter had a boyfriend named David. Right after this news came out, David canceled his upcoming show. TMZ confirmed that a house David was living in was searched by the LAPD. The house was being rented by his manager from Interscope, but there are a ton of pictures and videos of him in the house over the past year. Apparently, LAPD homicide detectives searched the house Wednesday and walked out with a computer and several evidence bags.
Mike, do we know if the search has anything to do with the girl's death, though?
Yeah, so Susie and Juan, we are working on those details right now. What I can tell you is that it is literally right where we know that the car was towed from. So remember how this all happened, as you heard from Nicole. The car was towed from the Hollywood Hills. It wasn't until it was at the tow yard where the body was found. So if we go back to where the car was towed from, tonight, there's a presence of Los Angeles police detectives that are out there. We can see them in their plainclothes suits. We also see crime scene text. It appears to be centered at this home. Sky Cow was able to get a peek before it got dark. To be clear, LAPD has not said tonight if this investigation is related to the investigation of the girl's body being found, but they are like less than 100 feet away from where it was all found. So this is all happening in the same neighborhood.
For reference, this is how close the house was to where the car was found, which I think is a lot more incriminating than it originally was led on to be. And on top of that, the police are saying that the car was driven through an alley, possibly with the intention of trying to avoid traffic cameras or something like that. So it's just crazy how close it was to the house that he was staying in. The only other thing we know for sure is that there was a photo taken of David just a brief walk away from where the victim lived. The person who posted the picture was alleging that David was paying people off, but there isn't any concrete proof on that. All we know for sure is that he was in that area. Kali Uchis even said she's in the process of taking down the song she has with him following this news. So this is everything we know for sure, all of our information from official sources. However, as you can imagine, the internet detectives got straight to work. And a lot of this alleged information looks really bad if we're being honest. Again, I just want to clarify, everything going forward isn't like super factual. It's not confirmed by official sources. But if I'm being honest, most of this proof that we're seeing confirms that he knew the victim. First of all, there's messages from his Discord server that show him talking to a girl named Celeste. This interaction was from 2022, by the way, and it says she joined the server back in 2021. There were also people who had a convo saying they were pretty sure he had a girlfriend named Celeste in 2024. One of the strangest messages from his server was someone who said in response to him saying he was in a song crisis, drop the one with the missing girl, Celeste. This message was also sent in August of 2024. All of this is very strange because at the very least it goes to show that people were aware of this girl in his Discord server. Like, I saw someone tweet, "You're telling me people knew about David and Celeste in a Discord server and didn't say anything?" And I saw some people saying she lied and said her age in the server was 18, but I don't know, still just a weird situation. Someone also recorded all of these screenshots, which leads me to believe that these are legitimate.
Hey,
on top of
miss.
this, photos started popping up saying
Thank
it
you
was
for
the two of them
dropping in and
together
thank you
like
for
this
being
one. There's also
here.
this photo from Discord as well, which looks similar to the victim. There was also a bunch more pics and videos that leaked that showed David with a girl that resembled
That's
this
what I
girl.
was saying
Apparently,
earlier.
someone
Wait,
even
what were
got
you
into his
saying?
iCloud and started leaking photos of them together. Then there's also this really strange Reddit post. On September 8th, the day the original news broke, someone responded on r/.
The Philadelphia penis peddler. Okay.
hip hop heads in response to the news.
Hold on. This guy is a weirdo, a close friend's little sister from the IU Reddit. away last year, and this is who she was with. We think her sister was pimping her out. She was in 7th grade at the time LAPD sweeped this place in the hills. I'm terrified that's who's in the car. Dope. Oh, okay.
This guy is a weirdo. A close friend's little sister from the LE ran away last
well,
year.
he was gonna read it
with.
anyway.
We think
Good
her
shit.
sister was
Good
pimping
shit.
her out. She was in the 7th grade at the time. LAPD sweeped his place in the hills. I'm terrified that's who's in the car.
Don't
Nobody
trust
has heard
men
from her
from
in
the
months.
internet.
I won't release names as she's still a minor, but she was from Lake Elsinore. At the time, everyone thought this was just some random Reddit user who was tweaking. And now with the latest news, it seems very real. I mean, the girl was reported missing about 70 miles away from where the car was found. So the fact that this random guy was able to piece those dots together, it just doesn't seem like it was some made-up story. On top of all of this, a song leaked that I can't confirm if it's real, but it's called Celeste. Apparently, David wrote it in 2023, and the lyrics are kind of crazy. This very well could be AI or something, I couldn't tell you, but a lot of people believe that it is in fact real. There was also this weird tweet from 2022 where he said, when I was writing this,
That's
I got a
actually
notification
catchy.
from
Fuck.
you. As you were talking
I
about
shouldn't be
wanting to
saying
be
that.
with your mom and your sister again, take me where I belong. But our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations. We gotta push through it, bro. This was from an old thread where he was talking about Romantic Homicide, his breakout hit. Another crazy coincidence was that the music video for Romantic Homicide was released on the victim's birthday. Fans also pointed out that the lady in the video resembled the victim. On top of that, the lyrics just look a little weird now. Everyone has been looking at his old lyrics under a new lens, and a lot of them don't look great. Like this one where he says, "He might have you, but I've got your ghost." Everything just looks so weird now with this news. Like he apparently brings a casket and stuff to his shows. And
What
his
the fuck?
TikTok reposts just look terrible. Like there's this one that reads, "Imagine we were two cannibals in the late 80s who randomly met, and then we fell in love and tried to be better and start a life together. Then you died and I ate your bones." Like, why would you ever repost that? Or this one that says, "Me watching her scream after I poured boiling water on her after she told a boy happy birthday because why you happy, he made it another year." Just weird stuff. That's super weird to repost, especially under this context. The latest thing to happen was the alleged brother of the victim, who was followed by David, was found. People started DMing him and asking him questions, which I think is a bit too far. Like this guy's definitely grieving right now that his sister's body was just found, and now the whole internet's put him on blast.
Wait,
But
wait,
regardless,
I wanna be nosy. Wait, dude, why does David follow you? All respect to your sister, and I hate how shitty people are being. Was it really him? Jesus, all love, man. Yeah, it was him because he found my account out of nowhere and followed me. Fuck, well, he has it coming. That's wow, just randomly. Did you even ever talk to him? I met him once in
the
person.
latest thing to happen was the alleged brother of the victim, who was
Did you and your family know of your sister being with him? Like she was living with him? All of this shit is so confusing and disgusting. I knew and went to the police about it, but lack of evidence. So it was waved off. Bullshit. Now that there's 1,000 people backing you up, that won't happen again.
followed by David.
But if they had
was found.
listened,
People started DMing
even if they don't do anything, they haven't even done anything towards
him and asking him questions, which I think is a bit too far.
Wait, what?
David was found. People started DMing him and asking him questions, which
That's how it is with celebrities. Just look at fucking Diddy. They don't do shit.
I think is a bit too far. Like this guy's definitely grieving.
I
right
know
now
it
that his
fucking
sister's
sucks.
body was
That's
just
what it
found,
said.
and now the whole internet's put him on blast. But regardless, he claimed that they went to the police and it was waved off due to a lack of evidence. Again, I can't confirm if this is actually the brother, but that's what most people believe. There's other stuff too, like some alleged text between the victim and a friend talking about David, or people talking about another guy who was in the picture that David also knew. But that's not super important. This is the main information that everyone's focused on. Like I said though, this is all speculative stuff and theories that come from fans, although if I'm being honest, a lot of it looks pretty legit. Most of the public believes that he is guilty of being a pedophile and a murderer. And honestly, I'm not sure how David and his team could spin it in a way that make him seem not that way. However, some people do believe his innocence. Streamer and collaborator of David, Jason the Ween, who just made a song with him, was asked about whether or not he thought David did it. And on stream, he said he didn't think so.
Situation? With David? Yeah. Yeah, he didn't do it.
He's not a murderer?
No.
Thank God, bro, because I was still going to listen to his music. I was just worried that I'd be an asshole if I did.
No, listen, he didn't do it. He literally performed the next day. If he was a suspect, the police would have been after him. He's not a suspect.
He's not just escaping the police clutches?
No, and I'm going to perform. We're going to perform on the 20th, me and David.
Tesla.
I don't think it's him because he's been on tour.
No,
but also,
I don't think it's him either. I think it's like almost obviously not him.
Quick little update. Jason, among a bunch of other people, celebrities and influencers and friends of David, have all unfollowed him. So his case is clearly getting much worse. But as of right now, with everything that's come out, people in general are assuming he's guilty. Like this person who said, TikTok, you will crumble for running to defend this not only a killer, but a pedophile. Or this person who said, he's 20 and she was 15. He's a pedophile and a murderer. Yeah, no, he needs to be locked up now. This person even said, I'm usually an innocent until proven guilty type of person, but with the amount of evidence against David, you're just delusional if you think he's innocent. I don't know about the delusional part, that's kind of harsh. And I don't want to jump to conclusions in this video or make some false accusations, but I have to say the allegations look very bad for him. Even if he wasn't involved in her passing, it does seem like they dated or were very close based on everything we know, which at the very least, allegedly, would make David a pedophile. I don't know though, this whole situation just leaves me with a ton of questions. Like if the mom of the victim knew that she was dating someone named David, did she not know his age? And I'm not blaming her specifically, but it seems like the people around her knew a bit about it, like the guy from the Reddit post who apparently knew that she ran off with David. And I guess other people knew too, at least that's how he made it sound. However, on the flip side, the brother claimed that the police didn't do anything. So is that really the case? Did the police not do anything at all? I don't know. I just can't imagine there's a way in which David and his team can spin this without any sort of admission of guilt, at least acknowledging that he knew her or had a relationship with her, which is wrong. The only possible explanation that could make him innocent is the fact that maybe it was a setup, but even then it just seems so elaborate. I can't imagine that was the case. Maybe they were friends, but I doubt that was the case based on all the pictures that we've seen. At the end of the day, this is a super tragic story, and I just want to say rest in peace to the victim. I couldn't find anything, but if anyone knows of any resources available to help the victim's family that isn't scammy, please let me know and I'll make sure to pin it in the comments below. Other than that though, if there's any other major updates, I'll make sure to update you guys, so feel free to stick around and subscribe if you want to get more news. But yeah, it's been your boy Matty Balls, and I'll see you guys next time.
Next time. WVid. I'm low-key getting sleepy. Let me hold on. Oh. Okay. I ate so many snacks and okay. This channel is really good music news / history type of channel. Really? Actually, let me click on it. The entire day. Oh, it's an hour and a half. I'm good. Why everybody hates Drake. Damn. The total collapse of Will Smith's career. The most intense arguments. The total collapse of Akon's real-life Wakanda. All these look interesting. The satisfying downfall of DJ Khaled. Damn. Bro. I don't know what to watch next. The victims of Tyler the Creator, the Jay-Z and Beyonce conspiracies, artists who stole their biggest song. Oh wait. Let's see. The dumbest criminals on the internet.
There's a new contender this morning for the title of World's Dumbest Criminal.
So this is an attempted robbery here by the Hamburglar. He's doing us the favor of showing us his face before putting his mother's pantyhose over it.
The police got here. All I could hear was cries from inside, "Let me out, let me out."
This didn't take a detective to solve. It took a clerk at Hungry Howie's to solve it. Life's tough. Life's a lot tougher if you're stupid.
Not all criminals are masterminds. This video proves it. Dumb criminal steals Dolphins jersey and wears it to trial.
All right, you're charged with stealing a Dolphin jersey?
The internet roasted him. One comment said, imagine being his attorney and he pulls up wearing the evidence. That was dumb. But other criminals take stupidity to a whole new level. Today, we'll explore the world's dumbest criminals. So my goal this year is to give you guys double the amount of videos without sacrificing quality. And to do that, we gotta keep growing. So 68% of you guys aren't subscribed, and it would mean the world to me if you did. And I promise, I will give you more fire content. I'm Visual Venture and you are awesome. Derek Kosh. In 2008, Derek Kosh walked into a small convenience store, but he wasn't there to buy snacks. He had a plan. The place was quiet, no witnesses, no cops. Derek waited until the coast was clear. Then he pulled out a pew-pew and pointed it at the clerk. Derek had two demands. He wanted cash and cigarettes, and he was ready to shoot if he didn't get them. The clerk didn't argue. She stuffed the bag with everything he asked for. Derek was feeling powerful, cocky. He yelled, "Damn straight." The clerk turned around to grab the cigarettes. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang. For a second, she thought she was hit, but she wasn't. That's when she turned around to face the robber. But he was no longer standing tall. He was hunched over, groaning. His hands were around his legs. Then she understood what happened. The robber Derek accidentally shot himself in his private parts. What happened was he tried to tuck the weapon into his pants, but he forgot to turn the safety on and accidentally pull the trigger. And then, bang. The whole thing was captured on the store's surveillance camera. But even after that mistake, Derek didn't give up. He grabbed the bag and ran out. He limped down the street, leaving a red trail behind him. The store clerk called the cops. They showed up, and it wasn't hard to track down the robber. They just followed the red trail. They found Derek at his grandma's house. He needed urgent medical attention. Cops rushed him to the emergency room. Doctors saved his life, but they couldn't save him from what came next. He was going to jail. Derek was charged with armed robbery, criminal recklessness, and battery. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison. When he got out, reporters were waiting. They wanted to interview the robber who blew his jewels off. There were so many headlines about it. In an interview, Derek said it was shameful and embarrassing, and I think anyone with a good heart would feel that way about it. Today, Derek is remembered as one of the dumbest criminals ever. This next case is about a guy who talked himself into handcuffs. Peter Gamblin. When Peter Gamblin was 16, he won a national pool tournament. But by 24, he was in the news for something else, being incredibly stupid. It started when Peter decided to rob someone. His victim was just walking down the street talking on the phone. Peter jumped the man, stealing his wallet and phone. But Peter didn't realize someone was still listening. The victim was on a call when the attack happened. The person on the other end, Joe Dale, heard everything. He even heard someone say, "Give me money," before the phone went dead. Joe was worried about his friend, so he called back. Here's the crazy part. The phone was now with the robber, Peter, and the stolen phone started ringing, but instead of ignoring it, Peter answered. That's right, he answered the mobile phone he had just stolen. Joe realized he was talking to the guy who robbed his friend. The two started arguing. Voices were raised, insults were thrown, and Peter, the robber, got so mad he challenged Joe to a fight. Then he made it even worse. He gave Joe his nickname and home address. His exact words were, "My name is Gambo. If you want to make something of it, come to this address." Of course, Joe didn't go. He just forwarded the information to the cops. By the time Peter got home, the police were already there. They arrested him on the spot. In court, Peter tried to lie. He claimed he was at his sister's house during the robbery, but the jury didn't believe him. It took them 25 minutes to find him guilty. Peter was sent to jail for 3.5 years. He also became famous for his stupidity. He was a guy who answered a stolen phone and gave his name and address. While Peter tried to practically steal someone's identity by taking their phone, stuff like this happens to us way more frequently.
Okay, bro.
Anyone. So if the any data called Finds didn't sell brand noticed something disturbing. Items from the store were going missing. Finders Keepers didn't sell brand new stuff. Everything they had was donated by the community. And when they sold stuff, they donated the money to charities for children and US troops. So when things started disappearing, it wasn't just stealing. It was stealing from people trying to do good. The thief was stealing donated items sitting outside on the porch. Luckily, the store had security cameras, so they checked the footage. And the thief was right there. It was a man named Ruben Pavon. One clip showed him casually walking up to the porch and grabbing a DVD player. In another clip, he came back. This time he brought his son. Together, they took off with a barbecue grill. They gave the footage to the cops. Ruben was arrested. It was an open and shut case. But when Ruben started talking, the case went from criminal to ridiculous. Ruben blamed the store for confusing him.
Ruben Pavon said he saw the name of Finders Keepers in Derry and presumed that the merchandise was anybody's to take away.
He took the name Finders Keepers literally. He figured they probably just put stuff out there for people to take, and he would have kept taking stuff if the cops didn't arrest him. But the owners of Finders Keepers didn't buy his excuse, especially because of how Ruben took the stuff.
I've never seen him in the store. He didn't appear to try to open the door to see if we were open, if anybody was there, if anybody was even there to help him load it, because the lights were off. So I assumed he knew that nobody was there.
They even posted about it on Facebook. This man who was caught on video is saying it is all a misunderstanding. He thought everything at our store was free. Is that really the best defense he could come up with? The case went viral online, and Ruben must have felt the pressure because he went on TV to prove he was not a bad person.
I just grabbed one. I thought it was there for the taking because the sign did say Finders Keepers.
He even explained why he didn't hide his face.
He even saw the camera that captured his image we showed you earlier this week.
In the end, Ruben gave everything back. That helped him avoid jail time. But it didn't save him from public shame. He became the guy who robbed a charity store because of its name. This next case is about a person who was caught holding the evidence. Mark Smith. Most thieves break in, steal what they can, and get out fast. But when Mark Smith broke in, he passed out under a bed. It happened in Whitley Bay, England. A woman was at home when Mark quietly slipped inside. He had a steel bar on him just in case things got ugly. Luckily, she didn't see or hear him. Mark headed straight to her bedroom. He found a jewelry box and grabbed some gold earrings. But something was wrong. His eyes were heavy, his body was shutting down, and it was all his fault. Turns out, Mark took a mix of substances earlier that morning. It was now kicking in. He could barely stand. He needed to lie down. But instead of leaving, Mark did something no thief has ever done. He crawled under the bed and took a nap. He took a nap in the house he was robbing, all while the homeowner was still in the house. A few minutes later, she walked into her bedroom and froze. There were legs sticking out from under the bed. First, she screamed, but the burglar didn't move. Then she shook him and yelled. Still no response. That's when she called the cops. But even the police couldn't wake him up. Mark was completely knocked out. They had to drag him out by the legs, and he was still clutching a stolen pair of gold earrings. Mark Smith was arrested and taken to court. Turns out he already had a record of robbery, theft, and drunkenness. But this was his first time breaking into someone's home. The judge gave him 18 months in jail, and Mark left with an important lesson. If you're gonna be a criminal, at least stay awake. This next guy started his life of crime very young. The German bank robber. Being dumb is one thing, but being dumb and cocky is a recipe for disaster.
Might be my last
a teenager
video.
In Germany learned that lesson.
And then I'll do a longer
In 2010, a 19-year-old robbed a small bank.
Friday.
He threatened the staff, grabbed the cash, and escaped. He made it home without getting caught. Then he waited. The robbery was on the news. Police were on the case. He expected the cops to kick down his door any minute, but nothing happened. The minutes turned to hours. Hours turned to days. Days turned into a week. And still, the police had no suspects. That's when his ego exploded. He He thought he was a criminal genius.
Oh,
he
shit.
pulled off the perfect heist at 9.
Oh yeah, I can't. Oh yeah. I read right over Flame's message. I'm blind. Hi Flame, hi Flame, hi Flame. And well, welcome back. Yeah, well, I don't know when I'm gonna continue Batman. I don't know. I know I want to finish the last chapter of Tell Me Why before I continue chapter 2 of Batman type shit. But hi, what's good? What's good? What's good? Thank you for dropping in and lurking if you were lurking. I can't speak. Don't put these Cheez-Its, bro. I ate too much. Well, I didn't eat too much. You know, I'm just reacting to some videos before I go to sleep. This is very loud. But hi. This is gonna be my last video to react to because I am getting tired. And I have to be at work in 9 hours. And yeah, I do want to stream again tomorrow. Well, technically today. Well, tomorrow for you, but today for me. Because it's 2:05. And I gotta be at work at 11 type shit. Do you have your chat and followers only on purpose? Oh. Yeah, but I can take it off. It's just every time, like lately, it's like every time it's not on follower only. It's wait. Hold on. I'm gonna just do that. Yeah. It's like lately whenever it's not on followers only, then guys come in saying weird shit. But I turned it off now. My fault. But I guess for now I can turn it off and just hopefully, well, I can just see how long it takes before someone comes in saying weird shit again. Yeah,
but instead of enjoying his freedom, he wanted to brag about it. A week after the robbery, he couldn't help himself. He sent emails. One to the police.
I already forgot the title of this video and I was invested for no reason. Oh, the dumbest criminals on the internet. Yeah, that's what I'm watching
to local newspapers. In the emails, he mocked the police for getting his age, height, and accent wrong. Then he pointed out that he escaped in a car, not on foot. He was playing games with the cops, like a criminal genius. But the moment he sent those emails, he proved how dumb he was. Because it's easy to find out who owns an email address. The cops traced the email back to him in no time. They knew his name and where he lived. He basically turned himself in. Days later, police arrested him in a gambling hall in Hamburg. When they put the cuffs on him, he was completely shocked. But the truth was simple. He wasn't caught because the cops were smart. He was caught because he was dumb. This next criminal was a gangster in every sense of the word. Anthony Garcia. Most people hide their crimes, but Anthony Garcia put his on display. He tattooed his crime on his chest. The crime happened in 2004. Someone took the life of John Juarez outside a liquor store. No one saw who did it, and the cops had no leads. Years passed and it became a cold case. For 4 years, nothing happened. Then, one dumb mistake revealed the culprit. In 2008, police stopped a man driving with a suspended license. His name was Anthony Garcia. It seemed like a simple traffic case, but two things made the officers take a second look. First, Garcia was linked to a gang called Rivera 13. Second, he had a massive tattoo. It stretched from his neck to his chest and from arm to arm. The cops had a rule. Whenever they arrested a gang member, they took pictures of their tattoos. So when they arrested Garcia, they snapped the photo. The tattoo photo went straight into the system. Weeks later, it landed on the desk of a detective, someone who worked for the Juarez case years earlier.
An investigator by the name of Kevin Lloyd was just flipping through pictures of gang members and, you know, just taking a look at their tattoos.
When he saw Garcia's tattoo, his jaw dropped.
And then he looked at this gentleman's tattoo and realized, oh my God, this is the crime scene from that liquor store slaying.
The tattoo was like a snapshot of the crime scene.
So each key detail was right there. The Christmas lights that lined the roof of the liquor store, the direction his body fell, the borrowed street lamp across the way.
It even matched the trajectory of the bullets. It was so accurate that the detective called it a crime scene sketch and a confession. But the tattoo wasn't enough for a conviction. They needed a confession. So the cops came up with a plan. At that point, Garcia was still in jail just for the traffic stop. So they sent an undercover officer into his cell.
Pretending as if he was also a criminal. And he's like, hey, dude, I like that tattoo. What's that about?
And just like they hoped, Garcia started talking.
And he's wired, right? He's recording everything. And Anthony Garcia admits everything.
He bragged about the shooting. He explained the tattoo. He gave details only the culprit would know. All of it was recorded. In October 2008, Garcia was officially charged with the murder. He thought the tattoo made him look tough. Instead, he tattooed his confession on his chest.
I was ready to declare him the world's dumbest guy for putting the crime scene on his chest. So, like, he literally can't escape. They're like, but it's right there.
Some criminals leave fingerprints on a crime scene, but this next crook left his entire identity. Kenneth Morgan. Kenneth Morgan was described as Britain's dumbest burglar. What did he do to earn that title? By the time he was 48, Kenneth Morgan was a career criminal. He had been in and out of jail multiple times. By 2011, he was out of jail again. And just 3 weeks later, he was already planning another break-in. His plan was simple: sneak into a house when no one was home and grab what he could. But things didn't go as planned. Once the coast was clear, Morgan broke into the house. As he was grabbing stuff, he heard the front door open. The homeowners were back. Morgan panicked. He ran to the kitchen and jumped out of the window. But in his rush, Morgan forgot something that would make him one of the dumbest criminals ever. When the homeowners walked in, it was clear someone broke in, and the thief left their backpack behind. Inside the backpack was a phone, an ID card, a birth certificate, and even a passport. Every single item had the same name: Kenneth Morgan, and the passport had his face printed right on it. The police couldn't believe their luck. They reportedly giggled like schoolgirls when they saw the evidence. When the cops knocked on Morgan's door, he had a story ready. He claimed someone stole the bag and planted it at the crime scene. He was being framed, but no one believed them. Not the police, and definitely not the jury, especially after they found out that he had 23 burglary convictions dating back 25 years.
Damn.
Kenneth Morgan was sentenced to 6 years in prison. This next case involves two dumb friends who broke the law together. Jonathan Ochoa.
Yeah,
Some criminals mess
everything
up during the crime. Jonathan Ochoa messed up even before it started. In 2011, Jonathan and his friend Rashad planned a robbery. Their target was Ladbrokes, a betting shop in Portsmouth, England. Jonathan was the getaway driver. He waited in the car while Rashad went inside to do the job. Rashad stormed in, waved a fake pew-pew, and got away with 500 pounds, which is about $650. Then he dashed back to the car and they sped off. It looked like a clean job. Rashad even wore a mask to hide his face, but that mask ruined everything. Right after the robbery, Rashad ripped off the mask and tossed it away, but he left it near the crime scene, and it was covered with his DNA. Police found the mask and ran a DNA test, and just like that, they knew who it belonged to. Rashad was arrested, and he confessed everything. He even gave up his accomplice, Jonathan Ochoa. Leaving a mask covered in your DNA is dumb, but somehow Jonathan did something even dumber. When police questioned Jonathan, he denied everything. He said he was at home watching TV during the crime, and there was no DNA linking him to it. It seemed he might walk free. Then the cops searched his house, and that's when they found Jonathan's diary. But something inside the diary made Jonathan Ochoa the world's dumbest criminal. Inside, on the day of the robbery, he had written, "Go Portsmouth. Robbery happens." He wrote down the time and place of the crime like a to-do list. It was basically a confession. When police showed him the note, Jonathan panicked. He changed his story. He admitted going to the shop with Rashad, but swore he didn't know about the robbery. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The judge didn't believe him. Jonathan was jailed for 3 years, Rashad for 2.5. And as a bonus, Jonathan became internet famous. He was the criminal foolish enough to write about his crime in his diary. This next crime involves someone trying to steal over $1 million. Hugo Sanchez. Hugo Sanchez lived in England with his wife and 4 kids, but things were falling apart. By 2005, the couple was drowning in debt, so they came up with a crazy idea. Hugo would fake his own death. If they pulled it off, they could collect a massive life insurance payout. It was over $1 million, so they did it. Hugo and his wife took a vacation to Ecuador. Then Hugo's wife returned to the UK alone. She told everyone Hugo passed away from a heart attack and his body was cremated. She even had a fake death certificate to prove it. The documents were real enough to fool everyone, at least for a while. The insurance companies started paying out. With the money, Hugo and his wife moved to Australia with their kids. But insurance companies don't just hand over millions without checking. They hired a private investigator to verify. The investigator spoke to Hugo's friends and family, and some let it slip that Hugo was still alive. So investigators took another look at the death certificate, and that's when they found something insane. Hugo's fingerprints were on his death certificate, like he printed it himself or his certificate was handed to him. Now they knew he was alive. But Hugo and his wife no longer lived in the UK, so the cops had to wait. Finally, they had their chance. Hugo's wife flew back to England for her sister's wedding. As soon as she landed, she was arrested. She was jailed for 2 years. Hugo was still hiding in Australia, but not for long. He was arrested the next year and sent back to the UK. He got 5 years. They faked the death, lied to everyone, then moved across the world. But it all fell apart because Hugo couldn't keep his fingerprints off his death certificate. And today, Hugo is featured on a list of top 10 dumb crooks. If you guys need money, trust me, do it the right way. Because in the end, you won't just have money. You'll have your sanity too. Visual Venture. Wait, before you go, make sure you guys click here to watch more dark internet documentaries for the algorithm. Thank you guys for everything. Peace.
That was, oh shit. Oh, I did it. Wait. Let me check out his channel though. Check out his channel. Nah! Okay. Oh. That's what it's doing. The fuck? Okay. W rabbit hole type shit. How the internet destroyed Generation Alpha. Okay. Oh, cartoon. Wait, I started this shit? Oh, wait, bro. Didn't I? Bro, I started this Sunday, then I got distracted. Let's finish it though.
1920s into the early 1930s. Then Disney made a mistake. They broke the pattern, and what they created was so disturbing that it reveals his true form.
Okay, where do you think your power came from?
From there, the story gets more unsettling. Beelzebub tries to drag someone to hell. Darkwing tries to stop him. A lot happens, but in the end, they defeat Beelzebub. It was obviously a weird story, but somehow Disney approved it and it aired on TV. The backlash was instant. The moment it aired, phone lines at ABC lit up. Parents were furious. They saw a little girl gaining power by making a deal with a demon. To them, the cartoon made it look like working with the devil had rewards. During the height of satanic panic, that message was explosive. Many parents already believed TV was pushing kids toward the occult. Now they felt like they had proof. ABC panicked. Disney pulled the episode the very next day. They refused to rerun it, sell it, or stream it anywhere. The only copies that exist today are the ones people recorded on VHS the night it aired. This next cartoon has been banned for nearly 100 years.
Damn.
Mickey Mouse.
Oh.
In the 1920s, Mickey Mouse cartoons followed the same pattern. Mickey got into trouble. He found a way out. Everything ended on a happy note. That formula made Mickey Mouse a hit from the late 1920s into the early 1930s. Then Disney made a mistake. They broke the pattern. And what they created was so disturbing that theaters refused to show it. It became one of the first cartoons ever banned. The controversial cartoon came out in 1933. It was titled The Mad Doctor. The cartoon begins with Mickey waking up to strange noises. His dog Pluto is crying because he's being kidnapped by a hooded figure. The kidnapper drags the dog through the woods. It's a scary scene with wind, thunder, and lightning. Pluto is taken into a dark castle. Inside, the hooded figure removes his cloak. It's the Mad Doctor, a crazy scientist obsessed with animal experiments. And he kidnapped Pluto for his next experiment. The doctor plans to cut off Pluto's head, sew it onto a chicken's body, and see if the creature can lay eggs that hatch into puppies. Yeah, that's the actual actual plot of a Mickey Mouse cartoon. In the lab, Pluto and a chicken are strapped to operating tables. The experiment is about to begin. Meanwhile, Mickey races through the castle to rescue his dog, but it's a trap. The Mad Doctor captures Mickey and ties him down. Then he lowers a massive buzzsaw toward Mickey's body. He wants to chop Mickey in half. Mickey can't break free. Then just before it's too late, Mickey wakes up. It was all a dream. Mickey is in his bedroom and Pluto is safe. The dog runs into Mickey's arms. So why on earth did Disney make such a terrifying cartoon? Well, they said it was supposed to be a tribute to classic horror movies like Frankenstein. But viewers didn't care about the tribute. They only cared about how disturbing it felt. Back in the early 1930s, most people didn't have TV sets at home. So cartoons like Mickey Mouse were shown in theaters. Theaters in the US were the first to see The Mad Doctor, and they disliked it so much that many flat out refused to play it. The theaters said it looked too scary for kids. Some other countries felt the same. In the UK, the Board of Film Censors banned it. Then Germany banned it too. Clearly people didn't love this cartoon. After that, The Mad Doctor disappeared. Disney put it aside and stopped promoting it. But it didn't disappear forever. For some reason, folks at Disney didn't set up the copyright for The Mad Doctor properly, and that copyright error allowed it to slip into the public domain. That's why today you can find The Mad Doctor on YouTube. It's one of the few Mickey cartoons you can legally watch for free. This next cartoon was so disturbing, it never even made it to the screen. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003. If you grew up in the 2000s, you probably watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The show followed 4 turtle brothers who fight crime. It was action-packed and perfect for kids, but in 2005, one episode pushed the show into nightmare territory. It was titled Insane in the Membrane, and it centered around one character, Baxter Stockman. Baxter started out as a genius scientist, but he worked for Shredder, the Turtles' main enemy. Every time Baxter failed, Shredder punished him with surgery. Each failure cost him a part of his body. By the time this episode begins, Baxter isn't even human. He's just a brain and a spine floating inside a glass tank.
Wow.
But Baxter refuses to give up. He wants to rebuild his body. However, a friend warns him about the dangers. Rebuilding a body from scratch could damage his mind. Baxter doesn't care. He's a genius, and he finds a way to clone a new version of himself. And at first, it works perfectly. He can walk, he can speak, he feels human again. Then his new body starts to fall apart literally. His skin, his fingers, and his face begin to disintegrate. As his body decays, so does his mind.
This experiment is a catastrophe!
By the end of the episode, Baxter has completely lost his mind. It no longer feels like a kid's cartoon. It feels more like a psychological horror. The Ninja Turtles cartoon was rated TV Y7. That means the show is designed for kids over age 7. This episode went far beyond that rating. It showed a mental breakdown and emotional torment. It was extreme even for adults. Fox executives watched the final cut before it aired. They were reportedly horrified. They said there was no way they could air the episode, and that was it. The Insane in the Membrane episode vanished. But not completely. It didn't air in the United States, but a few months later, it quietly aired in the UK. Fans recorded the episode on VHS tapes and uploaded it onto the internet. That's how it began to spread. Over time, Insane in the Membrane became a legend. It was a banned Ninja Turtles episode that most fans couldn't find. Nearly a decade later, in August 2015, Nicktoons finally aired it in the US. This was its first official broadcast, but the cartoon in our next chapter aired it before it got banned, and it triggered one of the messiest controversies in kids' TV. Tiny Toon Adventures. Tiny Toon Adventures was about the adventures of young cartoon characters. They lived in the same world as Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, and Porky Pig. Like most cartoons, it tried to teach kids important lessons. But in 1991, the show picked a very sensitive topic: alcohol. They wanted to show children the dangers of drinking. But the way they handled it made the episode extremely disturbing. The episode was part of a 3-story special called Elephant Issues. One of those segments was titled One Beer, and it got straight to the point. It opens with Buster Bunny, Plucky Duck, and Hampton Pig hanging out inside a house. These 3 cartoon characters are kids. They open the fridge and look at their options.
Juice, milk, soda, or a cold one.
They find a bottle of beer and debate whether to drink it.
Buster, this isn't like you. I know, but in this episode, we're showing the evils of alcohol.
Eventually, they gulp it down. Just one beer. Within seconds, they're stumbling around. Because of the alcohol, they're not thinking straight, so they steal a police car. If that isn't bad enough, they drive the car straight off a cliff. There's a huge explosion. The next shot shows the three of them floating up into heaven. That's the whole story. One drink, one car crash, one trip to the afterlife. Before it ends, the characters make sure the audience hears the lesson, just in case some didn't get it.
I hope the kids got the message. Yeah, drinking's uncool. So do we get to do a funny episode tomorrow? I hope so.
The creator of the show later explained what they were trying to achieve. He said the segment was a parody of old public service announcements, the kind that used over the top to scare kids straight. But parents didn't see it as a parody, and they didn't feel like the lesson about alcohol made sense. To them, it was a shocking story where everyone dies in the end. After the episode aired, angry parents bombarded the network with complaints. Cartoon characters getting wasted, crashing a cop car, and passing away wasn't suitable for kids. Fox had no choice. They banned the episode. It never aired in the United States again. Fox Kids also removed it from syndication. That means that other channels couldn't buy the rights to show it anymore. It wasn't even on VHS or DVD collections. The goal was to erase One Beer completely, but some viewers recorded it the night it aired in 1991. Years later, that VHS copy made its way into the internet. That's the only reason we can still watch One Beer today. Kids' cartoon characters losing their lives is bad, but this next episode allegedly caused a real-life tragedy. Beavis and Butthead. A scene in a cartoon was blamed for costing someone their life, and that cartoon is still popular today. Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead is about two dumb teenagers who cause chaos wherever they go. When they aren't out causing trouble, they're sitting on the couch binge-watching TV. The jokes on the show were edgy, the kind of humor teenagers love. But in 1993, one episode pushed things too far. It was titled Comedians. The Comedians episode begins like any other. Beavis and Butthead are watching TV, laughing at whatever comes on. They see a stand-up comedian on screen, and they're inspired. Suddenly, they decide they want to be comedians too. Most people would write jokes or practice before going on stage. But Beavis and Butthead don't think that far ahead. They head out to a local comedy club with no preparation. Once they're on stage, the disaster begins. Butthead goes first.
What's green and red and goes 100 miles an hour? A frog in a blender. Get it?
Nobody laughs. He tries other jokes, but the crowd boos and kicks him off stage. Beavis goes next. His jokes also fail. People walk out in frustration. In his desperation, Beavis does something reckless. He sets the newspapers on fire and starts juggling. And then the club burns to the ground. That was a joke. He played with fire and burnt down a building. It was supposed to be another edgy joke, but this time it didn't stay a joke. 1 month later, a 5-year-old boy from Ohio found a lighter in his family's mobile home. He started playing with it and the fire broke out. By the time it was over, his sister was gone. She was only 2. The tragedy shocked the country, but what came next shocked people even more. The victim's mother claimed her son loved watching Beavis and Butthead. Reporters connected the house fire to the episode Comedians. They figured that the cartoon taught the boy to play with fire. In other words, they were blaming Beavis and Butthead for the tragedy. The media ran with the story. Suddenly, Beavis and Butthead wasn't just crude, it was dangerous. Even the town's fire chief spoke out. He said, if you get these cartoon characters saying it's fun to play with fire, this is going to stick in that kid's mind. MTV went into crisis mode. They removed every fire-related scene from the show. Even old episodes were re-edited. Beavis had a catchphrase, fire, fire.
Fire! Fire!
MTV cut it out completely. They changed it to Fryer Fryer. They also pushed Beavis and Butthead to a later time slot. Then they added a new disclaimer before every episode, warning kids never to imitate Beavis and Butthead. But the backlash kept growing. It still felt like MTV hadn't done enough, so the network banned the Comedians episode completely.
Damn,
Never
really
aired on
tired of
TV
shit.
again. When the
still
episode finally came out on
I'm just very
DVD, the fire scene was cut. The original version survived only because fans taped it when it was first aired. But there's a final twist in this story. So remember the kid who started the fire in the trailer? He grew up, and years later in 2008, he revealed the truth. He said his family never had cable, they couldn't afford it, so he couldn't have watched Beavis and Butthead. But why did his mother lie? He said she made it up because she had substance issues and wanted attention. But the worst revelation was this. After the fire started, his mom called a news station before calling the fire department. By the time anyone learned the truth, it didn't matter. For years, people blamed Beavis and Butthead for the tragedy. The damage was done. The next episode on this list is banned everywhere on Earth. That's how bad it is. Pokemon. Cartoons aren't supposed to send kids to the emergency room, but in 1997, one episode of Pokemon did exactly that. To understand how that happened, you need to know the characters on the show. I mean, I assume you know them already, but just in case. The series followed a boy named Ash Ketchum. He traveled the world catching magical creatures called Pokemon. His favorite was Pikachu. Pikachu was like a yellow mouse that could generate bursts of electricity. In almost every episode, Pikachu battled other Pokemon as they traveled, and during one of those battles, the problem happened. The episode was titled Electric Soldier Porygon. It was first aired in Japan in December 1997. In the episode, Ash and his friends meet a strange Pokemon named Porygon. It's a creature made entirely of data. Eventually, Ash and his friends bump into the bad guys on the show, Team Rocket.
Team Rocket! The Pokemon Center is in panic because of you guys! Stop it right now!
They get into a fight, and during the battle, Pikachu releases an electric blast. That moment created a crisis for viewers. To animate Pikachu's power, the studio used bright red and blue flashing lights. The lights flickered rapidly, faster than the eye could handle. This is a scene with the flashing removed. The scene lasted just a few seconds, but the effects were instant. Across Japan, kids watching the episode began collapsing. Some had seizures, some passed out, others struggled to breathe. Paramedics raced from home to home. Hospitals couldn't keep up. The press called it Pokemon shock. By the end of the night, 685 kids were hospitalized, all because of one scene in a cartoon. Pokemon was pulled from TV immediately. The show didn't return for 4 months. Even the government got involved. Japan introduced new rules restricting flashing lights in cartoons. Electric Soldier Porygon was banned worldwide. It never officially aired anywhere again. This episode holds the Guinness World Record for most seizures caused by a TV broadcast. It even became a pop culture reference. In one episode of The Simpsons, the family visits Tokyo. They turn on the TV and Bart asks,
"Isn't this that cartoon that causes seizures?"
It was funny, but the real event was tragic. For hundreds of viewers, that Pokemon episode was the most dangerous cartoon ever broadcast. My friends, if you see something inappropriate for kids online, report it. Especially now with the internet being so much more advanced than many of these cartoons. Because you never know, that could make a bigger difference in a kid's life than you think. Visual Venture. So we talked about controversial cartoons for kids, but if you want to take it up and
okay, yeah, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. I am very and I think my eyes are cool. My eyes look awful. Let me I don't even. Oh yeah, this is gonna take. Is it? Where's the music? I could have sworn I put it in my face. Oops. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to stream again tomorrow. Probably the same time and length. I really do want to play. I really do want to finish Tell Me Why, because I'm on the third and final chapter, so I should probably finish that because I haven't played it since my 30. How many hours did I do? 36 or some shit? 36, 38 hours? And so yeah, I'll probably do that tomorrow. If I don't do it tomorrow, I'll probably do it, I don't know, within the next week or so. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. I will Okay, I know who I should raid. But, so yeah, like I said, I will stream again tomorrow. Since I took like 3 days off of streaming. And, you know, it could be just reactions again, or, I mean, my main mission is to just finish, Tell Me Why. Like, literally got through chapter 1 and, well, it took forever for chapter 1, but I went straight into chapter 2. So I'm just, because it was just so interesting and I want to like log back into it. And as soon as I finish Tell Me Why, I can continue Batman. And I doubt that Will is still in here, because he recommended me Batman Arkham something, and I thought he was talking about Batman the Telltale, and so I bought it, and then apparently that wasn't the one he was talking about. But I bought the game he was talking about. I think I'm gonna play that after Batman. I guess my next few games I'll play are just gonna be Batman until I figure out what other games to play, because I really do enjoy playing fucking story games and shit. It's really, I don't know, I really enjoy it. And yes, good night everyone. Thank you. I'm trying to make sure that I spelled this person's name right. I did. I'm rating a streamer named Jade. Charlie thinks she Bruce Wayne. No, the fuck I don't. In my years still okay. Well, have a good night, everyone. Fuck. I'm smiling so big right now. Yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. And thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for sticking with me to the end. Wait, you want to raid someone you watch? Who? I don't, cause like I said, I don't. Oh, I know who he is. I think I followed him for like a year or something. I can raid him. Okay, there we go. Alright. So again, thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for sticking with me to the end. Whether you're watching this live, or watching the VOD back, or watching this on YouTube. I love and appreciate you, either way. And I will see you next time. I am going to now. Wings is okay. I trust you, Wings. I trust you. Now I'm going to start the raid now. And you know, stay safe, stay healthy, but don't forget, out of the 2 things I just said, the most important thing I want you to remember is that I love you. Okay? I love you, and I, well,